Again to another episode of whicktv. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, today we are going to be discussing USAID. The prompt tonight is: ending USAID was the right move for America and its interests. And they'll be defended by AdmiralGibbs and DragonFisttv. Destiny and She's Right will be opposing. It should be a fun and interesting discussion. I am looking forward to it. I'm not going to give you too much preamble, and we're just going to get to work. I'm going to give the mic first to Mr. Fist, I guess. How do you want to be referred to?
Andrew's fine. I should have put that. I didn't see it.
Okay, Andrew. Mr. Fist sounds weird. Okay, Andrew, there's a mic. Give us your opening thoughts. Tell people who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, all that, and then we'll just go around. Go ahead.
Sure. I had a channel. It started as a martial arts channel. We've pivoted now. We're doing, cultural commentary, political commentary. So it's been going pretty well. Check us out. Subscribe on YouTube. My opening statement is very simple. We're in $39 trillion debt here in the United States. This is an existential threat to our country. Currently, we are adding to the debt faster, way faster than we're paying it down. I don't see any way we could get out of this without cutting programs that are, I would say any program that's not national security and that's overseas is on the chopping block. So we would, my opponents would have to demonstrate how it would be counter to the to American growth to cut these programs, as it's exactly what we need to do to survive. And I can also demonstrate with evidence that a lot of these programs are just waste, fraud, abuse. Basically, this is the quality leering of foreign policy. And I can demonstrate that through evidence. And my opponents can try to demonstrate. I'm sure they're going to say that, we're killing babies and this, that, and the other. But I will also demonstrate that this is just based on projections from publications like The Lancet, not actual data, just projections based on the most severe outcome possible from a left-wing publication. So at that, we can get into it. That's pretty much the argument that I'm going to take. I know you said you wanted to keep this short. We can get
we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you.
Admiral Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what my partner just said, yeah, I agree with almost everything. Listen, there's going to be a whole lot of hooping and hollering and bitching and moaning and crying about shit that I don't give a shit about. Listen, I got 2 words for these countries. Fuck them. We've restructured USAID into the State Department. We can talk about people dying overseas, but listen, people are going to die anyway. There's other countries that can provide aid if they want to. We're going to hear a lot about soft power tonight. I'm talking about hard power, right? That's the secret. Is we're going in there. We have the bombs. We can do what we want. We're still going to be the biggest leader in foreign aid compared to any other country in the world for the umpteenth million year in a row. I'm sure we'll get into all this going forward. But yeah, I mean, the USAID was basically just an NGO, Tammany Hall, baby back bullshit plan. And yeah, I'm glad it's gone.
Okay, I guess we'll see how it goes. Thank you for being here. She's right, please.
USAID has saved millions of lives. It is the right thing to do. It represents, as Social Security does domestically, what it means to be an American and what a government ought to do. It is a great use of our money, and the world is a better place for it, and the world is a worse place without it.
Thank you, and I like it, short and sweet. Destiny, please.
Yeah, more or less the same. I think that anytime you're in a position of radical power, I think that you have some kind of obligation, ethical obligation to either the people around you or to the world to provide for them as best you can. I think that it's really hard to find ways to influence or invest in other countries that doesn't come off as being incredibly malicious, and this was one easy way to do that. So it's a good expansion of soft power that gives us a better reputation around the world, irrespective of ethical concerns. And having a more stable world around us also allows us in the long term to have a better national security structure at home, because we have less chaos and destruction and everything else in the rest of the world, which makes it easier for us to protect ourselves.
Okay, and with that, it's open discussion. I'm going to let you guys go at it. Like I said, if I tell you to shut up, please shut up. And it's because I have questions or you guys are yelling at each other. So go ahead.
I'm curious about the first agreement brought up, which is either save money by cutting the budget, or fuck them, let's invest in hard power, which is more expensive than soft power. How do you resolve that? I don't know. I'm just curious.
I mean,
difference in values.
You would think that Andrew only go for it.
It doesn't matter. You could take it. I can pick up after. Well, I would say that we're wasting. A lot of this has nothing to do with national security. I can give you a couple of examples. We're giving $2 million to Guatemala for sex changes and LGBT activism. 1.5 million towards advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplace. Hold on, I got this mic again thing came up. Money going to Colombia, Peru, and India for things like transgender themed comic books. 3.9. Okay, I'm just going down the rundown of the government. If you have a source that shows that that's not true, that's the smallest amount. I can keep going. 3.9 million earmarked for LGBT in the Western Balkans. 5.5 in Uganda for similar programs. I mean, can we cut this stuff? Like, no one's going to die if we cut this stuff, right?
And just
we agree on that.
Just to add to that,
no,
because I know you want to argue.
Wait. She said no. Like, how is this saving lives overseas, or something that's that we need to be spending our funds on when we're in national debt? That we're how is that?
Yeah, people kill themselves.
Okay, so because people are going to kill themselves overseas, we shouldn't pay down our national debt. We need to have a hierarchy of priorities. That's not true. That's a false dichotomy.
And the question you asked was, how is this saving lives? And yeah, it is saving lives. So that's a separate question.
Do you have evidence that any of these programs saved lives directly? Because you actually, CNN, Reuters, BBC all came out and said people were dying before they even realized that none of the money stopped yet. So this is just like your emotional blackmail. But do you have any actual evidence that any?
Yes.
That is 100% true. CNN, BBC, Reuters, and there was one more, the AP, all reported before they realized that the money hadn't stopped yet, that people were dying from money that was still flowing.
Just one sentence.
So this is just emotional blackmail. But I'd like you to respond.
Let him respond before you jump in, Admiral.
I was just going to throw one sentence to your she's right.
Let her respond before you do. Go ahead.
If you go to impactcounter.com, there's a methodology. Some PhDs tracked it. There's a lot of data, it's not just what.
I mean, that's great, data. But I mean, let's talk about your other part of the question you asked us to reconcile this bridge. All right, so we look at the elections that have happened since USAID has been removed in South America specifically. There's been 7 elections. All 7 of those elections have moved from socialist communist governments to right-leaning populist governments that are pro-America. Would you say pro-American governments that are going to be more or less likely to attack the United States or harbor people that will injure the United States?
There's a lot of factors that really depends.
So, I mean, it's pretty simple.
Things like economic desperation.
Oh, yeah, right. So
military capabilities.
If you're economically desperate, or how likely are you to be able to launch a successful attack here on the U.S. mainland? Probably not very. So I'll take that as a point for our side. And then if you're talking about economic military discrepancy,
I mean, it's a combination of you need the motive from
hybrid warfare. Yeah, well, the motive is gone because now they're all pro-USA. If you're a pro-USA country, unless you're Israel, maybe you're not very likely to attack the United States. And so what is your
right-wing governments are the more militaristic ones. You need the motive of some desperation, and then you need the actual military to wage war.
So we look at actually 218 examples of throughout history. And the last thing, I actually did a study on this in college and published it to get one of my political theory certificates from the Bush Library. That most countries that are attacking generally are what we would call left-leaning democracies. Right-leaning countries attack once and then they end. Generally, left-leaning democracies, i.e., NATO, Europe, the United States, are the ones who attack and are more aggressive on a regular basis. So, what evidence do you have to prove that wrong? Because that is unequivocally a fact.
Just as a quick thing for a quick reality check, what South American countries have launched wars against the United States in the last 30 or 40 years?
None, as far as I'm aware of. But that's not really.
Wait, so what was the point of saying the governments were switching to right-wing governments? Why are we? Why does this matter?
Well, that's okay. That's easy. If you're allied with China, who's a left-wing government, if you're allied with Venezuela, who was under Maduro and Chavez and was trying to actively attack us with cyber warfare or had issues with us previously, I would say that it's a benefit. It behooves us to get rid of people that are pro-communist, pro-socialist, pro these countries that are pro. I guess it's SYNC now, but it used to be BRICS. Kind of organizations that are forming groups outside the United States' sphere of influence. Y'all are the liberals. Aren't y'all the ones who want the liberal world order to have this one kind of banking system, one economic currency? They're forming an outside currency system. Is that something you're a pro fan of?
I mean, I think that having people being allied with the United States and working closely with the United States instead of working with China is better. But right now, Canada is looking to a more Chinese approach than they ever have in the history of the entire relationship they've had between us and Canada. And that's largely due to Trump's aggressive response to them and trying to slice up the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, which is literally the only agreement he can take any kind of credit for. So I don't know why that would be a priority now, because it seems like we've done everything we can in order to alienate ourselves from our allies and push them towards China. So that seems kind of like a weird point to bring up. But I just on the South American countries switching to right-wing governments versus left-wing governments, right-wing or left-wing, I don't see all of these governments like launching wars or a single one ever launching a war against the United States. The last thing I can think of is the whole Panama stuff, but that was in the like 89. So I don't know what, I just don't know what relevancy that has to this here. I guess on a really basic level, just on a very, very basic level, like if somebody has the ability to do something good for somebody, you know, and it doesn't cost them much to do it, do you think that people have a kind of moral obligation to that or no?
An obligation to that? I would say no. I think it's a good thing overall, but I don't think it's an obligation. No.
Do you think that people in general have like moral obligations? Do we have an ethical obligation to be moral, or do you think that we can be amoral or indifferent to morality?
I mean,
If a person, let's say a person walks by somebody on the street who's hungry, that person is going to starve to death, and you have like an extra cheeseburger, and you could give the person the cheeseburger. Do you think that you have some kind of moral obligation to fulfill there, assuming you're not going to starve? You don't have to do it every single day, but you see a guy, you know he'll die if you don't give him. Like, do you think a person would be a bad person for not giving him the cheeseburger?
I absolutely do think they would be a bad person because support Texas beef, and we should make sure all the homeless get Texas burgers. But no,
Okay.
but sure, like yeah, I mean, no, I don't think you have a moral obligation. This person made their decisions. They ended up where they're at. Now, is it a good thing to do? Is it quote unquote the right thing to do? Like, I'm not gonna like judge someone for not giving. If I'm driving to the club that night and I see a hobo, you know, I might not be giving the money because I want to spend it on bottle service, right? However, if I park my car in Houston downtown or something, I'll pay hobo $20, and this is something I've done many times. I'll give him $20. I say you can sleep in the bed of my truck while I'm gone. I'll come back and hey, guess what? My truck's the only one's not broken into. So like, yeah, I'd rather give them money for something that's like an exchange than just give out a handout. I think that's actually breeds problems in general. However, I don't want people just dying. You know, it's a nice thing to do, but that shouldn't be the government's job. It should be things like churches or charities, in my opinion.
Okay, well, church or charity couldn't fulfill the same role the U.S. government does here, so that's kind of a pointless concession. But do you feel the same way, DragonFisttv? Do you think that people have an ethical obligation to help those around them if they have the ability to do so at little expense to themselves, or do you think it's just optional and it doesn't really matter much either way?
I do think that people should help if they can. However, overseas, like I said, this is like the quality leering of foreign policy here. There's no way for us to check, even if we look domestically as a reference at like humanitarian programs like homeless initiatives in California, even here where it's much easier to track and check the money, we see it's getting wasted. So that's all great. Like I said, this is emotional blackmail. No problem. I'm down with helping people. But what I'm not going to do is just waste money. See what Destiny wants us to do is waste money here at home, waste money overseas with no actual evidence that any of these programs do any good for anybody. He hasn't been there and checked. We don't know exactly if the money is going to the places that they say it's going to. It doesn't even happen here in the United States. So I'm not saying I don't want to help people. I'm saying that we need to know, especially, would you agree, Destiny, that the national debt is an existential crisis that we're facing right now, or no?
Do you think that we should cut all funding and all subsidies for
Is it an
local?
existential crisis or not?
I do. That's why I think we should vote for Democrats. But do you think that
so
we should
we
cut
agree on
all
the premise.
subsidization?
My premise
Hold on. You asked him
Should
a
we cut?
question. Let
Should we cut
us
all
answer.
subsidies for like local agriculture in the United States? Then I don't know why we subsidize them so much. We spend more on that than we do on USAID.
Well,
we were talking about China. I think China owns most of our.
Like that we should stop. Like, listen, I know that we sit here and we talk about subsidies, and we've gotten through this before. But
no, wait. Just a super easy question: should we kill all subsidies to local agriculture, animal ag, and farming ag in the U.S.?
I would argue, as a rancher, yes, it has hurt us more than it's helped us. And I would argue, even like for farming, I know the ag side is different, but most of the subsidies have gone to large corporations, and they've hyper focused things like corn. And when the corn industry crashed, it ruined other supplementary industries. We've seen this with soy industry. It artificially inflates a market that shouldn't be inflated. And the ag industry, like when it has a crisis, it hurts it way more, and it also hurts the food web. Like
Should we end all subsidies? Should we subsidize nothing?
Well, no, I'm not a libertarian, but I mean, I would have to look at them individually. But I would say in ag, it would be.
What's one subsidy you might be for that you think the government should spend money on subsidizing something?
I don't know. Oh, okay. Right now, I think with the CHIPS Act is a good one. Maybe we could give subsidies to companies that want to invest in the nanotechnology. I mean, I think tech is a good industry to start pushing stuff right now. Space exploration are things I like. You know, I mean, we could get specific, but like, I mean, these are all just like hypotheticals. I mean, I'm not inherently against any subsidy if it's done well, but currently the way the subsidies have not been done well, especially with agriculture, in my opinion.
Okay. So assuming then, so neither of you really believe in any ethical obligation to support people overseas.
I
Do you
said
think that
yes. Wait, just to clarify, I said yes to that. I just don't want to waste the money.
What do you mean by waste the money?
I mean, we have no way of checking that these
We have
funds are
plenty
getting
of ways
used.
of checking. It's a whole
You
federal
can't even check
organization.
in
What do you mean?
California. You can't
Wait,
even
hold on.
track
That's
the
not USA.
billions of
Focus on
dollars we
USA.
spend
What
on
do you
homelessness
mean?
in California. How are you
You're-
tracking the Sudan? I'd like to hear that.
For
Administrative
which
costs.
program? We are probably literally just
Housing
looking at it right
kitchens
now.
in Sudan. How are you tracking that?
So
That
which
the money's
program?
actually
Well,
going
aid
to
currently is
hold
cut
on.
to Sudan and South Sudan, which is
Why is,
How
why,
are you
why is that?
tracking
Why
it?
is it cut to Sudan? I think that's
Okay,
the important
just to be
question here.
clear, the question here is how are we tracking overseas money through USAID? Is that the question?
Well,
Yes, sir.
Rubio answered this, especially specifically
Hold
with
on,
Sudan recently.
hold on,
Like,
hold
I
on,
mean,
hold on,
okay.
hold on. Gibbs. Let them answer the question. It's a question. How are we tracking the expenditures given
clearly
through
looking up the
USAID to
answer.
these other countries?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm looking it up. I don't know all of these off the top of the head.
All right.
But
Well,
like,
we're trying to just debate you, not your entire chat. And but go ahead.
well, the answer to your
And
question
Google.
is every single government thing has an attached watchdog that limits how or that tracks how the money is spent. You know nothing about grants or government's funding if you think that the money is just going into a black hole with no tracking for it. You clearly have never looked this up in your entire life, and I don't know individually how every single thing is accounted for. If you want, I'll place a friendly $50 bet with you right now, not knowing the answer off the top of my head, and we can look up to see if there's any tracking for money spent in Sudan. I know that I'm right.
Where are we going to get the answer from? The Lancet? Are we going to get
What?
the answer from the Lancet? Where are we going to get the answer? That's the problem. Is like you haven't been there. So if we're talking about Sudan specifically,
USAID was
they
the
still
agency that
practice
did the
chattel
tracking, and they're
slavery
gone
there,
now.
like down south style chattel, hereditary chattel slavery, and you're complaining about 1,000 meals that we're not giving them. If you really cared about them, why isn't that your issue? And are you going to trust these people? So you trust people that practice chattel slavery? That's what you're saying with our funds? Is
No one
that
said that.
your
No one said
position?
that. We don't
Sophie,
trust
I
them
want to
with
know if that's
that.
your
A problem
position.
with the funding, a
You
problem with the
trust
funding of
people that
USAID, where
practice
most people would
chattel
actually critique
slavery
USAID,
with our
is that we
funds.
don't have local communities actually tracking their own data. There's a big problem where there are about 10 US DC based contractors that handled over 50% of these programs because they would have the white collar lawyers and accountants who would travel back and forth and have a very high salary to do so, actually monitoring these programs. That's a necessary part of any aid, is you need someone you can trust to do that. The problem with USAID is where there are rooms to reform the program, or any of those programs, or you need a more efficient way to do that, such as actually training and checking in on local watchdogs. But currently, like, it's all done by the US. Now it's out of our hands. So now we can't track that stuff because USAID is gone.
USAID has been rolled into the State Department. The State Department is still overtaking a lot of these needs.
And the Department of Agriculture.
No.
I just don't want to.
No. The USAID thing is essentially gone. They've rolled some administrative things into the State Department, but it's the programs are basically gone.
Well, no, the 50 million. Well, sure, the programs are gone because the programs were NGO tools being used by the Democratic Party to funnel money. But
well, a lot of the programs are bad.
Oh, hold on, Gibbs.
What
evidence do you have that
I do have evidence? I'm so glad
that they are funneling money to the
in
Democratic Party.
In fact, we have Ukrainian officials on record right now before testimony. One of the senators gave it this week, talking about, hey, I forget which one, but I'm sure we can look it up. Somebody's got the AI going. They basically were saying we have them on file saying they were going to funnel money from USAID back into the Democratic Party, on record talking to the Biden. So this is something that's come up several times. We've seen examples of this in other countries. It's crazy how, like I said, all these leftist governments just fail, and right-wing governments came in the minute USAID is gone. I mean, and we brought up Sudan. Rubio addressed this specifically with what happened in Sudan. He said, Sudan, what's happening is it's a war zone. So one, it's hard to get the aid out there. So aid just sitting in pallets, not being used, and going to waste. Two, the people that are doing the aid out there are getting attacked and they're taking the aid away, which I guess is not the aid workers' problem. But then what's happening is the aid is being used against its own people by the groups that are in power in Sudan. And so one, even if you think, hey, it's not an NGO corruption scheme, and we want things like Sudan, the Sudanese to get help, well, guess what? You still haven't answered the problem because this is just soft power. We're not sending the troops in there. What happens when you have groups like in Haiti, where you have the gangs running the country, or Sudan, where these bad groups get in there and they use this aid to oppress their people further, or use it to bribe these people and fund their warfare, et cetera, and y'all don't have an answer for that. And the answer is we stop funding those countries till they figure their shit out, or we send troops in, or someone sends troops in. And I don't want to keep just throwing money at a hole. Listen, I have a lot of money, but even then, it doesn't make sense to burn money every day.
You keep saying you hate soft power, but then you keep advocating for ideologically friendly governments which is soft power and is actually how former administrations did wield USAID.
No, I hate
Like during the
you
regular
don't seem to have a
fission.
problem with trading with slaveholders. That's my point. Neither one of you even answered the question. So you both want us to continue to give money to slaveholders in Sudan, right? That's Destiny. That's your position as well. We should keep
It would
giving them
depend
money?
on one. It would depend on who's getting the money, and it would depend on what the money is being received for. I'm not aware of what was the particular program that was giving money to slaveholders, and what was the purpose for it in Sudan?
It was 1,000 kitchens in Sudan to stop people from starving. Go ahead, Gibbs. You can take it.
Was it
Well,
to
no, I
every
want-
single?
I wanna-
Hold on.
hold on. Before Gibbs goes-
1,000 kitchens to who? Sudan is the.
Hold on, before Gibbs goes, let the back and forth happen.
Fixing my
Go
camera.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So 1,000 kitchens. Okay, it's a country of like 50 million people. I googled that. I didn't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry if that's upsetting to you. But so were the 1,000
I'm
kitchens
not
going
Googling
exclusively to the slaveholders, or
Well, I'm saying that the country practices chattel slavery, and this
the
is
whole
exactly
country,
the point.
every
There's
part of
no
the
way
country,
knowing.
the whole
So you
country
missed
does?
my point for me. There's no way of knowing exactly where that money goes. However, it's likely to me, if this country is practicing things like slavery that your side hates so much, right?
Does your
It's like
side
a
not hate
Does your
slavery?
side not?
yeah, we're the party
No,
that
no.
ended it. That's correct.
No, you're not.
Lincoln was the
Yeah.
first
How do you feel
Republican.
about
You could try to steal that from us,
Confederate
but that's
monuments?
fine. Yeah, we switched, right?
The
We just
liberals
switched.
ended slavery.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they did. The Democrats didn't
True.
weren't the ones that
the Christian
that succeeded.
abolitionists, but that's neither.
Okay,
Liberals
let's
ended
stay on
slavery.
target. We can debate
Yeah.
the Civil War another day.
Sure. So my point is just that I don't trust these people. We don't know where the money, and I'm fine with giving aid. I'm fine with soft power. I don't want anybody to die. Like liberals that are listening, I'm not like here saying this is the side that doesn't care that we just aborted a third of Gen Z. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we should save these people. Let's just make sure we're not wasting the money that's earmarked for our children, for our grandchildren, and for us to still have a country, because we know that the same thing happens every time an empire is about to crumble, right? Destiny knows what it is. Everyone knows what it is. It's all over YouTube videos and TikToks that they take on massive debt. Everybody knows that, right? So that's what I'm trying to prevent. Like, we have this glaring example from history, and we're just barreling towards it anyway. You
Then
tell
why
me
are
how
you
that's a
starting
good
with
idea.
USAID?
Wait, hold on, just real quick. Are you in favor of rolling back the Trump tax cuts?
Can we stay on USAID?
I'm just
Oh,
quick,
yeah,
are you
sure.
in favor of rolling back the Trump tax cuts?
We can get to that later, but I'd like to stay on
No,
USAID
hold on,
just so we
hold
don't
on,
get
hold on,
diverted.
Hold on,
But
just
USA
real quick, both of you, please. He's asking that because he's leading towards.
Wait, I don't need you to tell me why I'm asking a question.
Of course, I know.
If you're really serious, if you're talking about this as an existential threat, USAID was hovering at maybe 1% of our federal spending. Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in tax revenue. Who knows, projected into the trillions after 10 years, depending on where the economy even pans out. So are you... I don't understand where the obsession with dealing with the debt comes from.
Rid of all waste, fraud, abuse, and even some of these programs, we can get into it overseas that are just
I didn't say
dangerous.
waste, fraud, and abuse. I didn't say waste, fraud, and abuse. That was a failure. You guys hold on. You acknowledge that the
Is it
waste, fraud,
wasteful?
and
Aren't
abuse...
you claiming that the Trump tax cuts are wasteful, as in reference to the national
I'm just
debt?
checking real quick. You acknowledge that Doge's mission was a complete and total failure, and given free reign of the government, you guys weren't able to find waste, fraud, and abuse, right?
I just listed you. So transgender comic books aren't wasteful?
What do you
That's
think
not what
waste,
it
fraud, and
was. That's
abuse
not what it
means?
was.
What do you think-
That was
what do you
funded
think
by the
wasteful
State
or
Department,
not?
and it
What do you
featured a
think
gay
waste, fraud, and
character.
abuse
It's about
is?
education programs.
That's what I would consider wasteful, and that might be the
No, where
difference,
do you
that we have
define waste,
different
fraud, and abuse?
opinions. I think
Some of us
diversity,
have-
equity, and
hold on.
inclusion in
Business, some
certain
of us
ways
don't.
wasteful. Yeah.
How do you define waste, fraud, and abuse? What does that mean to you in a business setting?
So wasteful would be funds that we are spending, that we are bringing us no benefit whatsoever. None. It's a complete waste. There's no benefit to us, and some of these are actually a net negative to us, which I could show. Things funded by USAID.
What is the difference between waste?
EcoHealth that funded gain of function. That's what funded gain of function. EcoHealth, you know it.
What is the difference between it? That's not true. What is the difference between
That's not true.
spending? That's not
EcoHealth
true.
didn't fund
What's
gain
the
of function.
Hold on. One at a time.
Do you have any proof of that claim that you just made?
More
That's
than you'd ever know. Yes, that the whole diffuse thing that you're talking about, that grant wasn't even approved. All of that is a fucking lie, but that's okay. The wasteful spending that you're talking about, what's the difference between wasteful spending and spending on things that you personally don't like?
I guess whatever political party is in power.
Okay, so is that a real definition then of
I'm just
waste,
being
or
honest.
is that just like a perspective politically? Do you really think there's not a definition of wasteful spending? Do you not know what
It's
that
going to
means?
vary depending on
No,
clearly she doesn't
no,
think it's wasteful. Clearly she thinks that it's
no.
important
Well,
to
how do
send
you
money
define
for
it?
LGBT issues overseas when clearly I don't. So we have a difference of opinion there.
Well,
It's not. Well, there's a right and a
I
wrong.
think
When
we could say
somebody
it's
says
not
waste, fraud,
national
and abuse,
security, right? It's not national security. We could cut it.
well,
so
hold
you have
on.
no idea.
Is it
when you
national
say
security?
Waste, fraud, and abuse. It's just things that you don't like. That's what waste, fraud, and abuse is.
I
We
don't
need
have
to
that
cut-
same
we
definition,
need
but
to
what do
cut
you
everything
define it
that
as,
we
Destiny?
can.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Destiny.
If
What is
we're
your
doing like an
definition of
audit and
waste,
you're
fraud, and
looking for like waste, fraud, or abuse, in my mind,
Sure.
waste is going to be like, let's say that we need a subscription for some fucking Microsoft program for the floor, and we find out that every single employee has like 7 different subscriptions, even though they use the same computer, right? Oh, this is waste. This is wasteful spending. We're duplicate spending in places. Let's say that we are providing food budgets for people that are so high that they don't need them, but then at the end of the year, for some reason, the food budget literally gets wasted because they're going onto Visa cards that are from the This is like waste, right? Fraud is like people are actually defrauding people. They're lying on forums about stealing money or whatever else. And then abuse would be similar to fraud, that people are maybe they're giving preferential contracts to friends that they shouldn't be, and it's costing more money than it should. This is like waste, fraud, and abuse. That should be an apolitical, bipartisan. Every single person should be able to look at a thing and go like, oh yeah, that's wasteful, fraudulent,
That's what
or
I'm trying to
abusive.
show you.
No, you're not. You're saying
literally
waste
said
to you is things that you
I'm
don't
showing you
like.
transgender comic books. Like how
It was
much
not a
more-
transgender
then you
comic
said
book,
meals.
okay?
I'm showing
It
you
was a
1,000
3-part
meals in a
comic
bland
series
little
about
disclaimer.
education and exchange
Whatever you
programs
want.
that
You're
featured a gay
literally
character
going
in one of the
down
3
and
volumes.
bringing examples
And it was
that
funded
I'm
by the State
showing.
Department, not
that I'm
USAID. You
showing.
keep telling that same lie and
Publications, you
repeating that. It's
literally
not
said,
true.
like magazines.
There was no
and stuff. I'm literally
transgender
talking
comic
about
book.
Transgender comic
It was a
books. It's
State
not a complete
Department-funded
lie. I just
3-part
made it
series
up.
about
I just made it
education,
up.
which you want to promote in the
There was
global
no
south.
transgender comic books. Is that what you're saying?
How can you even know
Yes.
if there were transgender comic books if you're telling us there was no monitoring for any of these funds anyway?
Well, hold on.
No, so you can't know where the funds went, who they went to, who actually. We know what they're earmarked for. That's different than
That's
who
what
actually
USAID was
receives
spending
it
the money
and
on.
what they actually. I would admit you're probably right. They probably don't actually spend it on transgender comic books. You guys just think that that's
Probably.
really where it's going. So you're like, sure, send it. What we're trying to say
No,
is more.
that's a
let's
lie. It's a
crack-
mischaracterization.
I'm not even saying let's
No one
crack
was
anything.
paying for a transgender comic book.
How do you know? Because you say so? What evidence?
Because
do you
I have
that?
the
It's in
comic book up.
report. It's in
You
the
can look
report.
this up.
Did you check every
You can
comic
believe
book?
in knowledge. No, I did not check every comic book,
So
but
you
this was
don't
about one
know.
specific project you can actually look
Okay,
up.
can I
You
don't
have
know.
not looked it up. So I don't know where you're getting your information, but how can you trust that?
So I mean, I'll go with. First of all, I don't really care about the transgender comic books. Like that could be a thing that helps us or hurt us, depending. I don't know. Listen, but I want to come back to what Destiny's talking about with the waste. Okay, I'm going to give 2 examples. One is for the VA. I know it's not the USAID, but okay, Doge. One of the things Doge cut was funding to the VA, and I heard a lot of bitch about it. Specifically, one of the departments that got defunded is the department in Georgia that got defunded for having orgies on taxpayer dollars. Would we agree? I think we can all agree that. Listen, I love a good orgy. I'm a degenerate. Right, but I think we can agree that my tax dollars shouldn't be going to pay for the orgy. Can we all agree with that? Like that's something Doge cut, right? Okay, and then now we're talking about funding overseas with
Is that
USA.
a characterization? Do you have a source for that characterization?
Apparently, the source is literally Jesse Waters said this one time on Fox
No,
News,
that is not the
and I don't think
source.
there's any actual truth of. Are you saying that what they were
I have
funding,
the
like
source. Do you
protection
want-
for the orgy?
No.
Sure. What is the source?
The
Yeah, just
source,
read it up
yeah,
to
it
us.
is a New York Post. Sex trade workers at troubled VA facility had a 12-person orgy, and one official bedded 32 co-workers, according to Bombshell Pros by Patrick Riley. If you want the source, I can just post it in the side chat, or I'll give it to Wick, and he can send it. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be bad faith here. I'm just the point that I'm making is there's areas where we've had corruption and fraud, and I think that's part of what we wanted with Doge. And when we're talking about USAID, it seems to be that there are examples.
Wait. Hold on. One thing at a time. It sounds like this was just an orgy that some VA people had. What is this taxpayer-funded orgy? What does that mean?
They funded the rooms and shit like for this orgy. They funded, and one of them was at a
That's
facility.
When you say, hold on,
arguably, it was one of them was at the facility in the report.
Okay,
So if I'm
let me
having an orgy
I'm
at
curious.
work,
I've never heard this
part of
before.
here, I'll send it to you right now.
Did they pay for?
Wait, hold
like,
on, wait. Hold on. If 2 people hook up in an office, are you saying that like it was a McDonald's funded orgy or a McDonald's funded sexual adventure? Was this like the orgy room? Or are these just people who are banging?
Yeah,
at
that's the problem. Is they were doing it on office places at the office, and they also used funds to go to like places and then have sex off like work hours and like.
What do you mean by used funds to have sex and off work hours? What does that mean?
Listen, let's say we're gonna have the Diddy
buying
party.
condoms with a company card.
Yes, yeah. Well, sure. I guess that'd be one thing. But say we're gonna have the Diddy party, and I decide to use the company card to pay for the Motel 6 that we're having the orgy at. Do you think that that's a good use of taxpayer dollars to have the money spent specifically on a Motel 6? It's not like we're just going over here for a conference.
That would be fraud or abuse, I would
Thank
say.
you. Okay, good. So we agree.
Oh,
Okay.
is that happening?
That's also not.
That's the alleged. That's the alleged crime. Okay. Well. Okay.
Alleged.
Okay.
Well, this was published. This article that you just referenced was published December 4th, 2024.
Right.
And all I see here is this: it's a congressional investigation into sexual misconduct allegations at a troubled VA facility in Tennessee, where 12 officials who worked there took part in an orgy. I don't even know if they were fucking on site.
Yeah, it goes into all that. There's a bunch of articles about it. But the point that I'm making, you can research it. That's not.
Wait. Give me the strongest article that shows did they even have sex on site?
They're allegation. Okay, bro, just go in this article. It talks about all this stuff. There's talks about at which medical center they do this at. They talk about like the hotels. They talk about all sorts of different stuff. Like, I mean, we're really getting lost in the weeds here. I thought we were talking about USAID, which I had another point. Well, here's what I was trying to do. I was trying to give
really pathetic.
Okay, it said at least two employees. We have 2 employees fessed up to having sex on the VA hospital's grounds. Okay. Does this mean they were using taxpayer-funded money to...
if they were doing it on clock, yeah, that means they're using taxpayer-funded money.
Okay, that's a wild...
Where do you have evidence it was on the clock? Is this like 9 to 5? Or is
once again, y'all get lost in the weeds. The point what I was trying to do is to get us all to agree on a definition of what waste would be, which I thought we did. If we agreed that they were using the money to fund this, that would be an orgy, right? Like that, like an orgy.
But you're using the money,
and that's a waste of money.
It sounds like the employees were fucking... I don't even know if it was on the clock, but that's not like there was money earmarked for federal orgies.
No, I agree, and that's why it would be fraud and abuse. Correct? If it was done that way,
this thing that wouldn't happen would be wasteful if it happened. Yes.
They definitely fuck on the clock. We saw them do it like in the halls of Congress. So don't act like it's so crazy that they.
Yeah, I don't know why we're like and also I don't know why it's getting paid. Paid by the hour. Hold on, if I'm getting paid by McDonald's,
both of you, just shut up for a minute, please.
If I'm getting paid by McDonald's, I'm fucking somebody in the bathroom.
Gibbs, do you not understand the meaning of shut up? Shut up for a minute, because I'm trying to get us back on track and kind of put a pin in the orgy discussion.
Yeah, well, I had a point that I was trying to make, though, by the way, for the record.
So just to be clear, in the article, it's saying that people who were employed by the VA had sex at the VA, and your argument is that means that the funding that was going to the VA was fraudulent, wasteful, or abusive.
Yes,
okay. If that's your argument, that's your argument.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's get back to USAID.
Okay, you're right. Which brings me back to what was going to be Haiti and Sudan, right? Okay, cool. If we're sitting here talking about waste, I would argue that it's wasteful if I send all the aid in the world to Haiti and then barbecue steals the aid and then uses it to fund his people. Would you agree that's a waste of USAID?
If barbecue steals the... I'm sorry, say that last part again?
Barbecue is one of the biggest gang leaders in Haiti, right? He and his gang leaders that are in charge of the capital or were took over the aid, like took the aid trucks, like raided the aid. If
people are stealing aid, that's not good.
That's not good, right? Okay, so that would be inefficient and waste and abuse, right?
I don't know if I would call it abuse. It might theoretically be wasteful. Yeah, if that usually programs start to get cut when they find that like local people are co-opting all of the stuff in a bad way. Yeah.
So she's right here as trying to characterize it. I'm not opposed to soft power inherently. I am opposed, and I don't think Dragonfist either, but I am opposed to how it's being done currently with USAID. One, I think it's corrupt, but two, even if it's not being done corrupt, I think it's being done inefficiently and poorly because we're throwing money at the problem and we don't have a real solution. Why throw money into Sudan? And I as much as one of the next person want to help people.
This is how you short circuit this whole argument, and you'll have a quote for this. But like this is how you short circuit this
I'll have a quote. Don't worry.
If you tell me that you don't like this because the money is going to somebody bad or whatever, then the easy answer is, okay, well, what steps did they take to try to alleviate that circumstance before just cutting the program entirely?
So spend more money on it then.
How do you think you watchdog things? How do you think you do accounting and auditing? Yeah, you have to spend a little bit more money to audit things. Do you think it's free?
Literally all of the coherent critiques of USAID were about the administrative overhead.
Yeah, or just cut it. Yeah.
Fine. Then you don't care that it's going to slavers. Or you don't care about any of that shit. You just cut it.
I will admit that.
If you actually cared, then you would try to find ways to spend the money better. But you don't. You just want to cut it all. That's it.
I don't care. I don't care if I want to go to
Okay.
people that it's supposed to either A, it's supposed to go to, or B, they're going to help us further along the United States cause.
Yeah, that never happens though, and your side never does
does
that. So I don't
happen
know
all
why
the
you have
time.
that position either.
It happens
What
all the
what
time.
funds did Trump redirect?
Redirect. Oh, yeah, I got those notes right here. Go ahead. And Andrew, you want to say something?
Well, that's also a straw man, because it's not just that we don't care. It's not just like, oh, you guys don't care, you just want to cut the program. No, if you listen to the premise of my argument, at least, it's we have this existential problem, which you agreed to, Des. You said it's an existential problem. It's the reason that the middle class and the elite, that there's such a big gap. Every year when we don't pay off the national debt, they have to print more money. Every year the gap gets wider. It's an existential threat. So that's why we're saying, hold on a second, we can't waste any
But
of
it
this
doesn't
money.
make sense
How
when you
is
say
that
we
a problem?
because
You
it
would do
doesn't-
the same thing with your money. You wouldn't just fucking waste it. If you were, yeah.
Now do the example for this. Okay, yeah. It doesn't make sense that all the people who wanted to cut USAID are complaining about the deficit when all of them are also the largest deficit spenders. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's
Make
an
that make
appeal to
sense to me.
hypocrisy. You know that doesn't mean anything, first of all. And what we can't
No, stop.
waste over here.
Hold on.
because there's
Hold
also
on.
things over here we're not talking
Let him
about.
make his argument. Let him make his argument, and then you can respond. Destiny, make your argument. It's not
Appeal to
hypocrisy.
hypocrisy is showing that a person had a personal failing or something that contradicted a stated position, and to say that like, oh look, you can. So somebody says, I think that murder is wrong, and it's like, well, didn't you kill your wife? It's like, oh fuck, you got me right. That would be an appeal to hypocrisy.
Okay, so
if I say that all the same
it's
people,
inconsistent. It's inconsistent worldview. I misspoke.
correct.
Inconsistent.
Well, that's important because inconsistencies don't make sense. If you think that the debt is like the biggest problem in America, and all the people who are conservative and wanted to kill USAID seem to think that, but they're also all the largest spenders in the country, that makes me think that that's not honesty. Something is dishonest.
It's the same exact thing that you're doing when you talk about worrying about people dying overseas, but you don't care that we aborted a third of Gen Z. You're doing this. You have the same exact inconsistent worldview. So, okay, not appeal to hypocrisy, inconsistent worldview. Fine, it doesn't matter. We could still look at those funds and say we need to cut them. Should we cut wasteful funds? Do we need transgender comic books? Yes or no?
I don't think money was going to transgender comic books.
Money was not going to transgender comic books.
That wasn't the question. If it was going there, should we cut that?
It would depend on
That is
what
an
the
irrational
program
place to
was.
start.
What? See
Should
what?
we cut it?
It would depend on what the program was. I don't know.
Transgender comic books. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what that means. Are you talking about like a holistic program
If
that
we were
does fucking comic
funding,
books?
exactly. It's so stupid.
You can't
You
engage.
don't
I
even
do
want to
agree it is
pretend it's
stupid.
real. That's
I do
the
agree it is
tactic.
stupid.
You
Because
can't
it doesn't.
I know
It's
the
so
answer about
stupid.
that.
That's
Hold
right.
on,
It's
hold
your
on.
program.
Stop. He's owned me. Show me the transgender comic books. We'll wait. I'll wait.
Oh, you think I have them? Do you think I'm a transgender
show me
comic
online.
book
Make me the $2
collector?
million transgender comic books.
Maybe
I'll
you
wait.
missed it again. Maybe you missed it again. Is that we don't know if they're actually spending. They're probably not actually printing transgender comic books. But this is what it's
They are
earmarked
not.
for. This is what it's earmarked for.
Nope, that's not what it was earmarked for. That is
Show
not
me the
true.
earmark. Show me the earmark. Show us the
Because-
earmark. Show us the earmark.
This is known.
Show us the
Show us
earmark.
the earmark.
Checked all the earmarks.
Show it.
DM
Show
me,
this
DM me
earmark.
your
Where is
link, DM me your evidence, and I'll show it on screen.
Also, while y'all mentioned the redirect thing, real quick, on just the redirect, some of the things that.
Oh,
we
hold
have-
on. Let him DM me the earmark or the source that he has that shows the earmark.
Are you talking
and I'll
about
show it on
me? Why do you have her DM you the
Because
source
you
that
made
it
the
wasn't?
allegation there is $2 million
Said it
earmarked for
definitely
transgender
wasn't. How
comic
do you
book,
know
and
that?
you have not
How
proved
do you know
that.
it definitely wasn't?
What do we have to do? Find every single dollar earmarked by USA?
have
This
this
every
fucking
fucking
comic
thing.
book. How do we know it was?
If it's not true, right? This is what they're saying it was earmarked for. I'm
No,
not
you are making the
arguing-
claim, and you need to prove
I'm
the
not
claim.
arguing with the government. That's what it's.
You have asserted this idea of $2 million paid
I
for
have
USA
it.
for
I have
transgender
it.
comic
I have
book,
the-
and
I
you
have
have
the
not
quote.
sourced that.
He's got
Okay,
it. I'm not
DM
making
someone
it up.
DM it
It's a
to me.
real claim. I didn't just put it out of my I'm not making it up. You know I'm not. It's a real.
How do we?
You
Hold
are
on.
making
No,
it
hold
up.
on.
You have not
Stop.
proved
Stop.
otherwise.
How do we know
I'm
you're not making it up?
He's going to give you the evidence. I could find it also. I didn't know we were looking stuff up here during the debate.
So you made this claim without evidence?
You make every claim without evidence.
Not true.
My evidence is $39 trillion debt that we're
That's not
accumulating
relevant.
faster than we're paying down.
That's not
the
evidence. That would
ultimate
fail a
evidence.
middle
That
school
is
essay.
evidence.
You know
It's
that does not prove
fact.
your claim.
Both
That is
sides agree
stupid.
on it.
You
It's
would
an
fail
existential
an 8th grade
That
class.
is evidence.
You do not have
And
evidence of the
we're
claim
growing
you
it
allege.
faster than we're paying it down. Where is your evidence that any of this money is helping anyone? I'll wait.
Okay, so I've been sent
I-
two
I-
things.
They're not my. By the way, those
Hold
are
on.
sources that say it. These are not. This is not my claim. But
Okay,
this is
I
what
found what I
they're
think
doing.
is the earmark. So the description for this is to cover expenses to produce a tailor-made comic featuring an LGBTQ plus hero to address social and mental health issues. So I don't even know if he's trans. He could just be gay. And it looks like the funding amount was $32,000. That's one that
I didn't list an amount, did I? I said monies went to Colombia,
$2 million.
India.
Did I miss that? I thought I said $2 million.
By USAID. It was $32,000 by the State Department.
Yeah, the $2 million is a program.
So should we not say anything? Just let it go? Can I have $32,000?
You should have proof before you say
just
shit.
Give me $32,000. We're just letting money go. I'll take it. Like, why did they get it?
It sounds like it's a public diplomacy.
Okay, so can we cut it, Destiny?
If you want to get the political support to cut the program and do it, don't just go do it. Pretend to fight abuse. I think we should cut funding to every red state until we lose enough of these people that we could carry on with our country in like a holistic way.
Trying to help cut the national debt. I'm not trying to hurt you.
You're not.
This is an irrational way to approach.
You don't support anything to cut the national debt. You guys are the biggest spenders in the history of the country. Trump on his own is almost responsible for a third of the fucking debt. Are you in favor of our current war in Iran?
I never supported the war in Iran. You could check on my page from the first day.
How about we start there?
Because of this exact reason. So I'm consistent. Because of this exact reason that it doesn't help us at home. It's a huge waste of money.
How do you know?
Wait. Sorry, hold on. I forgot. Wait. I didn't. Hold on. I'm sorry. I forgot a pre-question first.
That's just my opinion on
Iran. I agree. Wait, that might be.
Okay, well, don't give a fuck.
Wait. Real quick.
Answer the question. I answered it.
I agree. I'm just asking one question. Dragon. Did anybody have foreknowledge of 9/11 and didn't tell the United States?
I'm not aware, sir.
You're what?
Alex Jones.
I'm not aware, sir.
Do you believe
that? They had that knowledge or not? I'm assuming they did because you said that.
Okay. Who's they?
They or not? Tell me the story. I don't know. I don't know everything. Tell me.
All right. Okay. I understand what you're going to say.
Did they or not? I want to know what your point is. What is your point?
I don't have a point. I was
what
just
is your point?
Okay.
So I did send the thing to UWIC, but I think it's $2 million was like earmarked.
You sent me the same thing he sent me. It's the same page.
Oh.
Alice sent something else. A fact check site. I'll just throw that on screen real quick.
To the comic.
Where here do you want me to show this precisely?
It's the last section.
A transgender comic book in Peru, this one?
Yes.
Okay. In 2021, the U.S. Embassy in Peru introduced a comic book called The Power of Education, in which it used to promote education exchange programs in the U.S. The following year, the embassy commissioned a second volume. The embassy asked us to introduce a gay student, number 2, to show his personal struggle coming out to his parents, but that has zero to do with being transgender. David Campiti, who owns the company who produced the comic book, told us in an email. The comics were about scholarships and furthering education. And it goes on, but it seems to be saying that, at least according to this source, that there wasn't a transgender comic book in Peru. It was about education, and one of the characters was gay.
Irrelevant to my point. Still a huge waste.
Nope.
Irrelevant to my point. Does that make it not a waste?
Your whole point was a lie about that.
No, it wasn't. It's a fucking huge waste.
You lied about the funding amount, where the funding came from.
I didn't say a funding amount.
Any waste.
Wait,
I didn't say
you didn't even bother to understand the intended impact it would have.
The $2 million is claimed to go to Guatemala, not Peru, for the record.
You just proved the waste.
That's neither here nor there.
You just proved it. What do you mean? You said it's not happening. He looked up the gay comic book. If it's a single dollar, it's a waste. Why should we send it there?
How do you know? How are you measuring that?
Because gay comic books overseas are a waste when we're in so much debt that it's snowballing and it's eliminating our middle class. I would say gay comic books can take a fucking back seat for now. Once we fix that, then we can worry about the comic books overseas. This
Promoting
is like a serious issue.
I
don't know why
in Peru is good for the world and improves economic conditions in Peru, which makes them a more.
Who gives a shit if our economic conditions here are failing? Have you ever been on a plane where they tell you put the mask on yourself first, then you put it on the other person? If we fail, guess what? We can't help anybody. So then what happens to all those people you don't care about, that you care about? What happens to them then when we can't help them anymore because we failed? How do we help anybody if we fail?
You have in no way proven the logic that we are not allowed to fund any overseas programs to help anyone else until we have helped ourselves. That was the entire point of your analogy about you have to put your mask on yourself before someone else.
Hold on.
Like you may struggle with analogies because you also struggle with like evidence and basic citations. So that's just kind of where you're at.
You can't follow the argument. That's fine. Yeah, the national debt is an existential threat. Therefore, we must cut programs that aren't directly related to national security. So
you have not proved it's an existential threat, and you're taking an irrational approach to
continue to help others.
Well, first of all,
that is the argument.
First of all, you've only made one-liners, so I wouldn't be talking about evidence. I mean, like, you pointed this one to 32,000, you keep talking about that. Yeah, that's cool. But the claim originally, this is the one I sent, Wick. I don't know why if it's the same one, but the thing I sent, the claim is 2 million LGBTQ activism, and I think it's Latin America and specifically Guatemala. Not that I really give a shit, because I don't care. I'm not on the same, like, diehard thing that he's talking about. However, when I'm talking about waste and inefficiency, listen, I'm not opposed to soft power in general. I just think USAID was not the way to do it. I think that we need to redo it. And this is the kind of the point I wanted to get back to when I brought this up here. Some of the restructuring, we've said, we cut, we've done United Nations funding, we've cut that. I think that's some good. But then we pledged $2 billion blanket fund to them through OCHA. I was like, okay, that's a decrease in DOU in a humanitarian fund, but it's still the largest amount being given by anybody. We also are doing direct cash assistance. We've saw the microloan program has worked, so we're doing a program called Macro Awards through the State Department. That seems to be going very well. And then we're excluding certain climate plans that other countries weren't following, like China, that were hurting us economically. And now, we're like, why are we going to do these things if other countries aren't doing it? And I'll give you an example: screwworm, right? We talked about this, whose fault it is, whatever. Well, it passed the Darien Gap, and they kept funding supply systems in the Darien Gap. Well, once it's passed it, why are we wasting money on something that's already failed? We need to reuse that money to go use it more efficiently to, like, stop the screwworm in a different spot, not keep funding where it's already failed, right? So I think that when you're sitting here saying no soft power, that's just the best characterization of, like, what's happening with Republicans. We just don't like the inefficiency, the corruption, or where we perceived waste. Now, I'm not on the board with, like, Andrew here necessarily about the anti-LGBTQ crusade. However, it does seem hard for me when I see grants being given out to study, like, butchers' languages in like France, right? Why do we care about that? It's like $200K, it's a drop in the butt. Like, I don't care. Some of these might even be CIA black programs. I don't really care. But the point is that some of these are wasteful, and we don't need to do them when there's money. We can spend that money differently here. And I don't necessarily even care about the debt as the issue. I care about shit being done in a way that's going to help America.
Okay.
And USA
We got to let the other people respond.
Sure, don't worry. I had waited like 10 minutes. Relax there. I'm done. Yeah, that's it. I was done. Yeah.
I mean, like, we're just back where we were before. It's basically, these are spending things that you just don't like, and then you confuse that with waste, fraud, and abuse. And then you say that it's a waste of money to spend things on here, and we should be spending more domestically, but conservatives never have anything more that they want to spend domestically on, and they seem to waste so much money on other things, and they constantly grow the debt and deficit, so it's hard to take any complaints about deficit spending seriously. And then even for, like, oh, well, soft power isn't as good as hard power, blah, blah, blah. Like, every time Trump comes into office, we get more and more hated by other countries on the world. Our reputation is, like, at an all-time low right now, so it seems like any plans that we have with regards to making the United States more respected or increasing our power is not working out at all in favor of us. We're not doing well on a respect level, where we've lost, like, the worst war maybe in all of U.S. history ever under, like, the pro-war kind of Department of War president. It seems like every country around the world doesn't want to work with us. Trump is begging like a pathetic baby for NATO to come and help him in the Strait of Hormuz, and nobody wants to help him because he literally was shitting on everybody a while ago. China is looking to Canada. Canada is looking to China. Trump wants to tear up the largest trade agreement region in the world for, I'm not even entirely sure why. You guys are complaining about wasted money in USAID, and Trump is spending money on UFCs outside in ballrooms and everything else. And I just don't know. There's just, like, no consistency. It seems like you just hate the concept of soft power because some, crazy Republican guy or Alex Jones told you it was an evil, bad program. And then that's where the thoughts basically start and stop. And that's it.
What were the
another straw man.
Yeah, what were the 4 objectives of the war, by the way? Just real quick, because Rubio stated them right before.
At one point, he might have, but I mean that was
all accomplished.
It
was destroy their ability to produce, missiles and weapons and shit. Okay, we've done that. It was destroy their navy. Their navy's gone, gone. Right. It was degrade their ability to give money to Hezbollah and their access to terror. That's gone. Hezbollah's the weakest it's ever been. Hamas is basically on his back legs. The Houthis are, like, they're still around, but they're not nearly as good. So yeah, we've done all these things. And then the 4th one was like, stop them from making money and shit. Like, so once again, we've hurt them and take out their leadership, right? We've took out their leadership. That's pretty clear. They're one of their, like, 5th person now. Like, we bomb them so often Jim will answer the phones.
Iran is gearing up to be the strongest nation it's ever been in the history of its entire existence. Are you not aware of that?
Yeah, I'm going to need whatever weed you're smoking, because that is
the weed that says that Trump is offering them full sanctions relief and the ability to basically tax stuff going through the Strait of Hormuz,
and we're
and
also
the
gonna have
ability to
American
tell
businesses
Israel
that
that we're not even
rebuild them.
allowed to strike Hezbollah in Lebanon anymore. That's why Israel is freaking the fuck out so much about it. Like, what are you talking
stand
about?
up.
Yeah,
Bro.
because Israel's our attack dog. Sometimes you got to smack your attack dog and let them know who's daddy. Like, I mean, like, listen. they're the guys
You're
that
aware
go
that
off the chain.
Israel is the one that
Psychosexual.
smacked us around to get us into Iran, right?
Sure.
Even your friend here would probably
And
agree with that,
we
right?
backed them. We backed them when we needed, and now
We
we're
didn't
like
back
saying,
them. We got
like,
pulled
calm
in.
down.
Trump got pulled
Sure, we
in.
got
He got
pulled-
led
yeah,
around like a child on a leash,
so,
right?
Wait, you're the one who's y'all are the ones who are sitting here saying we don't back our allies.
Okay.
And then one time we go back our allies, now you're all upset we're doing it. So, like, what is it? Are you mad that we're not going to be backing our NATO allies? Or are you mad that we're backing Israel because they're our ally? Like, which is it? Because, that's the whole point of agreements, isn't it? That's what I get told by Wick and all these other people when I come on here, is that we need to honor our agreements internationally. We have
We don't have
with
formal
Israel.
agreements with Israel to help them in offensive wars. We don't have formal agreements with any country on the planet to help them in an offensive war with anybody else. Israel is absolutely not a NATO ally, so I don't know why you'd bring that up.
you would
And this
call-
is not
they're not
us
a NATO
backing
ally.
our allies in a mutually
Consider
beneficial war. It's trying to back Israel in a crazy war because Trump is actually fucking retarded and doesn't know what he's doing in the Middle East. But
Yeah, I mean,
so
I
you
would
were-
argue they were attacked on October 7th, and Iran was the
Okay,
one who funded them. So
I
it's a
do
continuation of that
I do
war.
have a
Go ahead.
question to maybe get us back to the
Monocause.
topic
Thank you.
at hand.
Thank you.
And this is to Andrew and to Gibbs. Andrew first, if you please.
Sure.
If we can provide, or if people can show evidence that these programs, as silly as they might sound, increase the goodwill of the nations that we are trying to help, therefore allowing them or making it more likely that they'll be favorable to trade deals that are in our interests, to defensive pacts that are in our interests, to allowing us to use their land for bases, allowing us to use their ports to resupply and reconnect. Would that change your mind?
It might, I'd have to look at it on a case by case basis. Because again, I want to stay away from the straw man that Destiny was making. Like, it's not just we want to cut aid. It's we have this existential threat that we want to get down as much as possible. And we can look at domestic things too. And we can look at things case by case. We're not, and even what Gibbs was saying, my own partner, I'm not like anti-LGBT. I just don't think it's the issue that we need to be spending money on while we're drowning in debt. And Destiny already agreed it's an existential threat. So personally, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if it was heterosexual comic book, like earmarked for straight men. I would still say cut it. I don't care if it's like any type of sexual, anything, pleasure, anything that's not national security needs to be looked at and put on the chopping block when we're in this position. If we can get ourselves out of this position where we're not accumulating debt faster than we're paying it down, because what I would like is from one of them, maybe we could ask them, how do we get out of this? And then we could start to look about helping other people, because we're in a spiral, a downward spiral. I think that's the most important thing. And once we look at that, we can look at all the other programs you're talking about. I'm not just trying to cut off aid around the world
That's a useful
indiscriminately.
question. How do it? Yeah, and this is to She's Right in Destiny. How do we get out of this? If
Elect
you're
a Democratic president.
I can't separate the obsession with the debt and the deficit and all the people that want to get rid of USAID with all of the largest largest spenders in the United States. I just can't separate those.
I didn't support the war.
That's great for you, but you voted for people that did, right?
Well, I only have two options, unfortunately.
Well, then there you go. Yeah, but one of them is worse for the debt, right? The Republicans are worse for... You think that the Hold on.
I think the waste that comes only from Democrats, they use it as like a funding tool through NGOs like Gibbs was trying to put, like, why do you think Tim Walz was at the heart of Minnesota and he was also the VP nominee?
So you think, hold on, so just to be clear, you think that...
Maybe it's just
okay, you gotta let him respond. Go ahead.
That happened.
You got it. You gotta let him respond.
No, you got a virtue signal because these people only care about fucking trans people and gay people, apparently.
I'm
if you look at
giving
spending...
straight people examples.
You're giving me
Tim Walz is straight, Gavin Newsom is straight.
Whatever the fuck, who cares?
The homeless crisis, I'm talking about quality rearing, I'm talking about waste.
So you don't care, we don't care about debt anymore. So do you care about debt or not? Do you care about debt or not? Do you care about debt or not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need to cut all the waste, and it comes from your
Bill
side.
Clinton was the last president to have a budget surplus. Do you acknowledge that?
Neither side is fixing it.
I said Bill Clinton was the last. That's a simple one. Without having to hedge, Bill Clinton was the last one to have a budget surplus. Yes?
But he also carried over
Neither side now is helping us.
George Bush was the one, a Republican, that mired us down in Iraq and Afghanistan, correct?
Yeah, I'm not
feel
here
like he's
supporting
justifying that
Republicans.
part
I'm
as
here
well.
saying you
Trump
should,
was the
that
one-
cutting USAID is good.
Sure,
So you're
Donald-
again strawmanning my position.
Okay.
Strawmanning my
You're not
position,
reality.
dude.
You don't care about the debt or deficit. Just don't lie about it.
It's not my
just so boring
position.
to lie
I
about
do
it.
care. That's my main argument.
You don't
I
care.
know you
You
can't
don't
beat
give
it.
a
I'm
fuck.
sorry.
It is a useful vector for you, like Hassan and Israel, Palestine, or whatever else. The debt is just a useless vector for you to carry whatever cringe
You
cultural
admitted
shit that you
that
give a
it was
fuck about. That's
it's
it.
an existential threat. How is it a useless vector? You admitted it.
No, I didn't. Because I think that it's important,
that.
but you don't. That's the difference. We're
You
not the
said
same.
existential threat.
Yes, I think the debt and the deficit is important, but you don't care about it because you will support
called
the
useless-
spenders.
useless
You
vector.
support the spenders. You support the
I
spenders. Do you
don't. I
understand
said,
that?
see,
You
again,
vote for
strawmanning,
increasing
and I
the
said I
deficit.
don't
You're not a
support the
serious
war in
person.
Iran. You have to stop strawmanning me, dude. I know it's the only way you can
It
beat the
doesn't
argument.
matter about supporting the war in Iran. We don't vote by referendum in the United States of America. You have to vote
Well,
for
I
a president.
don't
and you vote for
support them
political parties.
blindly. That's what I'm saying. I don't
Who did you
support
support in
them.
the last election? Trump or Harris?
Who did I of course I supported Trump. Of course.
Okay.
It's
and
because-
Okay, well, you've given informed consent to the war and skyrocketing
Tim
deficit.
Roberts, the king
Yeah,
of
keep going.
fraud, is that who I was supposed to support? And then you would have said I was making the right choice? No one could have known Trump was going to do this. This isn't what he ran on. So
No one could have known Trump was going to do it. Go to war with the country that he's been fear-mongering about for
this isn't what
decades.
he ran on.
Well, that's a good
So you
point.
have to say
I
that
agree. We
if
do
you have to
retarded.
give voters
Retarded.
the benefit of the doubt that they believe
No.
what he was
Oh my
saying.
God.
You don't? You think that all the voters knew that he didn't mean no new wars? Because I honestly didn't. I can be honest sitting up here. I thought we were not going to have any new wars, and I didn't support it. So that's why I say you're putting me in a position that I'm not even defending.
Hold on. Stop. Gibbs, please stop. Stop, all of you, both of you. Well, let me just ask you a simple question. Okay, knowing that they did
No.
lie to you
The answer is no.
in 2028, are you going to vote for Republicans or Democrats?
Well, first, we didn't get
Hold
lied
on,
to.
let him answer the question.
Okay, go ahead.
You're asking me
Yes, you.
who I'm going to vote for in 2028?
Yes, knowing that the Republicans basically lied to your face, no new wars. Oh, look, new wars. And they've drastically increased the debt and the deficit. Who are you voting for in 2028? Knowing what you know now, are you going to vote Republican again, or are you going to vote Democrat?
You know, can I just elaborate before I answer with context?
Before he says Republican, yeah.
Because I think the Democrats are worse, and I don't think
Well, but
Trump
Dina
was
doesn't
deliberate.
support
Let me just
Let him
answer.
finish, then you guys can respond.
I'm being
I'd like to
100%
get
good
his
faith.
opinion.
I'm telling you guys the truth. I'm not like thinking out a talking point. I'm telling
No,
you what
I
I
get you.
honestly. I don't think he was lying when he said no new wars. I think he got manipulated by Israel and dog walked into this war. So I don't think it was an outright lie.
Okay.
I think he was manipulated and handheld into this war, and now he can't get out of it. Now they're sabotaging him in every way possible. So I would have.
I don't vote for.
Just as a quick
Okay.
question, can you
May
tell
I-
me what kind of voodoo Harris was hooked up to that she could so accurately predict on stage several times that Donald Trump would get us into war with Iran? What did she know?
Well, I mean, to be honest, to be clear, first of all, I actually agree with Destin on this, but in one factor. One, I don't think he lied to us. Two, he has been saying since 1988 that he was going to go in there and fucking take
Yeah, I
Long
know.
Island and dominate the shit out of Iran. And Iran tried to kill him. If you know anything about Trump, he's real petty. He's about the 50 cent of politicians. I don't think that he's going to sit here and let someone who tries to kill him get away with it if he can. So, yeah, I knew we were going to war. Everybody that told themselves they wasn't, they bamboozled themselves with that one. Sorry, I'm not going to stand here and take that one. I definitely knew he was going to war the whole time, and I voted for that, and I wanted that. Now, that's a different section of the Republican Party, I guess. I don't know. But when we're sitting here talking about all these things like USAID, I'm looking at all these examples. This is all part of his Don Roe doctrine. He's trying to control the straits. He's redone these things. You talk about the economic plan, the TRIPS plan with Azerbaijan is fantastic. The new deal he made with Indonesia, the Strait of Malacca, fantastic. We're going to be guaranteeing that, and we're going to control the flow of oil. Looks like China is now starting to buy more of oil. We're becoming larger oil exporters than we've ever been before. We control Panama. That's another major strait, our passage right there. So, yeah, and then now we're talking to the NATO allies. Hey, listen, if you don't want us taking Greenland, y'all better go and spend some money and secure the Arctic passages, because guess what? You don't have two boats y'all can rub together. Honestly, he asked NATO to do this as a trap, not only because we didn't think they would do it, but because they probably couldn't even get the boat out there to Iran, and if they wanted to. And guess who did get one out there? Argentina. So, hey, all these right-leaning governments. Hold on, one last thing. But hold on, this is the... Sure, hold on. I've been waiting a while here. So, real quick, I'm sitting here when I'm sitting this... Oh, I said this earlier, with the 7 countries in South America to watch, Argentina was one of the countries that sent ships to Iran with us. So, hey, guess what? Looks like those countries are already benefiting us now that USAID is gone.
Yeah, how much is Argentina's ships, the 2 tugboats they sent, how much has that helped us control the Strait of Hormuz?
It's pretty good, pretty good. We got some freighters through with them.
Hold on? Do you think that we are in control currently of the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, we are absolutely in control. We're the ones stopping all this shit.
Sounds like waste to me.
We're sending ships through most of the time. And it's probably fine to get one out of every like 500, whatever. Like, yeah, I mean, you can giggle. I mean, clearly you don't know the situation. You know, we can watch the transponders.
It's absolutely not even remotely true.
It is true. We can watch the transponders. We're seeing them go.
So I heard JD Vance say yesterday that the amount, and maybe JD Vance is lying, but he said yesterday the amount of ships is down, but the amount of barrels that's going out is the same. Those mostly cargo ships that aren't going through, hauling other stuff. I'm just telling you, I heard him say it yesterday. So maybe the vice president is lying, but that's what the administration is saying, that the amount of barrels going through is almost back to pre-war amounts.
Yeah, I mean, and we have evidence
just hold on.
shipping logs.
I just have to point this out. I'm sorry, but we've just gone over how they lied to you about no new wars.
Well, they didn't lie.
And then
I said, I'm just saying what the administration is saying.
Maybe they could be lying again. I don't know. Possible.
Then how do we know anything?
Well, hold on. They didn't lie. They didn't lie about no new wars. So I reject that completely. That's part of the reason.
They didn't lie about.
They lied. I think he got dog walked. He got dog walked by Israel. I don't think it was his intention to say, we're definitely not going to do this. Ha ha ha. As soon as I get in, I'm doing it. Like, I don't think that's what he was doing. Destiny, do you honestly think that's what he was doing? The whole time he had this plan. He was like, no new wars, no new wars. Fuck these guys. I'm going to start a new war when I get in there. Or did he get in there and Israel's like, we're going. And he was like, fuck it. We just did this in Venezuela. We had amazing success. He thought he could recreate it. He was wrong.
I think he's stupid. But that would be I would factor that in my vote for him, that I wouldn't vote for Trump because I know he's stupid. Just like he can't manage the debt or the deficit, which you said were existential threats for the United States, and Trump is miserably at.
So did you?
But Harris would have done a better job if I voted for the Democrat. That's why I vote. But USAID is not impacting our debt or deficit that much.
That's not the prompt who I vote for.
Yeah, hold on. But just real quick, please, just so I can kind of make people understand. It isn't the prompt, but your argument is that the USAID was bad and we should end it because the debt is an existential crisis. So that makes it part of the debate.
Well, you're asking in the field. We don't know who the candidates are going to be. Should I vote for President AOC? Is that who you think we should vote for, Destiny? President AOC or over any Republican? Who do you guys think?
Republicans are incapable of managing the wallet. They can't do it.
You guys spend
like crazy. You're not willing to cut any spending, and you guys cannot manage the tax receipts either because you just want to cut your revenues over and over again. So no, I don't think if you care about the debt, I don't see how you can possibly elect a Republican. Republicans have shown for the past 3 decades that they cannot manage a wallet.
And yet the polling, every time they poll like independents and like Democrats, Republicans, people trust Republicans with the economy more than Democrats. Like so clearly there's some sort of disconnect here with what you're saying, and I don't see it. And it seems like we do good. You talked about Clinton's policies. Clinton continued most of the policies Bush Sr. put in, and so like I don't really know that that's the dunk you're thinking it is. I don't know. You're sitting here saying all these things, but really, I'm just saying the USAID has been faulty and corrupt and bad overall, and we need to use our soft power more efficiently. And when I can point to examples where Europe can't even send a boat even if they wanted to, and the South America, who just a few years ago El Salvador was a piece of shit, and now they're over here right-leaning, they're over here sitting here fixing their stuff. They're able to send aid to Venezuela after the issue stuff just went down. They're able to send aid to other South American countries and Central American countries after all this stuff, after being a poor country for decades. And now we're seeing this switch, and same thing with South America. It's wonderful, and it seems like USAID was holding us back by keeping leftists in power that were coming against us.
Yeah, I mean, like that's like a fun narrative, but there's just no evidence or proof of literally any of this. So I don't understand how that USAID was the thing keeping some people in power. Do you think Malay is doing a good job down there, as we have to subsidize them for tens of billions of dollars for their farmers, as our own farmers need subsidies because of how uncompetitive we're making our own markets, as China continues to outmaneuver us over and over again? Are you talking about Are you talking about how we're now hostile to all of our trading partners on the planet? Like we had 100 new deals in 100 days was supposed to be coming. We've had 0 deals so far. Nobody wants to make deals with us, and now we're cutting up our certificate of NAFTA deal. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Who are the farmers? Like, because
this guy just wants to get away from the prompt.
I'm interested to see this because you brought up the subsidies again earlier. And I said, yeah, I think we should cut subsidies here. Who do you think the farmers are? Because the ones that are getting the subsidies are like, I guess it's Bayer now. It used to be Monsanto. They're the ones they're giant farmers, right? Mega corporations. So I didn't know the Dems were the party of, hey, give the mega corporations subsidies. Like that's crazy. Now ranching is mostly 97%, but I think it's really 17% of that, whatever, is independent. But when you're sitting here saying these things, yeah, I guess it's good to give the Malay a subsidy if they're going to actually send troops and ships to help us out. That's what the countries we should be backing. We should be spending soft power. So you're doing this weird backflip where it's like, hey, we should support our allies, except when they don't support us, and we should still give them money. Or, hey, I don't want you to subsidize stuff from Malay, even though he's actually doing stuff for America and actually helping us out. I'm
doing for America.
He sent ships to help us during the fucking Strait thing. I just mentioned this. Like you're sitting here.
God.
Yeah, it worked. They got the ships through. So my point is this: like you keep talking about like how they help. Yeah, I mean you could giggle, but my point is soft power has been going to help us. We're using soft power now to get for countries that want to be a part of Team America, and y'all want to just give money to everybody.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to because I just checked. I see no evidence that they sent ships at all.
All right, I'll get another thing. Give me a minute.
Yeah, can you link me?
Yeah,
because I'm just maybe I just missed it, but I'm seeing nothing. But I could be incorrect.
All right, give me a minute. I haven't posted, so give me a second.
I know there's a Facebook.
Yeah, it's going to take me a second. I'll have to find it. I have it linked in my Discord.
Yeah,
just give me a moment.
There was tweets that said it, but there was no actual announcement or article or anything I could really find.
Give me a couple minutes. I got it. I'll find it before we here a second. I just scroll.
Just really quick. But back to the USAID stuff.
Regardless, they're still doing stuff with us for the economy, so they're still helping us.
I don't know about that. The argument that USAID actually benefits these countries and helps them not just economically, but inspires goodwill towards America. Does that not sit with our interest? Is that not in just definitionally in America's interest? Especially when we have people like China and other bad actors, Russia, who are looking to also kind of sidle up to these other countries and maybe get influence in there as well. So isn't it us cutting off aid to these people only helping China and Russia?
No, I would say it depends on what it is. And I don't think cutting off diversity, equity, and inclusion training to Serbia in any way helps China. Like, I honestly, I think it's the opposite. I think like aligning ourselves with these programs that we know don't work more hurts America. Like that's what I mean. It depends on what the specific aid program is and whether or not we should cut it. But it seems like a majority of these, whether it be something I consider just wasteful, like a DEI initiative overseas or an LGBT or a gay comic book, sorry, not a trans comic book, whatever it is, I don't.
An education comic book.
Or what about
an education comic book? You see how they want to phrase it? I don't, even if it's an education comic book, I don't think that we have to have a hierarchy of what's important to us.
You gotta let them respond.
Say again.
You gotta let them respond once you make the point.
Yeah, no, he can respond. I'm saying a hierarchy of priorities, and I don't see any of these things being top priority.
Sure. Why is it then that like they were cutting like PEPFAR and stuff? What like you keep focusing on the?
I have a PEPFAR. I have it here. We could talk about it. That's the Presidential Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. Is that the one? Why did they cut it? I don't know. Maybe they found some fraud or abuse in there. Do you have evidence that they didn't?
The whole program? Evidence that they didn't?
Well, they cut it. So that's the evidence that I'm citing, that there was fraud and abuse. Do you have evidence that that's incorrect?
That's not how evidence works. I don't know how you could. That's the dumbest statement you could possibly make. Like,
well, this is a waste, fraud, and abuse program that cut it. Right?
Yeah, but it wasn't because Doge did not find any waste, fraud, or abuse. They just identified programs that the administration was ideologically opposed to. That's not what waste, fraud, and abuse is.
To them, that's wasteful. But to them, that's wasteful, Destiny.
Okay,
I gotta ask. Okay, I gotta ask you, Jack.
No, that's not what
it's like saying a journalist can't lie.
Andrew,
journalist.
Andrew, I gotta ask. If the next 2028 comes around, we get President AOC, and she makes a group called the Pedophile Finders and Arresters. and they go out and they
Sure.
arrest Trump and they arrest all the Republicans, is that evidence that the people they arrest are pedophiles? Would that be sufficient evidence to you?
No, but if
Okay,
they
so
start
why is it
arresting people,
sufficient
hold on,
evidence
hold
to
on,
you
hold on. I'll
that
debate the
Doge calling
moderator too.
itself a
If they
anti-fraud
start
racist
arresting
abuse
people
and
and
then
saying
cutting
these
it is
people are
fraud?
pedophiles, then we can then look at those people and see if those claims are true. They still did arrest people that they said were pedophiles. The government did still shut down these programs, and you guys looked it up. You're trying to like get it on a technicality and say, oh, it's educational and it just had a gay character. It's not a transgender comic book. So you're even admitting that it's real.
That's not a
You're even
technicality. That's
admitting
the
it's real.
purpose.
I'm saying we think it's wasteful. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but you've not proven waste. And you said you would investigate the alleged rapist
That's what we're doing.
arrests, but you have not investigated and proven waste or fraud or abuse. It just cut medical relief for people with AIDS around the globe.
Well, hold on,
that
hold
does actually build soft power.
Let's just use the example of the comic book thing. I think it's a pretty dumb example, but let's just use it real quick. Okay.
Why don't we use PEPFAR? We were talking about PEPFAR.
Well, we've been talking about both. But
let's talk. We haven't talked about PEPFAR yet, and I want to. So go ahead.
Okay, so fine. Okay, well, what is the PEPFAR thing again here? What did y'all just say? I was ready to go with a whole different argument, but whatever. Okay,
AIDS prevention.
Yeah,
AIDS prevention. In the third world, it's like life or death kind of thing.
Sure, AIDS prevention. Yeah, cool. I mean, so yeah, it's boring. Yeah, well,
nobody else can pay for it. Only us.
Yeah, I mean, we're the only country. I know that the argument they're going to make is, oh, we don't want other countries to step in and do it because that's going to us give up the soft power. But you know, I mean, like, listen. Here's the thing. Yeah, it's sad these people got AIDS, but like, did they have the sex themselves? Maybe most of the time, yes. Most of the time they did. You know, I'm not going to say everyone was a product of not a consensual sex that got AIDS from, you know, war-torn countries. Sure, some of them probably got that way too. That's sad, right? You know, here's the deal. These are war-torn countries with populations that live there, right? It's not, listen, we're not just some global police force as much as people want us to be. We have debt. We have other issues. We have issues here at home. We have problems. There's other countries that are rising in power. Russia and China. I hear about it all the time from people. Multipolarity, it's coming, right? And so, like, if that's the case, then why are we the only ones that are going to sit here and spend our money? It seems like they're having us throw money in a black hole that's never going to sit here and help us out. These countries still hate us because of religion, because we're infidels, for all sorts of other reasons, because propaganda, etc., etc. And then you still want us to throw money at this problem, and it's not helping us at all. And then when I go, hey, you know,
gotta let them respond.
Well, sure.
So you have not actually substantiated that doesn't help us at all. In fact,
you haven't substantiated
and that PEPFAR does actually not only it has saved lives, like over 100,000 lives, even since it was cut like a year ago, right? But also PEPFAR is the one area because it's a health-based thing. It's one of the easiest to quantify a little bit. It gets journalist coverage, and it's when we have the clearest idea. Has actually increased public perceptions of America abroad and at home. Like it gets positive coverage, and that's one of the things that leads to soft power.
What countries is this in? Are they predominantly Christian?
PEPFAR is pretty global. It's pretty complicated. It's like one of the bigger, more complicated things.
Right. But where AIDS is mainly located is in what areas?
I think Sub-Saharan Africa was the huge focus on it, but like
Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, what is America's popularity in Sub-Saharan Africa, where it's a bunch of Muslim extremists and extreme Christian like groups fighting each other? Would you say it's
higher with PEPFAR than without?
They hate us anyway.
They hate us anyway.
They hate us. We have to pay for them too.
Okay,
arguably,
I want them to not hate us.
Okay, you guys, hold on. We got to give the ball to she's right. And Destiny to have their say.
Arguably, the AIDS meds is helping keeping these people
alive. Not Andrew. Sorry.
I like supporting programs that make people not hate us.
For a minute. And you start talking?
Well, yeah, because you keep cutting us off right when we try to make a point.
I know you're trying to. You talk for 10 minutes.
No, I wait. Okay, go ahead.
Just give the ball to them for a little bit.
Yeah. So, you know, there are some countries that are led by evil governments. Fuck them. I don't support them. Make apologies for them. This is a program that saves lots of lives and improves their attitudes towards America. This is part of resolving their hatred of us. Whereas, like, war does not make people like you a lot of time. This is one of those parts that's. And I believe we should agree here. This is a problem we want to solve. This is something that is helping solve it. So
if they stay alive longer, they can spend more money, right? They can work harder. That's something that happens, right? That's right.
Sure, potentially.
Okay, so if these countries are countries that don't like us with governments that are evil, we're paying to keep evil governments, countries, people alive, supplying them economically with physical soldiers and bodies for their economy. Why the fuck would we want to do that?
Isn't that what Donald
Because
Trump's
economically developed countries liberalize.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're bombing the shit out of Iran. I guess their leadership would probably disagree, considering they're hiding in holes. But sure.
Not only that, but you said this moves them. Go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, Trump's about to give Iran the sweetest deal that's ever had in the history of the existence of that country. But
We don't know what the deal is going to be yet. I know you keep trying to bring it here because you don't want to debate the point, but I'll say like the deal's not over. You know,
I'm sure isn't that kind of crazy that none of them ever are?
I'm sure you've bought in a house before or something. You get disclosures throughout the deal and they're different every time and they're never the same as the deal at the end. So I'm not going to call the game like in the middle.
I'm not familiar with that. Where what you negotiate on a house for 10 years and the conditions are constantly changing.
Change during the process of working out the deal, and then the last one is the final deal. That's how it always works. So I don't know why you in the middle.
I don't know why you would even make that analogy. Nothing like how Trump negotiates. Like normal, no, it's not.
You get initial disclosures on a deal, and then it changes. You keep getting new disclosures throughout the process, showing you the updated changes until you get the final disclosures. That is how deals work. And
where are they then? Where are all these deals that Trump has worked out? You realize he hasn't made a single fucking one, right?
That's what I'm saying. We're not going to call it in the middle. Why don't instead of rooting for America to fail and calling it before it's over, why don't we just wait and see how it plays out?
What were the deals that he got in his first administration for the 4 years there?
But that's not what we're discussing now. What I'm saying is why don't we? Yeah, because you keep moving the goalposts around.
I'm asking for any deal. He said he's making this how you make deals. He didn't make any. He didn't make any. He hasn't made any. What can I evaluate? There's none.
And again, you're like moving off the prompt because you know this stuff that we're bringing up is wasteful. You know it. You admitted that it's an existential threat, and there's no basis for which we can just keep throwing money down the drain. And you have no proof that it's doing anything in any of these places. You said, why should we send to places that have evil warlords? Well, I brought up Sudan. So can we cut Sudan and can we cut the DEI in Serbia?
If you knew about this, we already have stopped funding food for Sudan and South Sudan, which are two of the highest need areas, by the way.
Can we keep?
But you haven't looked into this, so you're just lying.
Can we keep the AIDS program and cut the DEI? Like, can we cut some of them?
You guys okay? None of you guys did that. You cut it all. So that makes it seem like you don't really give a fuck.
I'm debating you. Is that okay with you?
If there are programs that you want to cut because either the money's not going towards where it's supposed to be going towards, I think it's totally fine to evaluate it and cut it. But that's not what they did.
So can we then
work you cut the evaluation mechanism
for which to track it better before we open up?
That's USAID, dipshit.
That's what USAID does.
Our whole point, dipshit, is that it wasn't working. That's our whole point.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because it's going to places with chattel slavery. I have a pretty good idea that they're not using the money.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta make a little money.
Working or not?
I gotta make a little money.
So you want to send money to people that are slavers?
I gave an example that you didn't listen.
That's my position. That's your position.
Can we characterize the new
ballroom? Wants to give money to slavers. Desperately.
Oh my God, the filibustering. Can we qualify the new ballroom as waste, fraud, and abuse? Is that okay?
What does that have to do with the prompt?
I'm just asking. Can that be waste, fraud, and abuse?
I don't think it's wasteful. Like, should the White House not have a nice ballroom? I'm not saying it's necessary.
No. I'm saying it's wasteful. So can I say you said that it's an existential threat? You said it was an existential threat that our debt and deficit is so high. So why the fuck are we tearing down parts of the White House that were perfectly fine before and wasting money on building
foreign policy? We can talk about those things, and I agree with you. I said domestic and foreign.
Yeah, let me read some super chats because I gotta make a little money, okay?
Sure.
And then we'll get back to it. It was a good little breather for everyone. $5 from the average Jake L to say, Mr. Mooten said we should donate. Thank you, Mr. Mooten, for supporting other base liberals. Well, yes, you should donate. Mr. Mooten is entirely correct. Thank you for the $5. $5 from Stormwolf. Why bring up elections? Is Gibbs implying no USAID led to pro-American governments being elected, or that the consequences won't happen?
Sorry, what was the question?
$2 from It's Fishy. What does Stephen Bennell 2 think about 6-7? Okay, thank you. $2, I guess. $20 from Pondering Politics. For after the debate, in light of recent Trump financial disclosures, the grand debut of the Qatar plane Air Force One, and the many, many Trump family government contracts, can the MAGA folks weigh in on Trump corruption?
Gibbs or me? You can go, Gibbs.
I mean, oh no. I don't give a shit about the Qatar plane. It's
hold on,
cool.
you understand that, like, it was like $600 million.
Yeah, I mean,
given as
sure. And then the Air Force decked it out and cleared it out. And they were already in the process, if I recall, talking about replacing the Air Force One with a new one anyway. So this actually probably saved us money in the long run. So, like, hey, I guess we don't like taking gifts that save us money and are going to protect future presidents in perpetuity. Okay. Oh no, it's fraud, it's corruption. No, it's not. But whatever.
Take a look at Pelosi or Ilhan Omar.
I don't want to.
Wait, what about Pelosi?
I don't know. She's the best trader I've ever seen. She's better than what is it, like Murdoch? Every trader put together. She's the best one.
Her husband is a hedge fund manager.
He's
That's
the
his
best
job
hedge fund manager. Not just
in the world?
he's the best one.
And if you use
Then why has
autopilot,
he
you
only
can
made?
use the same
Why is the
trades.
money he's made? Why have they made a pittance compared to what Donald Trump has made in like the last year and
You
a half?
know why? Because it depends on how much you put up as to how much you earn back. So you have to look at the percentage at which he's right, which is extremely high. We can look it up. We've been looking
As
things
the
up.
president of the United States, he's making good predictions on world economies. Wow, go
So
figure.
you're
What do you
saying
call
that
that?
Nancy
What do you call
Pelosi
that?
is no
Isn't that
insider
isn't that
trading? Is that
corruption?
your claim?
It's never been proven, has it?
Are you saying she's not insider trading?
I don't believe so. I don't think there's any good reason to believe so.
Fair enough. Okay, so we disagree.
$10 from It's Fishy.
Do you have evidence of it?
I said we disagree. Do you have evidence that she's not based on her track record?
You're
So-
making
so
a
I
claim
know
that
you
there
think
is
that's
a
funny,
track
but we
record
know
proves
that's
on you.
something called
What evidence?
statistics. We can look at something called trends.
Okay. You got you.
These guys are the
Go
ultimate.
ahead.
What is Pelosi's? I'm curious now. What is Pelosi's track record? Like, what are her average annual
I
returns for
said
gains?
we could pull it up.
Well,
I
I
already
will,
said I didn't
I
have
will
the
say this.
exact number.
It's very high, but I will say this, guys. If you want, you can use the autopilot app and invest. It'll make trades proportionally directly with the Pelosi's. And mine, that investment has done fantastic since I've done that, for the record. So check that out.
Okay. $10 from It's Vishy. I know Gibbs and the other chucklefuck are in love with Trump and his foreign policy, but then are against USAID, which was a huge driver of our soft power. These guys know nothing about politics, man. Well, thank you for the $10.
Can I respond to that? Because
You
I
can.
wasn't for Trump's foreign policy. I made that quite clear. Gibbs is. I wasn't. So that's incorrect.
Okay. $5 from Radell. Caring about the national debt is fake woke if you voted for Trump. Did Mr. Fisted vote? It's Mr. Fist, first of all. Vote for Trump that is ruining our national debt and budget deficit? I believe he said he did. It's Vishy. Dragon D's nuts does not know who inspector generals are. Legit, the independent oversight of multiple agencies.
Very good.
10 Headless Chicken. I can't read that one. But thank you for the $10. Yeah, you hold on. Moderators, can we anyway. Potter Politics for $5. Ask this dumb fuck in the hat why I'm more likely to find a Confederate flag at a GOP rally or at a GOP household if the parties didn't switch.
Oh, they didn't
Me?
switch.
That would
It
be.
didn't switch.
Okay, so why would we be more likely to find a Confederate flag at a GOP rally or at a GOP household if the parties didn't switch?
Well, you wouldn't, because the SPLC is going to be
Wouldn't.
funding those agencies. That's why they funded, the Unite the Right. That's why we're finding out all sorts of other crazy stuff. All the time. That's why we had David Duke supporting the Clintons. That's why we have Richard Spencer saying he votes Democrat. That's why we have Nick Fuentes claiming that he's a Democrat. The party switch never happened. That's a lie. We could go into that, but that's not the topic of the day. That's something you can debate for hours on end.
What do you think? One day they were like, okay, let's switch now. All your positions, we're just going to switch them over, and we're going to take. Like, does
Well, if you're at
that
history-
sound
if you do
realistic?
it- yeah,
Does
if you
that
do
sound
look at
like
history-
something that happened?
What sounds more realistic? Their positions
Only one
basically
Republican
switching or
can't
evolving,
do
or
this
that
after
all
that.
the people that lived in the southern states all moved to the northern states, and all the people in the northern
They
states
moved
all
to the
moved to the southern
coast. They
states.
they moved to the urban areas. That's not true. What you're saying isn't true. The Democrats were the party. So you're saying Republicans weren't the party of Lincoln? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the southern states all voted for the Democratic
Well, Lincoln's
Party.
your guy, not our guy.
Who in 2026?
I'm
Which
just
party
saying-
in 2026
hold on,
is
I'm
saying
just
who's going to
saying
pick
that
up
in
votes?
order to effect
Sure.
the same change, you would have had to have all these people moving and swapping homes.
Yeah, people moved.
Yeah, I mean, who in 2026? Which party is saying who's going to pick our crops? Talking
Moved.
about stuff
New York
last
City.
week.
Okay. I got more. I gotta get through them.
Demographic change in the last 20
I
years.
gotta get through them.
Huge.
Stay in school, kids. There are
General
Peruvian
Grievous
comic
for
books about it.
$2.
Yes,
The
Democrats- what's your
Demographic
highest
change in New
level of
York State
education, by the
come
way?
to staying in school.
Okay, I got to make money, gang.
Sure.
General Grievous for $2. Dragon Fist is fine with $300 billion to Iran. I don't think he is. $5 from Corneo. These conservatives are deeply unserious. Please find better guests.
Oh my God.
$5 from Trevekia. Does Admiral Gibbs and Dragon Fist feel Trump was properly allocating funds when proposing the $1.776 billion for the anti-weaponization/fund?
Every question is just what about isn't, what about isn't. If you want to have a debate on any of those issues, you could tell Mr. Wick. I'm sure Destiny and She's Right will come back and we could debate any of those issues. We're debating this issue, which is USAID foreign policy. So that's what
listen,
we're doing.
Despite my rep, I'm not a mad guy. I don't like that policy for the 1.76 trillion. That's a bad one. Not every policy is going to be one that I like. That's okay. I didn't like that one. Yeah. Okay.
Which
Yeah,
is
got me.
Persona for $2. Link for the comics. Asking for a friend. I'll put it in my Discord. Scorned. Thank you for the 5-month membership. these people shouldn't be allowed to vote. Okay. $5 from It's Fishy makes claim, quote unquote, show us, dude, this is a problem. We don't know if it's true or not, end quote.
Why is it that all of those Confederate statues, I guess, were those all put up then by Democrats? Why is it the Republicans are the ones who always cry when they get torn down?
Tear them down. I don't give a shit. I mean, like, this is once again, this is like I'll
It's
argue.
more of a northern
Hold on,
southern
hold on. We already caught the
Crazy how
SPL.
that
Hold on,
works, huh?
the testify. Well, hold on, it's not crazy. I just brought this up. We just had congressional testimony that the SPLC was funding recruitment, flag burnings, and clothing for the KKK and the neo-Nazis. So yeah, I would say that secretly. Why? Well, allegedly it's for informers, but one of the bitches was sleeping with one of the top
she
people.
was banging with her.
Yeah, when she's banging him. So
She
yeah,
was-
crazy that I guess I don't. It's crazy that somebody that's so anti-racism would be banging King Dick racist. Like, doesn't make much sense there, unless liberals and leftists are the actual party of racism.
So that's
like I
not
said, in
an
2020,
ideological
well,
motivation.
hold on, it is just like it is in 2026. They're still the same ones wanting to have a subclass to pick their crops. Who's going to pick our crops? You know who said that? 1860s. Guess who said that? The Dems. Oh, crazy how that didn't really change. Okay. Crazy how all those leaders I mentioned are also Democrat.
Okay, you guys, this is like a $5 question, and you're giving like $50 answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's also
$5
dumb,
from Kyle Link. Awesome to see Dragonfist has pivoted from karate to debate. I'm afraid of what any more karate chops to the head would do to him.
That would hurt.
$5 from Black Pilled Kiwi. You aborted a third of Gen Z. Should have been half. Okay. $2 from the Witch's Persona. She's right. Name checks out. Paul Cast 5 or 6 says government funded trans comic USAID orgies for all. Okay. $10 from It's Fishy. What are your thoughts on OBA, OBBBA, and TCGA? He cares more about his minor funding compared to cuts to healthcare, Medicare, and ballooning our debt and deficit. You want to respond to that quickly?
Gibbs?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've moved positions recently on some funding here. You know, now that we know how much fraud is going to all these programs in Minnesota and California, maybe if we restructured them and relooked at them, we could actually fund some of these things, maybe help Americans. But we won't know until we use Doge to gut out the fraud and all this other issues, and use the Justice Department to look into these corruption.
Oh no, we'll get to it later. But
thanks for that, T-off. Appreciate it.
I'm really curious what if Doge was. If you think Doge was financially positive for us or not. But
Doge has failed. Doge is done. I don't know why we're even pretending like anything different.
What's the chick that's the oh god damn it, the press conference girl? What's her name? I can't think of her name.
Caroline Levitt.
Thank you, appreciate it. I don't know why I'm blanking, but Caroline Levitt just literally gave out a speech, like a point where she listed 8 things like last week about the Doge just cut. So they're still working. This is like a fake news thing that y'all keep doing, saying Doge doesn't exist anymore. They're definitely still doing things. Pete Hegseth also quoted Doge finding stuff recently. So I guess y'all are just making shit up.
Okay.
$10 was majorly disbanded. They were not really funding anything significant anymore. There might be some people working in departments doing ordinary cuts or whatever, but we were initially promised $2 trillion in cuts by Elon. Then that went down to $1 trillion. Then it went down to $100 billion. And then it kind of sort of ended up in them just cutting programs that they didn't like because they couldn't find any waste, fraud, and abuse, or they would just quote things from OAGs that had already found some. Either wasteful spending or stuff that needed to be addressed. And then now we just have it as part of the government where every now and then they'll just say, well, if they fire somebody, we can give Doge credit for it, which is actually just retarded because these departments can take care of themselves. So I don't know why you need to make another bureaucratic department to tell other departments how to spend their money. It sounds like the dumbest thing ever. It was dumb and it continues to be dumb. And if it exists in any form today, it is probably definitionally waste, fraud, and abuse.
Okay. $10 from Lawson Harrison. Destiny and Alice should start a channel where they talk about ranching and martial arts so that these regards can understand the feeling. Okay. $5 from Keep Your Bill Steins. For our martial artist, how much or by how much did the USAID cuts reduce the national debt? I should have expected it was a big amount, no?
Well, the national debt is, I don't know if this is a trick question. The national debt is not going down at all. It pretty much never gets reduced. We don't pay on the principle of it. This is a separate issue. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't cut things. Like we have to cut things to get to the point where it starts to come down, right? We have to spend less. We have to. Do you have another solution? People are saying like we shouldn't vote. We're not even saying we want people to get hurt or we want to cut all aid or we don't want soft power. We're not saying any of those things. We're just saying, let's check. Maybe we can keep the AIDS prevention program and cut the DEI in Serbia. We're being reasonable and
the
also
two easiest things are are the two easiest things are fully fund the IRS, stop trying to gut it all the time. It's the only agency that actually makes money for the government. It's literally your IRS, and then get rid of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That should massively decrease the amount of money that the government was making. So obviously we can't pay down our debt because we're not making any money.
You're agreeing with my premise that we have an existential problem here. So how we get to cutting, it doesn't matter. We have to cut. And if we have things that are wasteful, whether it's my interpretation of wasteful, your interpretation of wasteful, they have to be on the table at least that we can discuss them. And that's what we're trying to do. I'm not saying cut every program. That's not my position. I'm not defending domestic positions because that's not the prompt. But we can come back and talk about that another time. I'm sure there's many domestic programs that we can cut. But not one piece of evidence has been provided that any of these programs are helping anybody. It's just what you guys think they're doing. No direct evidence that the money's going where it's supposed to be going. I'm citing issues like California, where we see humanitarian programs where all the money gets wasted. Why would it be any different in sub-Saharan Africa? Only a moron would think it's going to run more efficiently over there.
$5 question, just FYI. Like you guys are giving
question over and over.
Yeah.
Impactcounter.com.
$5 from Benji Boy. To the crazy Republican, why do you think 32,000 is breaking the U.S. budget, but Republicans have tried trickle-down economics 4 times now? Please explain. Well, I think he just did. Echem for $5. U.S. debt is an existential problem. Given that, why not focus on closing the tax gap for $700 billion versus $125 million for USAID? Literally 5,600 times more effective.
Well, that's not the prompt. Like I can only. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg Yo for $5. Why does Andrew keep claiming straw man when the other side is accurately summing up his points? Dead Dodger Jim for $5. Tell Purple Joker and Hat Guy in witness protection, did Trump save or waste money on the reflecting pool?
I would assume that he didn't save money. However, I wouldn't call having nice things in the Capitol a waste either. So, I mean, is it a priority for Papa Gibbs? No, it's not a real high priority. However, I don't really see the pennies that he spent on that as wasteful, and I would rather that go to that than I guess some comic in Peru. I don't really give a shit about the comic, but hey, let's let the fucking pool be nice. It doesn't help though the lefties over here making it worse by destroying it again after it just got fixed, but that's neither over there.
Not taking that.
No evidence of that.
$2 from It's Fishy. He needs to vote Dem if he's scared of debt. $5 from the average Jake. Steven Seagal Jr. must have lost all his bullshito fights. His brain damage is on full display. He never confirmed that the moon exists. Does it? Okay. $5 from Benji Boy. 11 of the last 13 recessions were started by Republicans. Since you care about the budget, I assume you are voting Democrat now. $5 from Stormwolf. So we care about cutting the debt. So we focus on 1% of the budget and vote for Republicans when Democrats always decrease the deficit. $10 from Pondering Politics. Does he disavow Trump now? Will he commit to voting for Democrats in the midterms and in 2028?
You want me to answer?
Will you commit?
I won't commit. I have to see who the nominees are. Dems.
Okay, sure. Well, let me ask. What is one Democratic nominee you would vote for?
And don't say Graham Planter.
I'm not going to make a statement about a Democrat I would vote for at this time.
I'll do one. I like Fetterman. Do you like Fetterman?
I do like Fetterman, but I'm still not. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. You can't think of a single Democrat you would vote for? Not one?
I just don't want to make the statement that I support any Democratic candidates without fully investigating. But Fetterman is reasonable, at least. Seems to be more reasonable.
Can I just real quick, because we keep saying this, so we can at least just look for PEPFAR. So Bush launched this in 2003, and then it was. Look at that. Just bring this chart up. If we look at AIDS deaths in Africa or HIV deaths, AIDS deaths in Africa, you can kind of see pretty clearly, right, as it's capping out at, go figure, around 2003, and then for a year or two afterwards, and then they start to come down.
Is this the one you're sending me here?
Is it the link? Scroll down to, there's cute little lines or whatever.
Yeah. This?
Yeah, scroll down. Sorry, those aren't cute lines. Those are boring lines. There's your cute
is
line.
this cute lines? I don't know what a cute line is. I'm going to be real.
That's a cute line.
Okay, it's a cute line. Got it. Okay, what are we looking at?
Well, so I mean, like in terms of estimates, if you give like credit to PEPFAR for the decrease in deaths here, right? People get up to 25 million lives here that are not dead, not people that aren't dead as a result of PEPFAR. So I don't understand why we keep saying it doesn't do anything. USA doesn't help. Nobody's doing anything to prevent deaths. We don't have any evidence of it preventing deaths. I mean, that's like one we can go into. That's probably the largest program that people would say there, and it's another one that the Trump admin attacked.
So did
Sure,
we go in and like inject these people with AIDS?
Hold on.
No,
In the chart, if you're looking at it, and you can pull it up by clicking the watch stream, it shows from about 2002 where they peak, and it starts dropping drastically till about 2022 where there's a short increase. And 2023 is the least, I guess the latest data we have. Destiny's argument is that this was credited to PEPFAR.
Right.
That PEPFAR helped reduce these deaths. Is this evidence that this helps reduce deaths and helps people?
Listen, the problem is, once again, is this is no evidence this helps the United States. Y'all can argue, oh, deaths is good, it builds goodwill, all these things. One, I got to be honest, unless we were the ones over there injecting these people with AIDS, I got the world's smallest violin here for them otherwise, because like I don't care. Like maybe I'll be the bad guy. Not my problem.
Of the 25 million states, 7 million infants were
prevented
from acquiring HIV.
It's sad.
Is it their fault? Is it
somebody's
the baby's fault when they die of AIDS?
No, it's not the baby's fault, but it's the parents' fault, and it's the government's fault. It's the government's fault. Like, I mean, do you disagree that their leadership and the people there that are exhibiting these behaviors and doing these things, it's their fault for engaging in these actions? Was it okay? And I think once again, I'm not gonna bash the LGBTQ, right? But gay shower complexes where they had the bathhouses was credited back in the day with causing the spread of HIV among people. And originally people were like, oh, this is like a very mean thing to say about it. But it's because the unprotected sex and the habits was spreading amongst this community. And once they had more sexual education, that slowed it down. I would argue, okay, hey, it's still on them. It's still on them for engaging in that behavior.
Do you think it'd be useful to spend money on helping to give them sexual education?
No, because once again, that's going to give economic benefits and military power to countries that don't like us, and this goodwill is not being extended. They're going to be, oh, wow, thanks for the dumbass
sexual education on safe sex for homosexuals is going to increase their military power?
And yeah, with you're dying at 40 from AIDS, do you think you're able to fight longer than if you're healthily, if you're don't have AIDS at all? If you're homosexual, and I don't know.
PEPFAR was running for 20 years. Which one of these sub-Saharan African countries were going to war with us?
Well, we see Nigeria. Did Nigeria get any of it? Because we first fought Boko Haram. We had a 6-country war that we were backing up Boko Haram with Chad and all these other countries. We're at Djibouti right now. We're sending people out. Like that's where AFRICOM is. There's a reason why we have AFRICOM.
Which one of these countries are going to war with us?
I mean, none of them. But they could be going to war with our allies, like Rwanda. Countries go to war. There was just the Great African War and the Great African War too. Was those things that happened? Yeah. Did we have countries that we were allied with in those regions to some extent? Have economic engagements with? Yes, absolutely. So it's not just directly us. So when you're saying, oh, let's give all this money to all these countries that are helping, you don't have any evidence this economically didn't help our enemies, which is much more likely it did help them to some capacity, especially when we just give this willy-nilly indiscriminately to mass populations.
Okay. $5 from Aliceness. Wow. So not only is Trump failing on no new wars, but he also failed at being the amazing negotiator since he got bamboozled by Israel. He kinda sucks. Okay. $5 from Tyrion Grayman. Wick, can you pull up maritime traffic and zoom to the strait? We'll do it later. Not for $5, I can't. Okay. You got to add a zero there. $5 from Aliceness. You changed Department of Defense to the Department of War. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Are you that naive?
That was after he was elected.
Okay.
It was.
I mean, yeah, true. Okay, real serious for 100 in Argentina money. I don't know how much that is. I'm Argentinian, voted for Milei, and Reddit mod Joker is straight up BSing. Argentina supports the Iran war and Israel diplomatically, but they never sent shit. We can barely finance ourselves.
I do have the quote on that, and I was mistaken. The quote was by analysts would have amounted to about 2 ships being sent. That is
okay. So you basically made up
No, I didn't make it up.
story.
I just was going off the quotes that I had, and I was incorrect, and I just admitted that I was incorrect, which was what the analyst said. So, like, hey, I'm not trying to sit here and lie in bad faith, like whatever. But Argentina is openly saying they would support, and I have their foreign minister on video, and I can share it where he says that he would do any military support that we need if we asked.
Okay, $10 says evil for Evil Elrond to say this isn't a forum for open discourse anymore. In my opinion, it's just platforming two liars and relying on Destiny to counter them. Just tell the maggots to self-delete and move on. This is silly.
I feel like she's right as countering more than I have.
Dude.
For talking points.
Listen to that comment. Self-delete. What did we say? That's a lie. So we should self-delete. You don't.
Well,
see
you said there was a transgender comic book. You said that quite a lot.
I thought it was a gay comic book. So I should self-delete over it.
Well, no, but what you asked was what was the lie,
man.
so I answered that question, and then you
also the
another
boat
question.
thing.
You do that shit a
Not
lot.
a lie.
Well, that wasn't a lie.
Category
It is a
error.
lie.
It's not a lie.
It is a
The boat
lie.
thing
You
wasn't a
confidently
lie.
made a claim you had no
Why?
evidence for whatsoever, and then you
He
talked over.
pulled it up. He found the comic book in Peru. He found the price of it. It's not a lie. You're just categorizing it differently and calling it a lie. That doesn't make it a lie.
There wasn't a transgender comic book.
Okay, what is a transgender comic book? What's the specific definition?
I don't know, bud. You brought
Oh,
it
that's
up.
what I thought.
Hold on. What would you consider a transgender comic book?
I don't know. I'm not the one trying to categorize it and call you a
gender-
liar. I thought we could give a little good faith here. It wasn't a lie.
If it was good faith, you would have researched it first.
Did research it. That's why I have it written down.
You wrote down something wrong.
Oh no.
Okay, let me keep going. I'm going to do a couple more, then we're going to get back to the discussion, then I'll read the rest later. $10 from Real Serious to say, Wick, please tell Diabetic Joker he is absolutely lying. I'm Argentina, and the opposition here would have absolutely flamed him for that. Okay, fair enough. He did admit he was wrong. $10 from ACall92. If these guys think Trump is our best option for president and Israel led him by the nose, shouldn't we accept our Jewish overlords? Seems they know better than our administration. Okay. With that, I guess this is to Destiny's side. How do you guys deal with this, right? Like when people will just what is your best positive argument for USAID? Why should we have it?
For like an adult conversation, or for a conversation for retards? For an adult conversation, the United States is the world hegemonic leader. And we have to have good relationships with a bunch of people around the world for a variety of reasons. We want them to be amenable to our culture so that we get along better, so that we can make better trade deals, so that people are more likely to loop us in on intel-related stuff, whether that means catching terrorists or cooperating or being a part of things that we used to recognize like Five Eyes or NATO or whatever. Like having more cooperation with all these other countries where we're invested and interested in so many parts of the world is a good thing. And USAID is just like an easy freebie. It's just like a thing that you do that can give you a whole bunch of goodwill from other countries that are in dire straits in some ways. And it's not that big of an expense for us. So as long as we're not breaking the bank doing this, and as long as we're not I guess diverting money to terrorists, it's just an obvious, easy freebie gimme thing. It's like throwing money at an IRA or a 401k. These seem like obvious investments, even before you get into the moral argument of we have had such tremendous advancements in medicine and aid delivery and everything else. Why would we not, if we have the ability to invest in this, why would we not do this? And then on the other side, for the people that attack it, it's very obvious that they just take a brain dead approach to anything with the word trans, even if it's transgenic mice research, but there's nothing with trans people, or if it has the word DEI or anything even in it, even if it has nothing to do with diversity, equity, or inclusion, they just want to cut all of it because they're on some rampage with the government. But then they always cite that the reason why they want to do this is because of stuff related to the budget. But these guys are always voting for the largest spenders in all of U.S. history. Again, I can't take somebody seriously who says that Donald Trump has a debt that is 1/3 of our current U.S. debt. We owe it to Donald Trump, but that the cuts to USAID were somehow necessary and somehow help the budget, especially when Trump is on a rampage against all these programs anyway, right? When he talks about shithole countries and funding all these other things. It's obviously, to anybody that's not retarded, it's obviously an intensely ideologically motivated thing. It has nothing to do with saving money or anything else. If it did, why the fuck didn't he cut it in term one, right? He was the president back then. He could have done the same fucking thing, but he didn't. These are all just worthless, empty talking points from worthless, empty talking heads that are just trying to cut parts of the government because all they can do is destroy and they can't build anything.
Response.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty funny coming from someone who's a self-described liberal, a self-described progressive, which can only exist on the back of a strong conservative society. Exactly what you described, everything you just described is exactly what you're doing. And your position, again, a straw man of our position, because what you said was the same thing that I said, which is that Yes,
Wait,
there might
justify
be
that
good
first part.
programs there. We
Like,
need to
what
make
does the
sure they're not
conservative have
being
to do with anything?
wasteful. That's
What
the
does the
same
conservative
thing
have to
that
do with
I
anything?
said. You just said it and called me a retard.
Wait, what does the
Like, that
conservative have to
goes
do
to
with
show
anything?
you can't even follow the conversation
Circle ignorance.
accurately.
You
Why
got-
would
you
say
got-
you're
have to do with anything at the
and
beginning.
call me a retard? That's it.
What is the
I said the
conservative part?
exact same thing as you. The exact same thing.
What does the conservative part at the beginning have to do with anything?
You're not because you said that all we can do is destroy things when literally all liberalism is a cancer on conservatism. It can't exist on its own. There's nothing for it to make more liberal. Do you understand that concept? You have to have a
because
society
conservatism-
for which to progress
Mhm.
before you can have progressivism, right?
Tell me where our
Right
culture
or
comes from.
no?
No. Where does our
No, you
culture
don't have
come
to have
from?
a society to progress before you can progress it.
Where does our conservatism does not give you a fucking society? What societies
You
do
have to
fucking
have a
conservatism give us?
You have to have a society for which to progress to have progressivism. That's what
No,
I'm saying.
shut the. I'm sorry. Am I arguing with Merriam-Webster right now and ChatGPT 2.5?
You don't understand this. It's fine. Here comes all the insults because
It's
you're already
historically
lost the
literate.
No, I'm
debate. You're
asking
making
you-
my points for me.
Yeah, keep
Literally.
filibustering.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Where
Not a
does our
filibuster.
culture
You
come?
are making my
Keep
points. You're
going.
saying the
Keep
exact same
filibustering.
things.
Keep
The
filibustering.
exact same thing I'm saying.
Yep. Where does our culture come from? Liberals or conservatives? Who makes the movies? Who makes the music?
Yes, there are definitely more liberals in Hollywood. What does that have to do with?
More? Like 99-1,
Yeah,
right?
of course. I'm not saying
Okay,
we
who
need liberals and
Sure,
conservatives.
that's
I never
fine.
said we
Okay,
didn't.
sure.
Again, it's a straw man.
Keep
It's a straw
filibustering.
man.
Keep filibustering. Who makes our money?
Calling
What
you-
are our most prosperous cities?
Saying that it's a straw man is not a filibuster.
Keep filibustering. Who are our
It's
most
not a
prosperous cities?
filibuster. It is a
it
straw
the red-
man. I'm not defending that
No,
argument.
Keep going. Keep filibustering.
How is that a filibuster? I'm responding.
hold
to
on,
the
that's not a
Where is
filibuster.
all of
You-
our
you-
money
Can we-
made? Where does
all
our
right, can we-
economy come from in the United States?
Can we stay on the prompt here? If you wanted to have
That's what I
another
thought.
debate,
Okay.
because you
Well,
have to give
well,
the
I'm good.
because you
I'm not
can't.
satisfied with the
You
answer.
think you're making my points for me.
Why don't
Literally,
you-
I'm
where do
debating
you think it
I'm
comes
debating the
from?
moderator, I'm
Disclaim
debating your
the
chat,
gut
I'm
Well,
debating
there's a
Google,
reason.
and I'm a retard. And
Well,
you
there's-
make my points.
Well, there's a reason why we're
Sure.
having mass migration to places like Texas, like Wall Street becoming a thing, because terrible Democrat policies are pushing economic prosperity into Republican
Hold on.
areas.
Admiral Gibbs, where are you from?
I'm from Texas, obviously.
Where are you from? What city?
I live in, I live in a small-ass town, but I live in San Antonio.
Okay, you live in a small-ass town outside of San Antonio. Do you think that people that are moving from San Francisco to fucking Austin are moving to Texas?
I would say, yeah, they're moving to Texas for the economic boom, like the tech boom.
The fuck
yeah,
out of here! It's fucking retarded.
Wait.
It's the gayest. It's like the second gayest
Wait,
city
you-
on the fucking on in the United
I'm
States of
not
America.
arguing.
You're
I'm
telling
not
me
arguing.
all these people that are moving to Texas. Nobody's moving to Texas. They're moving to fucking Austin, bro, which is
Sure.
San Francisco light. Get the fuck out of here.
I would
Oh,
agree
we're
with
coming
that.
to
I would
Texas
agree with
for
that.
all of
Hold
our
on.
conservatism. My God.
Sure. Hold on. Well, how come San Antonio is also one of the biggest leading cities in the United States right now, like for growth? How about Houston and Dallas also being on
For
the
For
list?
growth, because when
Yeah.
you start with a population of
Oh.
57,000, you can only go one direction, which is up. Congratulations.
You know, San Antonio is like the 15th biggest city in the United States. It's like a massive city, over 2.8 million people. Yeah, so good
Nice.
try there. Yeah, I mean, it's not. You can
San
Google
Antonio,
it.
is that a red? Hold on, is that a red city or a blue city? Just curious.
I'm sure it's
They're
a
like
blue city.
conservative.
I'm sure it's a blue
thank
city.
you.
I mean,
Gotcha.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, that's
okay.
a good one. Hold on, but that's like, once again, you're talking about the city making
All
money, but who's
liberals.
making the
All
money in the
liberals.
city?
All
Yeah,
liberals.
it's not liberals. It's not liberals.
It
So,
is.
so Elon Musk is a liberal now?
He was, yeah.
Oh,
Didn't
he
he
was?
hate Trump
Oh,
and
okay.
everything before Trump got into office? He had to suck up to him to get funding for all of his stupid projects, right?
Well, then why do you all hate him now? So it's either he's a liberal, or he's a conservative, or he's on the right lean. I agree that somebody's a populist, right? I would agree with that sentiment. But like the point is, they vote red right now. If you're an Elon
You agree
guy,
that we
probably
shouldn't be
vote red.
wasting money on like South African refugees, right? That's like a total waste
Sure,
of money,
I
right?
agree with that. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, kind of weird that Elon Musk was pushing Trump for that. And
Well,
now,
I mean, we know why he was pushing for it. He's South African, you know. I mean, listen, hold on. I think you and I would both agree that you're going to look out for your people. I don't know what your people are. I know my people are, right?
Are you saying Elon Musk has a greater allegiance to South Africa than he does to the United States of America?
No, but you want to help out people that you are like related to.
Oh,
and you
okay.
see
But then
that,
isn't he
are
kind of
maybe
like
dying.
helping out South Africans at the expense of the United States of America after all this USAID cut being so
Listen,
important?
I would agree. I don't want to fund that either.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
what's your
there
point?
you go.
I think it's
Okay.
reasonable. Though.
Okay.
I think it's reasonable though,
You're
as
going
Elon,
all
to want to go and do that though. Like, I don't think it's unreasonable.
I guess look, the reason that we are going to different areas than just strictly USAID, and I just want to explain this a little bit, is because the arguments that you bring up require us to do so. If you bring up that you can't have a culture or you can't have a civilization without conservatism, we have to be able to address that. And yes, addressing that won't be the prompt, but you did bring it up. thus making it something that we should and can discuss. I guess the question to you, Mr. Andrew, how can you conserve something without a society already existing? Like, obviously, you can't progress a society
You
without the
can't.
society existing. But you
I
can't
was
conserve
only
it either.
responding to him saying that we like making the claim about us. I didn't bring it up. I was just pointing to him saying that all we do is destroy things when his side is the side of literally anarchy and George Soros and Antifa. Saying that we destroy things is hilarious. But this isn't the prompt, so I'm not going to debate it. If you want to do that, we can debate it with the specific prompt that we're prepared for. That's why Destiny's trying to do this, because he's making the same.
You brought it
points
up
as
by
me.
calling him a liberal, so you're lying again.
Okay, but I could just go back to the point before that. Like, why is
Wait,
everything I say a
liberals?
lie to you? It's not a lie. I'm actually being good faith.
It is
People in your chat are telling me to self-delete and calling me a retard.
Wait.
Like, you don't have the moral high ground here by any means.
I mean, this is not a
have
gotcha.
intellectual
Hold on, this is not a
high ground.
gotcha. You not. I mean, I don't know what you identify. She's right. Destiny, do you identify as a liberal? I don't know how you identify. Like, I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. So if he
so
wasn't,
what's
so he
the
wasn't
lie?
lying then. Like, what was your point there? She's right. Like,
Take that back.
Well, because he was saying it was not about like making it about liberalism when he brought it up again, and then he was refusing blame for that when it backfired again. He's done that.
It was a
several
response.
times.
It was a reaction to something that he said.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. $5 from Robert Paulson. OMG, we have already doubled in Iran what was supposedly saved from cutting USAID. Fist guy is definition of a bad faith actor. Do you want to address that?
I'm honestly trying to be good faith here. I'm hoping maybe Destiny, the moderator, my partner, even she's right, sees that. I'm not lying. I'm trying to be honest. That is the truth.
I mean, like, this is why, if the way that a good faith person would approach cutting something like USAID is that, one, they would recognize there's a difference between ideological disagreements and like actual waste, fraud, and abuse. That's the first step. If we can't see the difference between that, then that's just crazy. Number one.
I did say that.
Okay. And then the second thing is that if we're giving the principal reason as cutting USAID as helping the debt or the deficit, when every other policy that this administration that you support seems to like push for, and all of that increases the debt and the deficit. And then when we look at USAID and we look at some programs at least that I think most people around the planet would think are good, and we're like, we should cut those too, without even trying to see if there's a way to make it more efficient, then it seems like this is just like an ideological lines-driven thing that it has nothing to do with like the amount of people say, like, even if we could show like, 100 million people got saved by PEPFAR, it sounds like that wouldn't be acceptable. You'd just say, I don't care, we should cut it. It's not our responsibility or obligation.
I said to you, we need to verify where the money is going. I said, I'll give you PEPFAR. Can we get rid of all the DEI and transgender and LGBT stuff for now? I even said for now. I said, I don't want anybody to die. I'm not trying to cut things. I'm saying I don't want to just burn the money. And I'm only talking about this money because that's the prompt. If we want to talk about other monies, I will take the same attitude. I'm not being bad faith. I'm doing exactly what you just said, Destiny.
But you characterized it as burning the money, and you never substantiated
all of this money has like is correct. If you want, it is checked. It already is. It's government money. Government money has the most fucking strings attached to it than any money on the fucking planet. Like, what do you mean? Do you think they literally just like deposit money to a person's bank account and then that's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Literally, all of the overhead of USAID, which is usually criticized in good faith, is it's inefficient with its administrative overhead. We need to find smarter ways to hire people at a cheaper rate to be doing that oversight. By supporting gutting USAID, you are actually getting rid of the people who would be checking.
No, so you don't understand how logic works. I got you to agree with my premise.
I do.
My premise, right? What was my premise, Destiny? That this is an existential threat. Therefore, it cannot be, things can't be two things at once. It can't be detrimental to our interest to remove things from that are not national security interest. It's very simple. You guys can keep strawmanning the argument.
If you want to play a logic game, if you want to play a logic game, a premise in and of itself is not an argument. And you can't
I just gave you the conclusion.
Yes, one premise and one conclusion is not an argument. That's just a tautology.
I've been trying to do it the whole time. You're just strawmanning me.
If you want to go deeper, then you would generally talk about the magnitude of your costs. Okay,
I have them listed. Every time I go through, you say that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I said $2 million Guatemalan sex
I'm not
changes,
talking about the
$1.5 million advancing diversity.
Let me know when you're not filibustering. All right.
It's not filibustering.
It is a filibuster. I'm telling you that the problem is not the cost inside of the random 2 million.
So what was the first thing you just said there? What was the first thing you just started with there?
Keep filibustering.
What was the first? Can you repeat the first thing?
I haven't even finished my sentence from it, so you don't even know.
Started over.
If you want to talk about the debt or the deficit, then you would talk about the magnitude of how much different things are costing us. And when the entirety of USAID is anywhere from 30 to 50 billion a year, and the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is like fucking 300 to 600 billion a year, it makes it weird to say we got to go into the USAID cuts to help us with the debt and the deficit when no one is even talking about the other stuff. That's a very weird thing.
What Destiny's trying to do, because he can't find the flaw in the actual logic that I'm laying out, is he's trying to whataboutism. He's pointing to something else that's not the prompt. He's saying, yes, this is the definition of whataboutism. Why aren't you bringing this up over here when I'm giving you a logical argument that if you already agreed to my premise that this is an existential threat, you can't argue with the logic that we should be trying to cut it down. You basically said that yourself. And since USAID is the prompt, that's what I'm focused on. It's not because because I want people to die or I don't like babies.
What is the existential threat? What is the existential threat? What is the existential threat?
You already agreed to it, dude. You agreed that it was.
Just hold on. Just elaborate why you feel. Hold on. Stop, both of you.
I'm just asking. What is the existential threat?
You already agreed to it.
I'm just asking. What is the existential threat?
So do you not agree to it now?
You're
trying to double back.
We've agreed to it to be nice because we could have an actual financial conversation.
Hold on.
But
the existential threat is the national debt. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct. Cutting USAID doesn't do much to alleviate that. That's why this isn't the syllogism you think it is.
Especially, mind you, when cuts to USAID are meant to go to those checks and not, in fact, to lowering the debt. So that money would still be flying out of the government. Remember that?
Okay. So again, what about?
So it wouldn't affect the deficit. It would not lower the deficit. It would be going to those checks, which, by the way, it hasn't. So it wouldn't even be reducing
in another part and said, "Oh, well, now it doesn't affect it." Okay. If you didn't smuggle that in, then it would.
If I say I'm going on a diet, let me just ask this: if I say I'm going on a diet, then you see me going to Pizza Hut, I order 2 large pizzas for myself. Right? I get wings, I get cheesy bread, and then I say, "Well, you know what? I'm going to order a Diet Coke." Would you consider me being serious about my diet? Am I taking the diet seriously?
I'm making a prescriptive claim about what we should do, not a descriptive claim. Why are you laughing? It's not a descriptive claim.
It doesn't even make sense here. What do you mean?
It's not a descriptive claim about everything that's happening with the money. I'm making a prescription for overseas funds. If you have a problem with that logic, then you can bring it out. But deflecting to something else is just moving the goalpost, dude. We're not talking about that. That wasn't the prompt, was it? I know you can't win on the prompt. I understand that.
But hold on. You understand that, again, in many cases, us donating or giving money to these struggling countries makes it more likely in the future that they will give us good trade deals, positive trade deals, which would make us what?
I would need money. I would need you to.
It would make us money, and we.
If you want to look into it, that's what the Reagan
you can make that claim, but I need you to demonstrate that. You can make that claim.
Reagan era
okay, I'll demonstrate it. I'll just demonstrate it real quick for you using your own logic.
You have to demonstrate it.
I'm doing that right now.
You're not even one of the debaters. Why are you demonstrating the argument? Honestly, I'm just asking.
I like to talk. I have this.
But let them demonstrate an argument.
Support education funding abroad and at home.
That's the argument.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is since it was founded in the 60s, we have grown immensely in wealth and power, and that is partially in part because of the USA program. It hasn't hurt us. It has only helped.
Well,
yeah, that's what I was saying. Logically, cutting. Go ahead, Gibbs. You can take it.
Yeah, I would argue against this, actually. I mean, and then here's an evidence. So this is actually from the House.gov. You can look this up. It's USAID's Troubling Ties, Left Start Money Network. Testimony for the Subcommittee on Delivery of the Government Efficiency, the Committee of Oversight, yada, 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 by Tyler O'Neill. This is from February 26, 2025. And they go in here and they list a lot of these things like that we've already talked about. Examples, 1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, inclusion in Serbia. Workplaces, exploiting to advance human rights and social inclusion, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, in Guatemala, $250 million for climate finance development accelerator, mobilize all these things. And then they go on to how later in this document, how there's ties to some of these that say, oh, well, we deny ever giving money back or doing this. But then there's evidence that they do it of things like suppressing actively these regimes, specifically in South America, where they go and attack and they repress people that are opposed leftist ideology. And they're using the United States money to fund oppression. Now, I don't want to fund oppression, right? And then this goes back to my point earlier about, hey, we are now making a lot more deals with all these countries in South America. We have much more favorable governments. I don't think it's good to have governments that are pro-communist groups that are pro-China close to our hemisphere, right? And now we're pushing them out. And these are all things that USAID has enabled, according to this document that was presented. And so I'm sitting here looking at this and I'm going, hey, I see this all the time, and I think the evidence speaks for itself. We cut USAID, and seven countries switched in their newest election from left to right and populist pro-American regimes. This is a good thing. Do you think a populist, openly pro-American regime is more likely to make a deal with the United States than a country that's siding actively with China and other socialist countries? Yeah, obviously. So when you're saying it's helped us, I would argue that's debatable. Maybe at one point it helped us, but I think it's become so corrupted that it's not helping us anymore.
Sure. Why do you think China uses its Belt and Road initiatives?
Absolutely, that's a good question.
Why do you think it does that?
I think
why do you think
it
has that program?
I think they do it for the same reason that you would argue the USA. I absolutely believe in soft power. I just believe how it's been done has been done poorly. Now, when you're sitting here saying with China, there's a reason why China is now having a rubber band kind of effect in some of these African countries, because now they're having Chinese businesses there, and some of these African countries are very upset because now they have foreign businesses taking jobs from people there. That sounds kind of familiar, right? So, we're having this issue repeatedly on a global scale where this liberal idea of this liberal world order is kind of failing. It's being progressed with a multipolarity, hemispheric order of Russia and China getting their spheres, NATO and Africa kind of developing theirs, and the United States getting our hemisphere, right? And so that's what I'm seeing right now. And I'm saying I think USAID has failed in the long run. It maybe helped short term, but it's gone now.
Okay. Well, gang, we've kind of circled the drain a little bit, and we are a little out of time. It's 8 o'clock, so I'm going to give every one of these lovely individuals a chance to have closing thoughts, closing statements, final arguments, and tell people where they can find you. I have links to all their channels in my YouTube description. Please click them. Please give them a follow. Please give them a sub. All these things. I see your super chats. We're going to get through them. They can stay if they'd like, and I'd like them to. And I see you callers want to call in as well, and you can absolutely call in if you'd like. But when you need to go, I understand. I'm going to give the mic first to Destiny. I'm going to let Mr. Andrew have the last word. Destiny, make your closing thoughts.
I mean, if you're not going to trust anything the government says for any of their own tracking or accountability things, but you are going to trust when Doge says they've cut things, I don't even know how you begin to have the conversation about whether or not USAID has been efficient or done anything. I don't know how to have those arguments where somebody doesn't trust any of the government accountability offices or any of the reporting. I mean, there's whole sites you can go to look up all of this stuff. I wish that people knew what waste, fraud, and abuse actually was. I don't blame conservatives for not, because they were also tricked into thinking that Trump is a good businessman, and so they trust him when he talks about waste, fraud, and abuse, even though he's a terrible fucking businessman. Yeah, I don't know. I just get sad to be kind of locked into ranked fives when half the team apparently wants to int. It's pretty obvious that our standing in the world has gone pretty severely down since Trump took office, but I don't know. People are in some massive cope denial about that, and we'll continue until we get a Democrat back in office, I guess.
Okay, thanks for being here. She's right.
Yeah, since the 2025 cuts to programs like USAID, there have been approximately 263,000 adult deaths and 518,000 child deaths. On its own, I think beyond many material means, America should be leading as a moral leader on the world stage to show everyone what a government should be about when you have the opportunity. Domestically, that's Social Security. Globally, that's USAID. It should be cool. We want to lead the way and just show the world what it's like to be good and awesome. You should sign up to vote at vote.org and be ready for November, because together we can reduce the deficit and save lives by the millions.
Thank you for being here. Links to all their channels again in the YouTube description. Gibbs, please.
First, thanks to my opponents for the time. Appreciate y'all having me here. Wait for hosting the discussion. Yeah, I mean, in closing, listen, I think this is all part of Trump's Don Road auction, Modern Fortress America take, where he's trying to rebuild an American empire or set us up further going forward in an era of multipolarity. If you want to check that out, I've done some videos on it. It's fantastic. I really like the foreign policy he's doing. I know that a lot of people here think it's mean, but I think the era of neo-imperialism is over, and I think it's time to return back to imperialism. I think that's just what's going to happen. It's the natural state of things. As far as what I got coming up, hey, July 24th in Dallas, I will be hosting and emceeing GridCon 2. It's going to be good stuff. Y'all are all welcome. Everybody come join and check it out. I think it's free to come to the event, and we have like room for 200 people. Should be food and lots of exciting debates. Hope to see y'all there. Thank you for having me once again.
Check it out, gang. And Mr. DragonFisttv, aka Andrew, go ahead.
Yes, like my partner said, thank you, Alice. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you, Wick, for hosting. I do appreciate it. In closing, I'll just say, Destiny never quite got my argument right until maybe the end. He was making the same points I was, which is, and then deflecting. Just their whole argument was, well, why don't you care about this over here or that over here? And then at the end there, Alice tried to bring in the dead children argument, which I cited in the beginning as this is just emotional blackmail. Of course. Like, look at them. They want dead children. Of course, we don't want that. But like I said, left-wing outlets were reporting dead children before they realized the money hadn't stopped yet. So if that doesn't tell you who's trying to pull the wool over your face here, I don't know what to tell you, but you guys can look that up. We're talking about CNN, BBC, the AP, and Reuters, at least, reporting child deaths before the money even stopped. So at that, I'll leave it there.
No, thanks for being here. Let's bring some callers in and see what they have to say. Hello, you're live. Oh, you are deafened. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Hello, how's it going? Can you just give me a second here?
Yeah, take your time. It's not like you're live or anything, and we're waiting on you. Okay.
Hi.
What do you got?
I've been watching. I've been taking notes. I've got a few questions here. So real quick for Gibbs and it's Dragonfist, right? Yeah, Dragonfist.
Yes, sir.
If you guys want to pay down the debt, do you want to raise taxes? Because that's one great way to pay down the debt. Is more taxes.
Just before Dragonfist, to be clear, the debt is bad. This is not my argument at all about the USAID thing. So no, I don't want to raise taxes. But go ahead.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, both of you. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, again, if you want a comprehensive plan for exactly how to pay down the debt, including domestic policies, we can come back and have another debate on that. But like trying to get me on things that I didn't prepare for this debate specifically is not a good tactic. I'm only talking about the prompt here.
Well, I mean, I won't hold you to it. I'm just wondering, would you be okay with raising taxes in general?
I would be okay with looking at all options, as I really do believe it's an existential threat.
Okay, fair enough. Gibbs, this is more for me personally. Why did you link the taxpayer-funded orgies story to the Senate gay sex video scandal when they're not exactly related stories?
The VA one?
Well, no, because there was that one. It went viral in right-wing spaces back in 2023 of like some twink dude getting butt fucked in the Senate chamber.
I didn't.
And you seem to bring that up.
I didn't bring that up. He brought up the chamber. I brought up the VA story, which is a
Okay.
story I brought up when I was on Tim Pool talking about Doge with somebody else. So this is a recurring theme for Papa. Because listen, if anybody's gonna have an orgy that taxpayers are paying for, it's gonna be fucking me, not these people.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to. Maybe I heard that wrong. So fair enough. Here,
Okay.
I'm gonna share something with you,
Go
if
ahead,
you don't mind.
quickly.
Just give me a minute, okay? Here. So, where's my thingy? Here, you guys can probably see my my feed, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So like this is the total spending in 2022 of the American government. You know that foreign aid was only 1% of it, right? Like it's not that big of a deal. If there's a lot more things to cut, and foreign aid is Gibbs left. That fuck. He left when I come with facts. I can't believe it. But yeah, so it's just 1%, right? Like it's kind of tiny. And if you were going to look over it, like what does it, if you look at it, there was a huge peak here and around COVID times. I'll zoom in on that again. So there's a pretty big peak in USAID spending, but for the most part, it's remained pretty steady and pretty low. So there's actually not much money going out in terms of USAID.
I heard you.
Now, okay. Welcome back. The majority of USAID is going to Ukraine, or was going to Ukraine,
Yeah.
which hopefully we can agree is a decent cause. I know you guys talked about
these guys wouldn't 100%.
No, hold on. Let's ask him. Let's ask him. Do you think it was good or in America's interest for us to give money to Ukraine?
I absolutely do. I think there was a bit. Listen,
Okay.
I'm pro
Well,
Ukraine.
what about the other gentleman here, Dragonfist?
I prefer supporting Ukraine than I do to supporting Israel, to be honest. But I honestly, I think I take a more isolationist approach, man. I think we should get out of all foreign entanglements until we get things under control at home.
Okay.
Now,
well,
yeah, the problem with the USAID thing, like I said, we just had a congressional
I just use the bathroom.
where they were just talking about, like, literally, yeah, we have people on record allegedly now under the congressional oath saying that they have evidence of the Bidens being in cahoots with getting funding that they were giving the USAID to come back over here. And I just mentioned another article.
That's not true. None of that is true.
Well, you know, it's under congressional oath. So, I mean, I didn't make the claim. Somebody did under oath, under Congress. Now, y'all were just talking about what we could trust. If you can't trust people under oath in Congress, what can we really trust, you know?
Well, the majority of USAID has gone to Ukraine so far. Now, if we're talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, did you see this story where there was a whole bunch of food that was sitting around in warehouses in Africa?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't take it back because it would cost too much to bring back to America. And because of what Trump did to USAID, it just rotted, all right?
Sure.
So we had 60,000 tons of food that could have fed, I think, 3.5 million people for a month. Like even if you want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, even if you think that this shouldn't be happening, it's already there. Why not hand it out?
Listen, I'm not going to argue that. Listen, it's already been allocated for it. I agree. It should be handed out. I'm not saying everything's been done perfectly, right? But whenever you have mass changes, like, once again, I'm not making the argument that Dragonfist is about, the debt, we need to pay down. All this is like, listen, I want more efficiency. I don't necessarily want it for the funding the debt kind of shit, right? I'm talking more about efficiency, like, and using our power the right way, like a scalpel, right? So this, I agree. Maybe it should have been handed out. It's already over there. You should give it to the warlords. I don't give a shit. It's going to go to waste, whatever. But I don't like when you have this kind of thing and you are cutting these programs and having a major transition, you are going to have incidences like this where stuff goes to waste. And like in the short term, in the long term, you're going to gut it and it's going to be better overall. That's generally how this works in most businesses, and I would assume with the bureaucracies as large as the United States, that'd be similar.
Do you have a response, Dragon? Then we're gonna bring on another caller.
I think
Wick, I got more.
I know you got more, but we got like, have you seen my backstage? Okay,
I have seen it. Yes, I have seen it.
Okay,
I have seen it.
Any response, Dragonfist?
He just went to the restroom. Remember? He just
went. Okay. Okay. Well, then here, just real quick, I do want to point out that the reason we even know that this story even happened, is because a person who whistleblowed on the Trump administration, who was eventually fired for it. Trump fired this person for revealing this information, so that kind of looks bad in the administration. However, like I'm sure you've seen this, right? The fact that Democrats seem to do way better with the deficit than Republicans. Like,
that was mentioned.
Yeah. So like Republicans spend a whole bunch, and then Democrats kind of spend less and try to right the ship, and then Republicans spend even more. Here's Bill Clinton bringing it above into the green for the first time. Bush spends like crazy. Obama saves. Trump spends like crazy, and then Biden saves.
Like both sides, like Clinton and Bush Senior really aren't that far apart in policy. Like Bush Senior, a lot of those policies economically carried over. So it's the same argument Dim's made. Oh, Trump inherited the Biden economy. He took like the good and got rid of the bad, right? Like, I mean, that's the same argument I would make with Bush Senior and you know, Trump, even though not Trump, but with Clinton, because I mean, remember that's the economy stupid. That was what got him in there. And then as soon as he got in, you know, he kept all the
Iraq and Afghanistan was the same. Hello, that was a Republican-led mission.
That's Bush W, not Bush Senior, but. Sure. I mean,
I guess my point.
But hold on. Once again, I'm not arguing about the spending. I would argue now, 20 years later, the Ba'ath Party being gone from Libya, Syria, and Iraq, as they benefit. We don't have a country that's going to increase the gold standard in Africa and have one unit currency. We don't have the port access to Syria would have provided to Iraq from the other side to the Mediterranean, or their military power with Iraq, Libya, and them combined. And we don't have Saddam's oil backing them. So yeah, I think to get rid of the Ba'ath Party and turning them into ISIS, which was weaker than the Ba'ath Party across 3 countries, is a good thing. And then when ISIS got dominated, guess what? That's even better because now they're even smaller factions.
$50 from Frenzified, and you can get, if you want to skip this super chat line, just pay me $50 or more, and I'll just do that. Frenzified for $50 to say she's right. Cool, thank you. $50 from That Blue Falcon. Great panel, Wick. Well, thank you. Please ask the conservatives why they think Russia was the biggest proponent of ending U.S. aid if it wasn't beneficial to U.S. geopolitical interests. And he wants the $50 answer. So go ahead.
I what proof does he have that Russia is the big, like, one, I don't want to do the biggest thing. Like, that's kind of a douchebag thing to do, but like, I don't see any evidence that they're the ones who wanted to get rid of it. I'm once again, USAID has been restructured under the State Department. The State Department is giving it out. We're doing much more transactional stuff with USAID. We're doing deals with Rwanda is a good example. That Rwanda's taking over French contracts and NATO contracts to be like military powder in the region. They're projecting power for us. Like, there were all sorts of stuff. Malaya's doing stuff with us. I like over and over and over again. I think that the restructuring has been necessary and overall good. But sometimes it's just good to clean out the rot. Dragonfist, did you want to answer that? Because the $50 one.
Well, I mean, again, there's no evidence that that's the case. So I don't want to speculate as to like who made that statement. Like, was it officially the Russian government? Like, I don't know the answer to that.
Hold on, how do you know there's no evidence?
Well, I mean, also, doesn't Russia and China
Well,
like to see us
any
become more
official statement
isolationist, right?
that was their position. Huh?
Russia and China like to see the U.S. become more isolationist, right? They all favor that, no?
Again, who's they all? You know, I would have to see
Russia
an
and
official
China,
statement
Russia and
from.
China.
Is there any statement from any government officials saying that, or you're just
Well,
assuming that
Putin
based on
tried
their
to-
global position, they should want that?
Well, I mean, one, we can look at the fact that Putin heavily tried to influence the 2016 and 2020 election in favor of Donald Trump. No? Yes?
Well, here's a statement
Well,
from Maria Zakharova.
real quick. Wasn't the whole Podesta hacks, the DCC hacks? Those were Russian operatives, right? The Guccifer leak was Russian operatives. Did they hack any Republicans? No, they didn't, right? It was all just Democrats, right? So that was the Russian position. The state Russian position was to leak shit to try to make the Democrats look bad, so that Donald Trump would win the election instead of Hillary Clinton, right?
I mean, that would be like saying if you did something for a specific objective, that was the position of all Americans. It certainly wouldn't be the position of me, right? Or Donald Trump.
I'm sorry, when we say Russia,
They would
that's
say
shorthand for
Americans did it,
Moscow.
right?
Keep filibustering, keep filibustering, keep
So
filibustering,
no,
keep
the logic
filibustering,
doesn't follow.
keep
No,
filibustering.
the
When people say
logic doesn't
Russia,
follow.
they mean like Moscow or the Kremlin. It's shorthand for
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
leadership
asking
in
if
the
there's an
country.
official statement. I don't know. You're asking me to
Well,
agree to something.
I'm telling you. Yes. Russia
It's their
welcomes
official
USA
position?
cuts, calls agency a machine for interfering, and this was from Maria Zark. Look, I'm never going to pronounce these names, man. Look,
that's fair
one of their ministers, right? They directly said this. This is something that they wanted, they called for, they advocated for, and they wanted it to happen. And you can understand why they would, because some of it was going to Ukraine.
Yeah,
Obviously,
of course. But
right?
again,
Like,
like,
so
that
yes.
would be like saying AOC made a statement. That doesn't mean it's the position of the American government at this time.
No, he is
a member of
he is the
our
foreign
parliament,
minister.
not a minister.
Right. I don't know that specific case. You said one of the ministers.
Okay, you
I
asked
don't
for
know
evidence.
who
I
it is.
gave you evidence.
Okay, so what is it that you want me to agree to?
Okay, so
you
the
think
question was
Some win here.
why? It was a question. Why
Yeah.
do you think if USAID isn't in our interests, why do our enemies, such as Russia and China, want us to end it?
Again, I didn't say that there's no beneficial programs in USAID. That was never my claim. I said we need to look at them and evaluate the merit. Where is the waste? Yes, I know it might be political, what I think is waste and what you think is waste. We went over that. But I never said there's not one single thing in there that we should keep. Actually, I said quite the opposite. I even conceded to say, like, we can maybe keep the AIDS prevention and cut some of the other stuff. So I was never on that position, so I'm not going to defend it.
Sure. But I don't
I'm
think
not saying that it's
was...
not possible that there's something in USAID, one thing that's in our interest.
Yeah,
that
but I don't think. Hold on, I
I
don't
never
think the
said
position
that.
of the other
That's
side
an
is
absolute-
don't cut anything ever from USAID. If you can show USAID is engaging in actual fraud, waste, and abuse, I think everyone would be okay with cutting that. Am I incorrect in your position here?
No,
That's
everybody
my
be okay
position.
with that.
Yeah.
We've come
mean-
to an agreement. Now we just have to agree on what waste, fraud, and abuse is.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the whole point.
I know.
Okay. Well, here,
That's
hold
why I
on a
said-
second.
I get that.
Actually,
That's
yeah,
right.
I gotta ask this. So, you two, you guys actually think that like Doge was overall a good thing?
I like Doge, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Just real quick then. Did you guys hear about John Solly, like one of those tech bro kids in Doge, who a whistleblower basically caught him stealing Social Security data
Mm-hmm. And
of
so
millions of Americans? Is that not really bad? Is that really fucking bad?
That's bad, sure. Yeah, but listen, who is this? John Sully? Is that his name?
John Sully is a
John
guy
Sully,
who worked in Doge. Yeah.
Yeah, he worked in Doge, right? Yeah. So you're
Yes.
saying one bad guy
You know.
did something bad, and now you want to incriminate the entire organization. I mean, cool. In that case, like I said, I guess the SPLC, like I said, is actually the party, is the actual movement, the legal arm of the Nazis and
Well,
the KKK.
do
Thank
you
you.
think
I
that-
agree. One person bad indicts the whole organization. The SPLC
hold on.
has been
Wait,
working
Gibbs,
as
hold on.
operatives the whole time.
Hold on.
Thank you, Dev. I appreciate that.
No, do you think this guy's going to face any charges for this?
No fucking idea. I'm not a lawyer.
$50. $50 from Oda Shara to say this. Preventative medicine is always a good thing, especially
sure.
since we have U.S. citizens who go and visit other countries. USAID is just based. Thank you for that. It's not really a question, but thank you for the comment.
And the Dev, yes.
Let
you
me
should
bring
get
out
sued
another caller
or
because
arrested,
we
if
got
you want.
people. Okay.
I'd put money on it. Okay.
Reason, you're live. Don't.
Okay, so there's a completely different debate going on, but hopefully I can catch up with what you've been debating about. But the last thing I heard was that the pro-USAID guys were a little bit on the defensive. I don't know how much you've covered about like the positives of USAID up until this point.
Make your case quickly.
I mean, there's a bit of a competition going on, right? I mean, let's forget the morality of this. I mean, if you think about what's going on with China, I mean, I sent you some photographs, Wick. There's 2 pictures. I mean, maybe you can get the anti-USA people to tell the difference between the pictures of the 2 bags, for example.
Let me find the DM.
Sorry.
Can you send them to me all as like one?
In the meantime, I'll say, for the positives, over the past year since the cuts, like the benefits of USAID funding and the differential, over 500,000 child deaths would have been prevented by USAID funding. Like it's a lot of USAID and the positive arguments are going to be it's getting rid of a negative problem, but yeah, 500,000 children, I think that's a W.
Let's forget about the morality. Let's say life doesn't matter. It sounds cruel, but I mean there are other aspects to it as well, right?
Well, that's just the default conservative position, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go with it. Sure, exactly. Let's play that game. Like we were talking about the Balkans before. I've been to Serbia quite a few times.
The picture's up, by the way. I did it myself.
Okay, can they tell the difference between the bags? I mean, I mean, you don't have to read Chinese to know what it says because it's also in English. Can you see what's going on there?
I don't see it.
This is as big as I can make it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it.
Oh, I can make it bigger. Never mind.
Where are you guys
So
looking?
spot the
Is there
difference
an echo?
between the bags.
Yeah, USAID and China aid, yes.
Yeah. Which one do you think is like dominating in terms of the amount spent right now by who's spending the most in terms of soft aid?
Well, we are substantially. Like that is not even a debate. China's not
How
spending
much-
near as much as we are.
I mean, strictly soft aid. The US is spending about
Soft aid.
2.5 billion right now, and China's spending about 10 billion. So I mean,
Arguably.
China's winning that, yeah, arguably. But I mean, you brought up countries that hate the US. I mean, it's interesting you bring up ones in sub-Saharan Africa. That's where China's doing its best. And you brought up the Balkans, and Serbia is at the kind of, in terms of the information war, right at the forefront. I know this from personal experience. I've been there a number of times. I've got good friends of multiple generations, but mainly younger generations. And like, it's kind of clear, like you might want to think of it as a bit cruel, but as I say, let's forget the morality of this. The LGBT issue, right, is it supports a certain type of person in a country. And there's a big LGBT community in Serbia, and they'll be pretty happy to be supported in regards to that. If, measures that kind of, they don't have to be super pro this, but at least nod their head to saying, hey, you exist, right? I mean, I'm sure you like to feel like you exist with something, if there's a cultural thing and there's a picture of someone that looks a bit like you feel included, right?
Listen, I'm actually, I want to break from this idea. I'm not proposing any anti-LGBTQ stuff at all. Like, I don't care. Like, listen, I understand the groups that some of them need protection from bigger powers. The argument that I'm making, and maybe this is the cruel part of this, is like, when I look at these groups that we're supporting in, like, say, Serbia, right? It's not that necessarily the LGBTQ group doesn't need help. I'm sure they do, especially in an Eastern European country where they have, like, heavy Christian and heavy Muslim, like, contingents that probably probably look down on them, right? Here's my problem: is what's going to benefit us more efficiently? Is it going to be backing this group like the LGBTQ that's going to not have? Listen, I don't want to call them not manly, but the traits they generally exhibit are not going to be the guys going and doing guerrilla warfare. Which guy do you want to go and back? You want to go and back?
Some of them are pretty burly guys. I mean,
sure. I'm not saying they're all, and I'm not a blanket statement. I'm just saying generally, you're going to want to back these people that are going to be able to get you most bang for your buck, right? Like, and I think that like when we abandon the Kurds, that's a fail. Like we've done this for multiple administrations. The Kurds have been very efficient and we're getting the job done in a lot of these countries that when they fought for us. And I think abandoning was bad. I think in Serbia it's the same thing. Who are we backing? Why would we back a group, the LGBTQ, which is maybe it's a large group like in general, but they're not a large significant portion of the population. And as far as I know, they're also not going to be the one. Right? They're also not going to be breeding and creating new people.
Wait,
either.
Just a quick question for Gibbs. I'm just curious. Do you think that you have more in common in terms of what you want for America with like a bog standard Democrat or like a bog standard communist?
A box standard Democrat or a box standard communist? I would say probably a box standard Democrat. Yeah.
Why do you think all the commies are so happy to see USAID go?
Well, because they're happy about anything that they think they can spend. Like it's not necessarily a reason why they should be happy. Listen, they shouldn't be happy because they're losing ground in all these other countries now that USAID's gone. But like,
all of them seem to be happy about it.
Yeah, because it's because it's hurting you. You're the liberal, right? And like, listen, nobody hates liberals and commies more than each other, right? And so they're happy that the liberal world order, is disappearing, and they think they can use this opportunity to gain power. I mean, I that's the way I see it. Conservatives do the same thing, right?
Wait, so doesn't it say something about you thinking that this is making America stronger when like America's greatest adversaries see the disappearance of things like USAID as a way for them to gain more influence?
I mean, I think that there's difference, though. I see it as a devastation of the liberal world order, which I think has hurt America overall and put us like on equal footing as opposed to putting us first, versus what I want, which is an America first kind of agenda.
Hasn't America been like the leader of the free world for the past 80 years?
Sure,
How has that hurt us?
And things change. Do you agree that alliances need to change as like economic and world power situations change?
Aren't we still the leader of the free world? What changed?
Yeah. Well, I mean, these other countries, they used our military basically to go in there, and they basically funded that. They basically like said, hey, we don't have to fund our militaries. We can do social programs all across, and NATO is the weakest it's ever been, right? Why would we not just make a direct deal with...
Why would we... as a result of that?
They hate us.
Ahead of the United States?
No, they hate us. In some ways, they hate us, and they think that they're better than us. They look down on us like, oh, you have guns and healthcare.
Who hates you?
A lot of Europeans do. I've been over there.
Give me an example.
I mean, you want me like... Like what?
We feel sorry for the loss.
Serbs hate us, sure.
How about Belarusians?
Threaten taking some of our territory. I mean, that tends not to be the friendly thing.
Like, the Chechens, do they like this?
This is an aside, but do you not have air conditioning, Reason Russ?
I now have air conditioning. I've actually turned it off because it's cooled down here. I don't understand this far-right talking point about the AC debate in Europe. It's frankly not happening.
It's not a far-right.
It's
just funny to us that y'all don't like AC.
But there isn't a debate. It's just a question of like, can we get? There's not simply not being sold right now. That's part of the problem.
Wait. Why do you?
Anyway,
hold on. I do got to speed this up because I wanna respect everyone's time. Reason.
Because I haven't really got much time to talk, frankly. Okay. Do you not think that there's a value to allegiances? Serbia actually has turned westwards recently. Do you not think that any of the USAID influence in Serbia has played a role there? The Western Balkans is a really interesting region, like Montenegro. I don't know how much you know about the details and the demographics there. Moldova is there. I saw USAID actually in action. I saw the people on the ground in action with the communities there. Moldova, I think they've turned pretty westwards recently. Do you not think that's an advantage to the US, just on an economic front, and in terms of allegiances are pretty valuable?
And I echo what Dragonfish has already said. There's not necessarily not good programs in USAID, but they've been lumped into the State Department. The State Department's handling it directly because we think the USAID system has become corrupted and bad. I don't necessarily want all programs to stop that are helping us soft power, but I do want new oversight. And I don't care about. I know y'all have said, "Oh, USAID was the oversight," but USAID I don't feel like was doing a good job. I can point to other examples, and I think that we need new oversight and a restructuring. And I think maybe some of these programs could continue or be expanded while getting rid of other ones.
Well, they're not continuing. They're cut. They're gone. I mean, you're spending a quarter what China spends.
Yeah, but
supposedly, like not just your enemy. I'd say to some extent Europe's enemy. I find it frankly scary that this soft power is undervalued in terms of global power. It's a nice way to do it. I prefer soft power to hard power.
We've been doing it for all this time, and we need.
It's a false dichotomy that we. Yeah, and it's a false dichotomy that if we support Serbia, we have to support DEI in their workplace. Like we could still cut that and support them in a different way.
But
So
Okay,
if
so you want
just
USA
because we don't
to
support that
improve.
one program doesn't mean that we don't support them as an ally.
So
We
at
could
the
actually
beginning, I got
think
the
that
impression you're
program
against
is more
USAID.
hurtful. Maybe I think homogeny, not diversity, is the strong suit.
So you want
Maybe,
more
like-
effective USAID, but you don't want less of it. That's great. I mean, because at the moment it's a lot less than China.
But say that again. I
It
missed the
seems to-
beginning.
You want the same amount of USAID, just more effective, because at the moment it's less than China, which is, I think, is pretty concerning.
Well, I think we live in a more multipolar world, and if they have more influence in their hemisphere, like I said, I'm more of an isolationist. I'm not like
China spends $2 billion in sub-Saharan Africa on soft power. Are you not concerned by that?
But again, nothing that I said means that I'm not concerned about that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I just don't think that the money's being allocated correctly, and I think anything that we can cut that isn't a national security issue for now, we take care of our own major issues that we have so we can be more effective in doing all the things you're talking about in the future.
Doesn't
You'll be
make
more
us
effective-
more isolated? Doesn't that make us weaker as a country? Like,
I'm saying that I think that we can rebuild and come back stronger.
Okay.
wait, what do you mean? Wait. When you say rebuild, though, like the thing that has
Get
made
things under
America
control, cut spending,
hold
all the things I
the
was
thing that
talking
has
about.
made America
I don't
strong
think
has
that
been the fact that we
diversity
have.
programs in Serbia or LGBT
You
I
keep
can read
making
off the
fun of
list.
these
I don't
diversity
think
programs
that
and LGBT
helps
things, but
us
every
in
single
any
country
way.
that's
I'm
risen
not
up as a strong country that hates
anti-LGBT.
all of this
If it was
shit.
a
just adheres
heterosexual
in a
program,
single
I would still
moderation.
say cut it. If it was for heterosexual weddings in Serbia, I would
cares,
still
filibuster.
say cut it.
Okay, you got
You
to let him
understand?
respond.
Okay.
Just to
you
be
understand?
clear, the commies
Not anti-LGBT.
outperformed you guys. The communists had more successful track records than you guys, who freak the fuck out when you see some gay shit. They did better than you. So I don't know.
And
what
I
you're
just
saying.
said it's not anti-LGBT.
I don't
If it
care
was
about the
for
LGBT shit.
heterosexual,
No.
are you
More
listening? Are you
filibustering.
paying attention to what I'm actually saying?
Go on.
Because I
Yeah,
know
repeat
you
the
want
same
to
thing
get
10 times.
I actually have something that's related to this. I have a
Hold
question.
on a second. Let me just clarify. If
You're
it was
not
for
clarifying. You're repeating the same
heterosexual weddings,
shit a million
if it
fucking
was for
times. We know.
heterosexual weddings,
No
are
comic
you
books. We got it.
no,
No
let
comic
me get
books.
this
No
point
comic
out because
books.
you want to
We
call
banned
me
the
a
comic
bigot.
books.
I'm not a bigot. I'm not a bigot. If
Okay.
it was for straight comic books,
Okay,
I would
okay.
still
You're
say
not.
cut
We got it. We got it.
It would be better. You just recorded it. We get it.
Cut the straight comic books. Cut the straight initiatives. You can
Okay,
cut
we got
them
it. We got it.
all.
We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
Okay,
We got it.
so
We got it.
just real quick. So I understand
Stop
that
strawmanning.
that Dragonfist and Gibbs, you guys aren't bigots. They're not doing this for some ideological reason. For you, it really is all about the waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay,
It's about destroying America.
I want to show you this. I just want to show you this because Doge is in fact ending on July 4th. That's how long the mandate was for Doge, and it just came out today, in fact, that the Trump administration will not be doing a Doge after action report. They have no intention of actually revealing what Doge has looked into, what Doge has cut. There's going to be no accountability for what's happened with Doge. Does that not bother you at all?
Have they not already revealed things they've cut?
No.
How is that not a fair question, Destiny? Because saying they're
Because you
not
don't even
reporting anything
understand what
that
he's
they cut.
asking.
Have they
It's an
reported
auditing.
things that
Oh,
they
sorry, keep
cut?
filibustering. My bad. I thought you asked me a question. Go ahead, keep filibustering. Say the same thing
Go ahead,
7 times.
answer.
And I get 3 examples that are the same thing. Go ahead.
Answer.
Oh, I can actually answer? The reason why what you said was funny is because the job of the thing was to cut stuff. And when he asked you know how efficient it was, you said, well, didn't they cut stuff? An audit would be, how did the actual organization itself perform? Not, did they cut something? It's funny because you're not even understanding how to audit. The auditor means that you're
That's not what I said. I said, didn't
evaluate
they
whether or not the
report-
auditor audited anything. You're fucking
Well, you said
retarded.
it that way, but that's not what I said. I said, didn't they report things that they cut? My next sentence would have been for which to audit them. Like, you have to report it, right? Are you saying that
the answer to that is no.
they're not
He said they did not
reported
do the
Or
audit.
you're
The
saying
audit's
they're
not
not gonna
happening.
audit
It didn't
That's
happen.
not the
It
same
didn't
thing.
happen. It didn't happen.
Isn't
Okay,
not a
that's
problem?
what I was
Wait,
asking.
hold on. Is it not a problem to you
I was
that
asking if they reported things they cut. Like, why
Right.
is that?
Let
You said they're not
me just
reporting
finish this.
anything.
Let me just really finish this real quick. So they're not actually revealing what Doge has done. They're keeping that quiet. The Trump administration is not doing a Doge after action report. Additionally, Doge is under the umbrella of the OMB, which is the Office of Management and Budget, which actually does this sort of government efficiency stuff. They're the office that looks into this. And in the 2027 budget that the Republicans are putting forward as what they want to fund next year, they are eliminating 1,000 jobs from the Government Accountability Office. And this came out, I think, a couple weeks ago. And it's in this bill here, which we're not going to go through because it's a huge bill. But the summary of it,
I want to go through
says
line by
that-
line with you. No, I'm just kidding.
it says that they're cutting 1,000 jobs from the Government Accountability Office. So how can you sit here and care about this topic and not know that the Republicans are actually doing far worse on it? They're cutting the office that is meant to be reporting on what Doge actually did. They're cutting the people who should be looking after all of this waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
wait. Can I ask you a question real quick? So
Well, no,
You can-
real quick,
the
Alish,
funding-
I want them to answer that real quick. before
okay,
you go-
all right.
jump
Sorry,
in,
go ahead.
Alish.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
If
Alice.
you can, you want me to take it?
But-
I
yes,
can
take it.
yeah,
Please,
I
go.
mean, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I would have to look into exactly the claims that you're making before I responded to it.
Assume they're true.
Like,
Assume
are
they're
you
true.
asking how I feel about it? Is that your question? Like how I feel about the fact that they're eliminating jobs? There could be several. I mean, we know that they're done, right? Like they're no longer moving forward. So what are they supposed to do? Themselves be wasteful? That would also be pretty fucking stupid. Like if they're not operating anymore, of like why? What would be the logical conclusion then? Like, isn't this exactly what they should be doing?
Well, doesn't the Government Accountability Office need to exist going forward to examine future cases? Why are they cutting 1,000 workers from that?
Well, this is my real question.
Just told
Is
you.
I don't particularly enjoy that I don't get an after action report. However, one good thing about having opposing parties is I'm sure that some of y'all are going to go and get them on something, and they're going to go before Congress. We're going to some testifying and seeing behind, or we're going to have committees doing that's part of the whole system anyway. So yeah, would I like them to give an after action report? Sure, but if I do worry, no, because I'm sure it's all going to come out. Secondly, yeah, I mean, I don't mind them cutting 1,000 jobs. We're finding out there's inefficient stuff and redundancy all the time. I think this is a part of any business, and like I hate this run the U.S. government like a business, but sometimes you do need to do this. I think bureaucracies. I have a big business, right? And one of the things that'll happen is you get too many paperwork, you have too many redundant people, and every so often you have to go in there and you light a little fire and you fire a couple people, and you go, oh shit, we did need this person, we didn't need that person. You either rehire them at a higher rate, but now you can afford that because I fired 5 people that I didn't need, and I just need the 1. And so you go and look and kind of go through. And I think this is just kind of the process. And I think that right here we're seeing, oh, okay, y'all been bitching about Doge getting expanded. Hey, now they're getting folded into this, and they're cutting 1,000 people. You should be happy.
Okay, just real quick. This is the statement from the Appropriations Committee chair, and she said, "The Government Accountability Office is one of our most valuable tools to improve efficiency and effectiveness across the government. It is astonishing that for all the talk about finding and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, House Republicans are cutting resources for the watchdog that is tasked with precisely that role."
Who's this?
This is the Appropriations Committee chair.
Okay, and so
We do got to get other people in. Okay, I hate to cut off this back and forth,
Okay.
right? But Alish has a question. Go ahead, Alish.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
go
So
ahead,
I was just wondering when was the last time Doge did an audit? So like when did they storm whatever building that they were going into and audited it? Nobody? Last year?
I'm gonna
maybe?
need to be.
Well,
more...
do you want me to answer? Because I know, but I'm
Sure.
on your
Can
side
hear
here.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
man.
go ahead. Go ahead. You can answer it.
I'm not really sure.
The last
time.
the last time that Doge did anything was like December of 2025.
Right. So December of 2025. So do you find it a problem that they've been funded since then to now and they haven't done anything? They're just sitting there not doing anything? Isn't that the definition of waste?
Well, one, like I said already previously, we already have Pete Hexus and Caroline Levitt both have mentioned different things they've done at different times. They've mentioned all
I'm
sorts
sorry, I
of stuff.
said Doge, not those individual
Thank
people.
you. Yeah, I appreciate that. But they mentioned that Doge is the one that did this within their organizations. So yeah, I'm just one of those is the spokesperson.
What did they cut?
And the other
What
one's
have they
the
cut
part of the-
since December? What have they cut since December?
I mean, one of them talked. Listen, you can go look up specifically. I know for the contracts was the Pete Hexeth one. I don't remember what Caroline Levitt said, but she mentioned like 8 different things. When some reporter asked her recently, I'm sure somebody could Google AI that. I'm sure that's a fine thing. But also, like once again, this was supposed to be a short term thing, and like I find this conversation rich when you point this out. Oh, it's funded through this period of time. Whenever Republican, this is really just like he pointed at the other guy and go, hey, what about them? Because we pointed out all these things that were like, hey, these are funded through this period, and we can't do anything with them. And you're like, oh, well, you have to fund it. You have to do it.
This entire argument is a whataboutism. You understand
That's
right?
literally
You
what I just
understand
said.
this entire argument?
Is that what I just said?
Because are you
I just
saying that the
I just said
entirety
that, right?
are you saying
I
that
did say
every
that.
single thing that Trump has done during this term has not been waste, fraud, and abuse? No, everything has been
everything.
perfect. Everything. No, we've
Did I
not
say
wasted
that?
any
Who said
money.
that?
Not a single dollar.
Hold on, let me just see if the ghost of Christmas Past is in here, because I've already bitched about several things just in this debate alone that I didn't like. Like, I'm not some MAGA diehard. I mean, like, it's
okay. So let's take your complaint and then compare it to my complaint. So your complaint is what, like transgender?
That was not my complaint. That's not my complaint.
It was a complaint that was brought up. Whatever bullshit complaint you brought up, it doesn't even compare to the type of shit that's been happening. I mean, like, you have these no bid contracts that have been going on. Like, you have like
I don't like that either.
They spent $220 million for ads for immigration. They've had ads being put up for all sorts of bullshit. Everything that Trump's done. You have, let's see, multiple things being cut. The Department of Education, the Department of Science, Medical Research, National Science Foundation, National Institute of Health. Where did that money go? Also, what about all the
wait, hold on. What? I don't want to. Once again, this is like you're talking about ads. Every government that in U.S. history that I can recall in my lifetime, when they push forth a program or a new agency has put forth ads to say, "Hey, let's sell the American public on this." That's just part of the budget for those organizations.
There already is there's a department already for that, and they paid a no bid contract to a different company to produce ads. You understand that, right?
Have they produced those ads?
Don't you know that there is the United States Digital Services that already exists? So why are we getting?
I mean, if you want to talk about like a redundant thing, like the entire Doge program is redundant because, like, friend, you keep bringing up Hegseth. The Department of Defense has an Office of Inspector General. They already have that. That's what their job is. So the idea that you would add another auditor, especially by a guy who's too incompetent to even audit, I'm not aware. Actually, funny question. Here's a question: can you point me to a single audit that Doge has done? A single audit they've produced?
I don't have that information. Sure, maybe they haven't been in the audits.
Wait, you know so many other things about all the. Is that kind of crazy to you? But the answer is none, by the way. They haven't because they can't. They're not capable of doing it.
I mean, hold on. You did this last time when they said there wasn't trade deals, and you said that was the thing, and I literally proved that afterwards there were trade deals.
There aren't any
trade deals. Once again, I just mentioned straight Malacca deal. We have this deal with Indonesia now. Like, these are deals that are passed already. Like, those are deals.
No, they're not.
Done.
No, they're not.
The TRIPS plan isn't a thing. That's not a thing.
A verbal agreement about like one tariff rate or whatever? No, that is not a trade deal.
No, that is not what the TRIPS plan is, but that's good. That's part of the encirclement of Iran thing, where we have Azerbaijan, and we've been guaranteed the safety and security of our oil pipeline.
What are we encircling? The only thing we're encircling Iran in is giant bags of money. That's what we're encircling Iran in.
I mean, once again, undeniably false. Once again, the TRIPS deal is a thing.
Okay, one last thing from Alice, and we gotta cycle you out.
Wait, well, what was the country? What was the country that we were insuring?
I can't hear.
Hold on.
You ever blocked or her volume turned down then?
Yeah. So, what is the? I'm sorry,
and she's not muted.
Distracted. So, what country we're ensuring the security of a country? Is that what you said? Azerbaijan? Is that what you said?
No. We are ensuring that now that that's the TRIPS deal. It's going to have an oil and natural gas pipeline right there. We're securing it. We're also securing American investments in that region. So we're doing a deal with them, and I believe another country, I forget which one of their neighbors, in order to supply this. It's basically going to be equivalent to what they're arguing is the Panama Canal over land for this area, and which is going to bypass Iran and bypass Russian interests. So that is a good thing. That is a deal.
Is that not investing? So investing in other countries doesn't really matter to you. So it's okay.
Did you not watch the debate?
In other country. Investing in other countries is fine to you, but doing things like humanitarian is like out of the picture for you. That's why I don't understand. Like, why do you have such a problem with USAID? I don't get it.
Because USAID was inefficient and corrupt and not working, and we need
corrupt. The entire administration is corrupt. Like, it's crazy. Okay, bye. I love you.
Okay, bye. Have a good day.
Actually, I have a question for you, Gibbs, real quick.
Sure.
Just okay. You and Destiny are going back and forth, and Destiny brought up the fact that the communists the communists love that USAID is going away, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, yeah. So, how come you believe that USAID was propping up socialist governments in the third world?
I would argue, yeah. I posted I can give you the article once again. I have several things.
Well, sure, but aren't those two positions contradictory?
No, they're not.
No, because the communists are wrong and he's right, you idiot. Fucking moron.
What
a stupid thing, Dev.
Appreciate it.
Admiral, don't worry.
Good man. That's what I'm talking about. No, I mean, I think that it's... I would argue, though, that it's not totally socialist. Like, there's different levels, bro. I mean, like, we all know it's incremental. There's different levels on foreign policy when it comes to different countries. Like, obviously, Juche is way different than, say, like, Maoism, or we have, all these different forms of communism. So, yeah, I would say, like, when you have socialist elements in some of these countries, especially in left-leaning Latin America, they're working their way in. They start here and then they go down the thing. I don't want to say slippery slope fallacy, but yeah, we can look at Maduro and Chavez as being good examples of where they go with the extreme once they get in power, and then they go look. And this is part of their destruction. They try to subvert the liberal world order from within. Would be my argument.
$20.
Okay,
Just real quick.
Go ahead.
From Skeptical Ninja for $20. Can we get a yes or no from Gibbs on if he's using Grok for his research during this debate?
I am not using Grok. I was using my hand. No, I didn't use Grok during this debate.
Gibbs, can you prove that?
Oh, hold on. Wait, I'm
Gibbs,
sorry,
I'm going to need you to prove that.
I don't actually. Whoever donated that is retarded. I don't give a fuck if people want to Google things or use Grok or whatever for debates. That's totally fine. Just don't lie about it. That's the only thing I care. If somebody's like, "Oh, let me ask Grok this," who cares? Fine. Look it up. You can look it up. That's fine.
Also,
I want to be clear on that. Jesus.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I also, when I was looking, when I said I was looking at something up, I had, like I said, in my Discord, I have a huge foreign policy section with all these different countries, so I had to scroll and find the exact thing. So, like, I like to have my sources posted for this exact situation.
Just a public service announcement. If you don't know something, it's perfectly acceptable to look it up.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. $5 from It's Vishy. We have fraud. We have waste, fraud, and abuse. End quote. Fires the inspector general. Fair enough. $5 from Tip. Destiny. How do you debate people who rather live in lies to suit their own ego than accept reality?
One debate at a time, I guess.
Okay. $5 from JKL. Why does Andrew have a condenser mic when it sounds worse than a laptop? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah. $5 from Politics JK. Crazy how narrow the Trump supporters always have to keep topics because if their principles are examined, they become incoherent. $10 from JT89. Do you understand that PEPFAR drugs prevent transmission of HIV to the children of infected mothers? Knowing that, do you still support cutting it and increasing HIV transmission to children?
Once again, I'm willing to reevaluate and look, but not in the current USAID system. And once again, this is a self-caused problem. So potentially, yes, I would be okay with cutting it.
I do agree with that, because if we just let the moms die of AIDS, then there won't be any kids to die of AIDS. So that's kind of true, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good one.
$5 from Splashmock
Worse.
to say Dan Saltman said not to donate. So make sure to divert all Israeli funds to WICK-TV. Ye never lose. You know what? I will take any money that comes my way. Thank you for the $5, I suppose. Go ahead, new caller guy. New caller guy, you have a question?
Yeah, so just to go back a bit, kind of at the beginning of the section, you said something about, I had this whole like little game about you giving me financial advice planned, but I thought this would be much more interesting for the audience because I don't know what your public position is on this. So you were talking about Elon Musk, and you said, quoting here, "We know why he's pushing for it. He's South African. You know, look out for your people. I know who my people are. I want to help out." And then I think you had a stroke for like a half a second there. And
Sure.
I assume what you meant to say was that,
I'm Mexican.
I assume you mean, I assume that you mean people on the team, right? People that you're related to, family, friends, you know, whatnot.
Sure.
So I have a couple questions about this quote. When you said, "We know why he's pushing for it," right? He's South African. What is it?
Well, yeah. So I'm ethnically Mexican, right? My real dad's from Mexico, right? Like he's illegal. This is a true story. Like so, I want to start.
It might be true, but it's not relevant. What
It
does
is-
Musk
hold on,
mean?
I'm
What
trying to
did you
answer.
mean
Can I
here
And
when
also,
you say
Mexican
it?
is not an ethnicity, just but
Sure, cool. It's a country. Whatever.
What does he mean by what do you mean when you say it?
Just let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, so my point is, right, like I want a strong border, but I also want immigration reform. I want to change how it's done. I want to make it easier for people who want to come here to work. Right. So I want to look out for my people that my heritage, you know, I have a strong, Hispanic heritage. I can understand when he comes from South Africa that he might want to look out for people of a similar heritage and want them to maybe not die. Like, I mean, and it's not a crazy leap for me. Do you disagree?
Okay,
with
that's
that?
the why. That might be the
Yeah,
why. I'll
sure.
accept that might be the why. What is the it?
What do you mean by that? Like the it, like
When you say we know why he is pushing for it,
yeah.
we know why. We know that the reason that he
It being
wants to
helping
do the
this,
things he's doing is because, like, he wants to protect his people. He wants to
Yeah,
protect
he wants to
what he
protect
views
the
as his
South Af-
homeland. So, what
Yeah,
is the
but-
it? What is the action that he is hoping to take to achieve this end? What is the
Correct me-
it
yeah,
that
sure.
that the
Correct me
why
if
is
I'm wrong.
justifying?
I believe this was a response to something that Mr. Destiny asked me about, like, would I support cutting aid to South Africans? Because because Elon Musk said it. And I said, sure, I would be okay with cutting aid to the South Africans because fuck them. But like, hey, I can understand why Elon, a person who's got South African descent, would push for it being the aid or the refugee status.
No. When Elon Musk says
that make
it,
sense?
what the
Anybody here
it
confused about
is
that?
in
Was
his
that a confusing
worldview,
statement?
what the it is a return to an apartheid South Africa, right?
That is not what I'm talking about.
But
In context of the question that was asked to me.
we know why he's pushing for it. He is South African. The why is because he wants to protect his people. He wants to protect white South Africans, right? And the it that he wants to do in order to achieve that end is a return to apartheid, right?
Yeah, that was not the question I was asked. The question I was asked was about. Did anybody mention anything about apartheid, South Africa?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just making sure.
No. It's about your characterization of Musk. It's about your characterization because I think that what you see, like a lot of the arguments that you've made, right? Like you want to say you're not MAGA, but that's clearly a lie. We can all see that's a lie. You know that's a lie. And this game that you seem to be playing, it's actually real life for some of us. And the fact that you treat it like a reality TV show, like this is just some game that you can play because it won't hurt you or affect you. It's gross and it's disgusting, and I can't stand it.
Jesus loves you.
So, yeah.
Virtue
So when you want to characterize a particular action, right? What you're saying is that if you view Musk, and then I have this whole line, I can still walk you down to prove that Musk is a Nazi.
We do have a line, so
yeah, sure. But the point is that you're willing to ally yourself with Nazis, right? So when you say you're not MAGA, that's obviously a lie, right?
Okay, you can respond, and then we got a cycle.
Yeah,
yeah. Sure. I just real quick. One, I don't like Nazis. If anybody's ever heard my take on old fucking Nazi points, then you'll know I don't like Nazis. Two,
did Musk do a Nazi salute?
Fucking fine, maybe. I don't know. Listen.
Okay.
He's South African. He's probably racist. He's probably racist.
Wow.
Who knows? Like, sure. But listen. Here's my point. Once again, that was not the question I was asked. I don't support any apartheid bullshit. I was asked about why, if I supported Elon Musk's aid and refugee status to South Africans, and my response was "fuck them." No, and now you're still trying to push this on me. Like,
why do you think he was arguing against USAID in South Africa?
Probably because, once again, he has national interests in South Africa.
But what is his goal?
Okay.
What is his goal to destroy USAID in South Africa?
What is my name? Is it Elon Musk? How the fuck would I know?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot mens rea doesn't exist in the world anymore. I forgot that we can never know the intention of somebody based on their actions. My bad. I'm sorry, Wick. I'll go now. Thanks, Gibbs. You've won. Congratulations.
I didn't know I was trying. Okay. Jesus.
Okay, $5 from JKL. Andrew's argument being fundamentally about federal debt and accusing Destiny of moving the goalposts when he brings it up is pure Kino. $5 from Merlot to say, Trump voters, if you were to go back in time in 2024, would you still vote for Trump, considering he's contributed 1/3 of the debt and spent more than Biden? That's a good question. Would you?
You're asking, was that question for me or Gibbs?
Both of you. If you could go back in time to 2024 and change your vote, would you, knowing what you do now, would you do so?
I would go to California and vote under some other person's name.
I don't know no, I would not have voted for Kamala and Tim Walz. I think that would have been even worse than the mess we're in now. Just let me tell you one thing, Wick. I got to get out of here in about 10 minutes. I got about 10 minutes left. About 9 p.m.
10 minutes. We'll speed run the people who pay me money then. $20 from CBS Smith to say, it's impressive. We finally have a conservative panelist, less intelligent than Gibbs. Be nice, gang. But thank you for the $20. It's very nice. $10 from Neolib Shitlord. How can Admiral Gibbs and the other useful idiots sleep at night while living with so much cognitive dissonance? Okay. $5 from C Dubba. What about Trump investing in Dell and giving them a $9.7 billion Department of Defense contract? Thoughts on that?
Starts with what about? It sounds like whataboutism. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look up the specific details of it. I'm not familiar with that specific.
Did he invest, or did a trust he own invest, and does it manage directly? Because that was the argument I heard about Nancy Pelosi and her husband. So, or is his kids doing it? Like, what is because that's literally what I heard on this panel. So it seems like I need some more specifics.
Just real quick, why do you guys think that Kamala Harris would have been worse? What's your why is that your view?
Is that for me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Both. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Well, again, if we're talking, it's not lost on me that we're talking about fraud and abuse, and her running mate was Tim Walz. So to me, just opening up the floodgates for fraud at home, for a complete waste at home, would have been worse to me, and I feel like that's what would have.
Wait, but
happened.
what fraud and abuse? Wait.
What is that? The exact same thing.
What is the
he
Walz
already
thing
runs
relevant
a
for? I
family.
don't understand.
Huh?
What is the Walz thing relevant for? I don't understand.
Well, because he was in charge in Minnesota.
He was, but
That's
like
the
any
state where it was happening.
investigation.
So if you're
Sure,
so
any
incompetent to
investigation- keep
facilitate
filibustering, keep
that
going,
much
keep going.
fraud be
Yes.
facilitated in your area,
Filibuster.
then yeah, I would think that it would
So
be. It would
all
be
of
worse.
these investigations and everything that was caught.
Ask me
relating to
why
this
I
was done
thought it
by
would be
the-
worse. I
Oh,
told you.
you got.
No, he doesn't. No, he has to keep dancing because he knows it's fucking retarded, right?
Oh.
All of the investigations for that were led by the Biden Department of Justice. What the fuck has Trump's Department of Justice found in terms of novel fraud in Minnesota so far?
How many people
Nothing.
were arrested? I think it was like
Nothing.
90.
Nothing.
Uh,
Yeah, that was out off the Garland DOJ investigation, right? Trump's org hasn't found anything. You don't give a fuck about fraud. You only care because they're black or whatever other bullshit reason.
No, if it was any fraud, I would care. My whole thing is let's not waste and burn money. I don't know why that's like a racist or like hateful position.
Because you don't
Let's
seem to have
just
any
not
problem with Trump
waste
doing
and
it at a
burn
record
money.
amount. You don't
It's
even,
the
I
most-
don't know if Kamala,
the
to be
most-
honest, I don't even know if Kamala could waste as much money as Trump has. It's just like you're on a whole different level of corruption and fraud and wasteful government spending. And the idea that they would have somehow managed to spend as much is just it's not rooted in reality between the people. It's not rooted in the reality of the Biden admin versus the Trump admin. Like even now we can see that Trump has wasted more money than even the craziest liberal would have guessed he would have. But for some reason it's like, well, no, I still think Kamala would have wasted more. Why? Because it's like axiomatic to you. You can't even fathom it.
Well, we actually have like
you
a pretty
can't
good
fathom
one-to-one comparison. Yeah,
I don't know.
there's like a really good one-to-one comparison here that we can actually go through because there was the Feeding Our Future fraud in Minnesota that was $250 million that was discovered and prosecuted under Biden, right? So we can actually point out that, okay, even if you think that these fraudsters were left-leaning, it was a left-leaning government that reined them in. Okay. Now, we have a similar situation where Kristi Noem is currently defending herself against $220 million of potential fraudulent spending. Do you think that Trump's going to rein her in? I mean, she lost her job, but is she getting charged? Is she going to jail the same way that the Feeding Our Future guy went to jail?
If that's true, then she should.
She should, but will she? Will Trump do it?
But I'm not
He
defending
might.
that
He might.
position,
Hold on.
so
Hold on. He might. Hold on.
again,
This is,
you guys are
this-
trying to like
this is a-
crucify me on a position that's
No,
not
no,
mine.
no,
You are
this is so
defending
di-
Trump because you said you would vote for him. That's how voting works. You don't get
Hold
to
on.
separate the good from the bad. You have to pick a candidate.
Hold
Trump
on.
is your
Yeah,
guy.
but
Well, this is
you have
really
to take
rich.
a lesser.
This is-
You the entire debate, like where I'm about to get out of here. Now you're like super aggressive and coming after everything that I say. That's fine. You had nothing the entire time, but you
You
can
had lies.
what?
I mean,
Every time we
You
bring
had
up something, you go,
lies.
what
Wait,
about
what the fuck
it's
are
a
you talking
pivot. And now you're like, oh, now you okay.
well, this is-
It was
23
pivot.
Nobel Prize winning economists called Harris's economic plan vastly superior to Trump's, by the way.
yeah. I
If
mean,
anyone actually cares about what's best for the economy in the United States.
Some economists said that it was vastly better.
23 Nobel Prize winning economists.
Like,
Yeah, but
I
did you
didn't-
consider the economist who went on
Is
Joe
that not
Rogan?
significant to you?
You can put it in the chat and I'll read it. You're just assuming that it's
You
not.
can look it up.
Okay,
Here,
I'll
here,
look it
here,
up.
here,
Why are you
Dragonfist,
so angry with me?
Dragonfist?
Like I'm not angry with
Okay,
you.
let look.
Here,
He's
just
only
real
got a
quick,
little bit of
Dragonfist.
time.
Yeah.
Dragonfist, like I actually do think that you're a good faith actor. I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to jump down your throat here. I just think that you don't know what you're talking about, and I think there's a lot of reading you could do to get informed on these things.
But-
I don't think you're evil or anything.
But to your point that you just made, Dev, about this Kristi Noem, right? You're acting like he wouldn't go after her. All right. Do you remember he had John Bolton in his administration the first term, and John Bolton just got
Crush my balls, bro.
Hey, listen,
Yeah,
if John
Trump went
Bolton just
after
got.
people after he perceived them as backstabbing, and you I can't believe you say that.
I'm just saying,
Oh my
it seems
God.
pretty rich. You know, listen, if Noem backstabbed him with stealing, why would
So you
go
agree
after
that
him?
no authoritarian leader ever has ever been corrupt, right?
I didn't say that.
Why? All of them have gone after people in their party at some point. Saddam Hussein did it with a whole bunch of his
So, but
leadership.
this-
Pretty sure Hitler
that's-
cleared out some of his
that's-
leadership.
thank you.
Stalin and Lenin
Yeah.
and every single and Putin have people have fallen out of windows there, right? All of these people have gone after. What is? Sorry, that was unbelievably stupid
actually,
fucking-
no, thank you. I actually agree. It is unbelievably stupid because that's the point you just made about Biden and fucking the administration in Minnesota when we clearly expanded the fraud search from Minnesota to
But
California. So you made the argument for me just now, son. Thank
They
you.
didn't have the same last name like all of
Of
Trump's current
course,
fucking
of
losers do. They
course.
were
Yeah, how
drafted.
convenient. And now we're finding more fraud than ever before in Minnesota. We
No,
have
we're
more
not. No, we're not.
we got
Anywhere, really
we have
not.
over
Well, we're
800.
finding more
We have
fraud as the
over.
public is
We have
watching
over.
the president
We have
commit more fraud.
over
True.
800 indictments is what I'm looking at. Up between 800 between California and Minnesota right now, and other states. So I'm sitting here seeing fraud. They're obviously going after it. So hey, listen. Either it's okay for them to go after people in their own party, like these left-leaning people in Somalia, the Somalis that he did with Feeding Our Future, or it's not when you're considering John Bolton. It seems like a kind of a nice little double backflip you got going here. Can I explain why?
He also went after Cohen too, right? He also went out yeah, true. Trump went after so many of his allies. You're
So-
so right. You're so right.
yeah,
bro.
so if Noam throws him under the bus or they sit here and does some kind of fraud shit, you don't think he's going to go after him? I feel like, yeah, obviously he would. So what's your point
Do
here?
you want to
Ben?
make a bet right now, Gibbs? Do you think that Kristi Noem's going to
Jail,
the
maybe?
Trump administration? Do you think that they're going to go after Kristi Noem? I'll bet you $50
$50.
right now that they
When's
do not
when is the intern
before
for
the
the
end of
The
this
year? No, she absolutely is not going to get charged for the end of the year.
Okay. What about 2028?
I mean, by
Yeah,
by
For
the
as long
time,
as Trump's in office.
but
Yes.
yeah, I'll do it all the way to Trump's office. She might get charged.
Okay, $50
How
on
about
it.
this? Wait. How about a $50 on this? Do you think that
But what are we
anybody
gonna
from the
charge for?
SPLC is going to be convicted?
Who knows? Maybe, probably.
No, maybe you were citing that indictment as
Yeah.
good as gold
I
earlier.
think
How do you
I
feel
think
about the
I think
indictment
I
for
think
Trump?
I think homegirl's
going
gonna.
to
I think the homegirl that was giving money to her lover is definitely going to get charged with a crime and convicted. Yes.
Okay.
We'll see.
$10 from Caller Online 1. Republicans being the party of Lincoln is not a flex. He was still racist as fuck, but once the Northern Dems started supporting civil rights, the Southern Dems and churches jumped ship and voted Republican. Thank you for that. $20 from Ripped Cripper. MAGAs with humiliation fetish get obliviated. Embarrass these people back into the bigot closet to save America. Thank you for the $20. $10 from Anyon. I live in Deep Red, Georgia, and we learned about the party realignment in 8th fucking grade. $5 from Bad Company. Gibbs looks like a villain in a trans comic book.
Yeah, I hear the gays have good style, so I'll take that as a compliment.
Okay. Oh, and my YouTube froze. That's wonderful. I know you had to go, Mr. Andrew. Do you have any
Yeah.
closing words for our audience?
No, I appreciate the debate. I enjoyed it. Thank you, everyone. We can look at some of these other topics in the future. Just the only thing that struck me is people like saying to fucking unalive yourself. I don't know how we got that far. I was trying to be good faith, and we could do better than that. So that's all.
Yeah, super chatter, naughty. Okay,
Right?
When you send me money, say better things. But thank you for the money anyway. But naughty, super.
Wait,
chatter.
Can I
ask just
Thank you, guys. Have a
quick
good night.
question
Thank you.
before you go? Andrew, my love,
Sure,
please.
sure.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God. You came in pretty hot on the transgender comic thing, right? Like you were like transgender comic. Like you were pretty hot on it, right?
Sure. Not really. It was in my list. She just cited it as not true, and then we got into it wasn't something I was particularly
Right.
passionate
We
about.
got into it, and then you kind of walked it back to gay, and you were like a gay comic. And they're like,
Yeah,
well,
they
it
said
was
it was a
one
gay comic. I don't
character
care
and
any
one.
comic. We should
But like, hold on. Just let me just real quick here, and then you go and say that if it was a heterosexual comic,
Yeah.
I would have cared about it. So, do you
Sure.
classify everything in your life as transgender, straight, gay? Like, why would you even come out saying transgender comic?
That's how it was listed.
If it doesn't matter to you,
That's how it was listed, so they would know what I was
So
referencing.
you weren't coming
People
in.
have-
So
see
you
what
weren't
you're
coming in
doing
hot
here?
on that.
What you're doing here is
Come on, man. You were
exactly the
coming in
point.
so
It's
hot.
exactly the
Come on,
point.
dude.
You're a bad
This is what I'm
person if
saying.
you
You're
even
so
talk
bad
about
faith,
it.
dude.
Here's the point.
You're so bad faith. You
shields
came in and
these
say
policies.
transgender comic.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
care
get
if
you all
it's
riled up with
transgender.
the
We shouldn't be
transgender
standing on
stuff.
any comics. Like this
It's
one just
fucking
happened to be a
comical, dude.
transgender one. And that's the point, is that this shields it from I can't mention it or I'm like a transphobe. That's the point.
So
of this
whether or not
rhetoric.
the
Like, so I
sexuality had
can't
anything to
criticize
do
the
with it,
policy
none of
because
that
for some
mattered.
reason you
The
think I
entire
care
point that you
that it's
brought up
a,
to
you
begin
know
with
what I'm
was
saying?
transgender comic. Come on.
Okay.
I'm staying to answer your question. I'm trying to explain to you. I don't care what kind of comic it is. I don't think we should be
So then why
wasting
would you
money on that
start
stuff
out with that? Why
overseas.
wouldn't you just
This
say
one
we
just
were
happens
funding
to
a
be that.
comic?
Huh?
Why wouldn't you say we were funding a comic? If it
That's
has
how it was
nothing to do
listed.
with
I think
sexuality.
take
So
it
you
up with
just read it off of a list and developed the whole entire thing about it? You didn't do
it. Well,
any looking
yeah, but it gives
into
them
it,
reference to
research,
exactly
understanding
what I
of
was
how much it
talking about
costs?
because words have meaning. Like, is it like offensive to talk about? I don't understand. Like,
Hold on,
did it offend?
but hold on. Well, let me help.
It's not that it's
Like,
Hold
why
on,
is this
stop.
even a thing? That's what
Yeah,
it
let
was.
me help
That's
though.
the program they were paying.
If I kept mentioning something and I'm like, those fucking black criminals, and I kept
It has nothing to do with
talking every
blacks.
time it was a black criminal, I would be like, a black criminal was doing this. Would you maybe, would it be right to maybe question, like, hey, maybe this guy's a little racist?
But
No,
he didn't
because
have
I
black people.
clarified.
Because that's what he does all the time. That's his grift.
No, it's not a grift. I'm telling you that I'm not for any comic books. You just don't want to
Look
accept
at
my
Gibbs'
answer.
face right now. He
These
knows
ones
his
just
future's
happen to
booked.
be. I also had a problem with the DEI in Serbia. Like, it's not.
You don't know why, but
I
you
have a
still don't know
problem
why
with
that was a
anything
thing.
that's wasteful. And if you're showing me that it's not wasteful, then I don't have a problem
But
with
you
it.
assume
has
it is
nothing
because
to
you
do
just
with
hear
race
these little
or
jingly
sex
keywords
or
like
gender
DEI or
or
transgender, and
nothing.
you run with it. You fall for it because you can't
It's
tell apart a
it's
good source from shit.
it's obviously an
What?
ideological thing for you, man, and that's
I know
fine
he
if you
needs
just
to go.
admit
He needs to
that.
go. We can have
It's
him on
All right,
again.
go
not.
I
ahead.
promise.
It's not an ideal. I
Hold
said
on.
that I'm not for the
This
war
is
in
what we'll do.
Iran for the same
This is
reason.
what we'll do. This is what we'll do.
For the same reason.
On another day, we will have Andrew on all by himself, and he will just take calls, and
I
you
will.
guys can. It will be Andrew versus the world.
You
right?
can rip me apart.
Yeah.
I'm
know you have
fair on both sides, man. I'm not for things that are wasteful from the right either. I'm really not.
But you didn't mention those.
Okay. Well, thank you for
I'm
coming.
not for the war in
Andrew.
Iran. That's what I said. Like, how did I not mention it? I just don't get you. You just don't even hear it. It like goes right through because you want to hate me so much. That's really what's going on. Like, you want me to be a bigot so bad, but I really don't care if it's a straight comic book or a gay comic book. I don't think we should be paying for it because it's wasteful. Is that
You
fair?
thinking it's wasteful is
Yeah,
your
that's
bias.
totally fair. So where can we
Thank you.
find you out
You
there,
haven't critically
Andrew?
thought about that.
What are your ats?
You could find me at DragonFisttv on YouTube.
Check him out.
Awesome.
Or TikTok or Twitter. I just started the Twitter, but they're all at DragonFisttv. Instagram.
Yeah, check him out.
And I will come back. I promise. Thank you, guys.
I'm looking forward to it.
I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Wick. Second most important thing, Destiny, you gotta promote your event July 10th, otherwise you're
working on it.
Shit.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for calling in, Robert. Okay.
I've got to take off in a minute too, as well. I've got two more questions, and I can ask them
Two
quick,
more
and
questions.
I
You've
can
had like
leave.
20 questions, man.
And then I can
quick.
leave. Okay, they'll be quick. They'll be quick.
Quickly.
Okay. So
I got like a dozen super, like
I
more than that.
completely
I gotta get through
I
my
completely
super
understand. I completely understand. Okay, Gibbs, real quick. One, why didn't the Republicans pass legislation in Congress to cut spending properly? Would that not be the way to go about it, rather than doing all this bullshit?
Depends on what you mean by that. Like, give me an example. Like, how do you want like cut spending properly to be done in your mind? What is it? What is it?
Well, if you wanted USAID to be cut, they should have passed a bill cutting USAID rather than doing it through the executive, right?
Potentially. The issue is that, like, when we look at like our division of powers between the three branches, every president since forever has tried to expand the presidency, right, and to use executive orders to expand it, and that really started even more so like under Bush and Cheney, and then it extended all the way under Obama and now to Trump, right? Like, so we're like going through this, and everyone. So yeah, I'm not surprised that they always try to use the executive first. People look to the executive to be like a leader, so that's not a surprise. I would have expected the Dems to do it. I wouldn't even blame them for that, right? Like, but I do think that maybe legislation was the proper way to do it, but that's not how they chose to go about it first. And Trump has also done a thing very interesting where he's done these push these things with the executive order, and then he gets sued. And he goes to the Supreme Court and either wins or loses, but then things are defined. And I think part of his strategy is to get certain powers defined so that people either can or can't use them going forward, as opposed to some of these nebulous kind of like ideas that we've had going forward. Or at least if it's not Trump, someone in his administration is pushing that agenda. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. Whether you agree or disagree is a whole different thing, I'm sure.
Okay.
I think there's problems with that, but I understand, and we don't have time to get into it right now. The last thing before I get out of here then is, I know that you watched my J6 video all the way through, and you even complimented me on it.
I did watch it. I
And,
listened to it.
and you said it gave you a whole lot to think about. So I just have to, and like, you are probably the nicest right-winger I've met in a long time. Why do you still believe all the sloppulous stuff, given that? How is it that you exist in your current headspace when you saw me lay out all the J6 evidence and you're like, oh, you give me a lot to think about. That's all these things I haven't seen before. I don't understand you.
So with the J6 thing, this is an issue, right? Like I keep looking at this and I keep going and I'm looking at all these things and maybe it's whataboutism, maybe it's like just like taking like where we're at as a whole. Like I think the J6 thing, as bad as it is or it isn't, right? Like it's more of a symptom and not the real like problem, right? Whether you think it's Trump, whether you think it's rhetoric, whether you think I think it's so bad to the point that where we have almost alternate news sources. Like if I say, oh, I'll give you a source, say the New York Post. Right? People are going to go, I don't accept that as a source, right? Or like, or you'll use a House committee like we did today, and someone's like, I'm not going to accept that because I don't believe this government president. And so it like gets to this point, like, yeah, I think you make valid points. I think you're earnest, right? And so when you're making these points, I'm listening, like, yeah, it's convincing. I just like, I guess when I'm a voter, it really comes down to what I vote on, and I vote locally, and I say this all the time. The January 6th thing, like, didn't, yeah, it affects us as a nation, potentially, but it failed. If it was a coup, it was a really bad one. Right. And I wasn't backed by any of the branches. Trump didn't send in the paramilitary. Like, I mean, if there was the problem was, yeah, they're not real effective, bros. Like, I mean, like, I'm just sitting here, like, looking at it, and you know what's more scary as a conservative was the group of guys that took over the Michigan governor's office, and those were a conservative group. We shouldn't have armed groups take over like a Michigan government houses. This is a Republican group that did this, right? Like or totally. That's more terrifying to me than say what like the January 6th things, which seems like unorganized mob behavior. Like I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. Like I don't know. It's also not a high voting.
Did that answer your question?
For now,
we can talk about it more later. I'm sure.
Sure. Thanks for having me on, Wick. I know I'm just a caller, but thanks for having me here anyway.
Yep.
You guys have fun.
Yep.
See ya.
All tons of fun. Tons and tons. $5 from Parallax to say Gibbs is fat, or Gibbs is trans fat.
Okay. That's a good one.
All right. See ya.
See ya. $5 from Nobody Chef. I'll be sure to tell my David Duke supporting uncle that he is in fact a Democrat. Today I learned there was no party switch. Revisionist history is wild. $5 from No Flame, please. Can someone ask Sister Fister why he is so disconnected from reality? Bro has his own personal fanfic on every subject. $5 from Last Bastion. Can we get names of all the people who were charged for corruption as a result of Doge? If they found any, we should have at least one name, no?
Not a single one. Kind of crazy, given that supposedly they found so much corruption.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. I got that phone call.
Did Doge charge anybody? Did we get any charges from the DOJ for corruption due to what Doge found, supposedly?
No.
Not even close. The fraud was less than. So they did an audit, and the fraud was found percentage-wise to be like 0.3%. Mind you, the total budget is already only 1% of the budget. So we're talking about 0.3% of a 1% of the total budget. But hey, expect that Doge stimulus check anytime.
Oh yeah, the Doge stimulus check.
I forgot about that. I didn't. Yeah, that's crazy. $10 from Mr. HHK. We need the comics to create more trans Tifa soldiers overseas for national security. Okay, thank you for that. $10 from Boredom. The guy who keeps pinning Republican racism on the SPLC is snorting Iranian nuclear-enriched copium.
Damn.
I think that was you. Gibbs.
It was me that said that. And listen, if you can find me some, I'll try it.
Lunatic Thinker for $5. Conservatives give everyone in NATO, threatens invading allies, and goes surprised Pikachu when Spain refuses to let U.S. use their bases there. I think he missed the word. Gives everyone in NATO the finger, I believe. I don't know. $2 from Gregio. Tell Gibbs to look up Nixon's Southern Strategy. $10 Carler Online. The Doge guys in deposition admitted that all they did was Control plus F when they deciding what to cut, and that was it. They ultimately cut $20 billion out of the $2 trillion Elon claimed he could. Does that not, Gibbs? Does that not suggest like that they were doing a very bad job? Well, do you think that Doge did a bad job overall? Let's start there.
I would say mixed results. It's not what I'd hoped for, but it's better than nothing, right? Like, So there's, and it's above the 50% line, because sometimes you do something that's like a token thing where they like give you something like the border bill, like a while back, like they always saw, oh, Trump shut down the border bill. There's a reason why like people in Texas revolted and said, oh, we can't have this in here, right? Like in some other ones, because it wasn't enough. It was like just a piecemeal. I don't think Doge was attempted to be a piecemeal attempt at like fulfilling a kid.
Again, Doge cost us more than they said.
Right. But hold on, hear me out. Right. So like, yeah, but the thing is though, when you're going in
Well,
here,
do you acknowledge that first of all?
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. I'm sure
Okay,
you wouldn't be standing there because I mean, I don't do right.
So how was it good?
How is it good? Is what I'm saying is you have to start the ball somewhere. I think that it's clear that there's like clear bureaucracy, like overload. I think that we can all agree on that. Like if you've ever gone to the DMV, you know this is
like bureaucratic overload is to make another bureaucracy to check for bureaucratic overload.
They didn't even make a new bureaucracy. They expanded something that was already there, renamed it, then like funded it. Like so, like yeah. I mean, and this happens all the time.
Not
we have
really
like,
at all. No.
I mean, like listen. Do you think the ATF is redundant with the FBI? Like to some degree, sure. Should we just get rid of the ATF?
No.
Like
What? No.
I mean, they're both law enforcement agencies, right?
They do different things.
Sure, right. Do you think there's any crossover between the DEA, the ATF, and the FBI? Like any crossover?
I'm sure there's a little bit of like
Okay,
crossover
so
for
there is
cooperation, right?
Right, exactly. So
Do you remember? You know when we had no crossover at all? It was before 9/11.
No,
They complained about
I
that.
agree, right? But what I'm saying is, why wouldn't we just like, oh, okay, get rid of the ATF and lump them into the FBI? They're both security, like what agencies? They both do similar things, or maybe combine it with the DEA. We don't need, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of the argument you're making here. Like,
why is it that no other country on the planet has figured out like these like obvious no-brainer conservative plans to make the government better? You ever notice that? That like there's not a single other country on the planet that seems to understand that you just have to like get rid of every single part of your government and then it makes your country way better?
That's what we're saying. I mean, this is once I don't want to be the guy yelling straw man, but like I didn't say get rid of every single part. I said take a look under the hood and clear it out.
Sure, but I'm asking, like, can you think of a single country that's done like even 1/10 of the things that you're recommending?
I mean, Argentina's doing it now. I'm
Is that
sure.
who you want to be like? Argentina?
I mean, maybe. I mean, look, I'm sure there were other examples.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that. You want the United States of America?
I would like us to be more like Rome, which did do audits several times throughout the history, went and gutted programs and gutted people, and literally gutted people that were stealing and being corrupt. Like, I mean, this is something that's happened in major empires all throughout history. So like, yeah, I would like us to be Rome at its peak
anymore. Really?
Sure,
right?
But
I don't think.
Okay.
So I'm saying modern examples, like who are your successful countries that you're trying to emulate? Because it seems like conservatives have all these like very, very easy ideas, like, oh, we just need to do this and it'll be so much better. But literally no other government on the planet is doing any of the things you're saying, and all the most successful governments on the planet tend to do the exact opposite of what you're saying. So
when
like,
do you
what
think we were the peak, like peak American power? Probably like the 60s, 50s, 70s, in that range, right? Like when we were.
Why would you assume that? I would say we were at our peak in '91 when the fucking Soviet Union fell and America emerged as the leader of the planet. What do you mean?
Okay, 91's a good example. I just wanted to pick whatever example you wanted, right? Sure. So
well, I mean, even past that, America continued to dominate. I mean, you could go past 91 as well. I mean, militarily,
but
like,
hold on,
economically,
the gap was bigger, the biggest than 91. Is what you're saying? Yes, correct. Like just for the sake of this argument.
Maybe. I mean, probably like late 90s, early 2000s, maybe would be a guess.
Okay, and would you agree that the government has grown since that time, and probably not in a more efficient manner when we've expanded agencies all across the board, and we have more and more things, there's more overload, the debt has increased.
Modern problems require modern solutions. So unfortunately, that might mean you have to expand part of your bureaucratic state. Sure.
Really?
You've also been steadily cutting taxes for the rich.
So the gap has gone smaller in conjunction. I guess it's just correlation. Because while we've also spent a bunch of money on much more organizations,
the gap has gotten smaller because the other countries are leaving behind the things that you want to do. They're all becoming more globo homo. They're all like sending their kids all over the world to get educated in other Ivy League institutions. They're all liberalizing their trade and inviting foreign investment. What?
Because they're not having to spend in the military, at least in the
China and India are relying on the United States.
No, not China and India, but
what is China?
When we're talking about NATO and the EU, they are doing that though.
What is our threat from China all the time? The fact that they can manufacture more textiles than us? No, we're worried about them catching up to us in AI. What are we worried about?
I agree with that. I'm not talking about just China though. It's not just China.
Yeah, but
you have to watch out for the number one, but you have to watch out for the others as well. It's not like it's not a zero-sum game.
Your idea of looking out for number one is the exact opposite of what every other successful country thinks will achieve that. Everything you want to do makes America weaker, and everybody on the planet agrees with that.
Because what I'm saying is,
thank you to DragonFisttv for the raid. I do appreciate you guys. Let me read a few more of these. Sure. $10 from Delay My Belay. Believing the party switch never happened is willful ignorance or grift. Petitioning Wick to start a panel to end this easily disprovable talking point. Well, people, if you want to find some guests for me and I'll host it. Why not? $20 from Odashara. Can you ask Gibbs, why do cardiologists, nephrologists, and oncologists exist if all disease involves people that doctors can interact with?
I mean, in the words of Parallax, do you think I've talked to a cardiologist recently? I mean, just say it. That's a joke. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
$50 from Delay My Belay to just say done. Thank you for the $50. Yes, true. Really appreciate it. That brings us over the 1,000 mark for tonight. That's a beautiful, beautiful number that we love. $5 from My Listening Library to say Trump was reelected and is on a run to completely shift national and local election processes. January 6th didn't fail. It just took longer to solidify.
True.
$5 from Hurting Unit. This is my first time watching, and it's great. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Michael Hatch Tube for $5. There's 67 more dollars to go. Fair enough. $5 from Warren Berger. Comic looks bad. It's fishy. Just gave me $1. Mr. Poderator. Gibbs told me a few months ago that he'd lost a lot of weight. I'm glad to see he found it back.
Word.
True story. I think I don't know when Destiny debated in October. Maybe I'm down 60 pounds since then. You can't see it all, but we're a big old boy. We had a lot of weight to lose, so pretty pleased about it. Thank you for noticing.
Well, it's good that you lost weight if you lost.
Yeah.
$20 from K from YT from YouTube. These MAGA clowns make Jesse Lee Peterson sound like a nuclear physicist. Okay. $2 from Bangarang. The real Gibbs and NCIS would hate this one. I don't watch that show. Michael Hatch Tube for $5. WickTV. Oh, this is something for later. Color Online, $5. Damn, Wick, be glad I like you and stupid enough to pay you another $5 to read my prior two $10 super chats. Wubba lubba dub dub. Okay. Montana Flower Farmer for $10. If the Trump buds learned that by improving material conditions in impoverished countries, USAID had a positive impact on reducing immigration to the U.S., would they support that aid?
So the question is if they would reduce immigration. Listen,
Yes.
I'm very pro immigration reform. I just want a secure border. But secondly, I think it depends, right? I'm going to use the screwworm example again because it's one I'm intimately familiar with, right? So we had USAID funding going to do the prevention of the screwworm and tracking of it through the Darien Gap, which was broken, I believe, in 2003 and reached Mexico in 2004. Not 2004, 2024, 2023, right? Okay, excuse me, misspoke there, but right. So why would you keep funding something that's clearly failed right now and not allocate the funding to something else in a more efficient manner? Part of this, right? Part of the reason why the screwworm is able to travel, and I'm going to say it, and people are going to immediately go racist.
Well, can you answer the question that the guy asked?
Right, I'm about to answer. This goes to the immigration thing. Is the mass migration, right? So we're seeing USAID funding go into something that's funding increased migration, right? And we're causing the bringing up the screwworm, right? Because with pets, animals, all these other people, we see the cartel using illegal cattle, right? And so this is also a failure of USAID funding and its program. And when I look at this, I go, why would we keep funding this? Now, if somehow USAID was funding programs to stop the immigration, maybe. But so far, it looks like it was encouraging it based off all the things I've seen. So evidence-wise.
Mackie Hilden for $5. Oh, so Mr. B thinks Dems are needed to hold the GOP responsible for their failures? He should commit to electing Democrats then. $20 from Bad Company. Gibbs said drastic immediate changes can benefit us in the long run despite immediate harm when Deb brought up wasted food and starving kids. Did he give Biden that same charity on the Afghan pullout?
I mean, I think the Afghan pullout was a failure because the people we were fighting got all the tech. I'm not so upset about whatever the humanitarian access to it was. I think it was bad to leave people there just overall, but that's I think my critique of Biden's pullout is not what he thinks it is.
Okay, Swamalani to say for $5 says this guy shows up to a debate doing no research. Where's the fraud? It's there. Where's the waste? It's there. No examples at all. Embarrassing. We can't even get Republicans to fund school lunches. $10 from Brown Moore. WickTV, please, you ask Dragonfist, why can't you answer a question without rambling or filibustering? And how many lies are you going to spew? I'll DM him and see. We're almost done. Don't worry. $10 from Moto Freak. Here's $10 just for the yet another optical sewer slide live on stream. DGGL. Well, thank you for the $10. $5 from Lieutenant Quattro. To Dragon Knuckles. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? Well, he's not here to answer. $10 from Michael Hatch on YouTube. As a percentage of GDP, how high of a debt ratio amounts to existential threat for modern industrialized nations? For example, the USA is at 120%. Japan is at 236%, and France is 113%. Source: the IMF. Do you want to take a crack at it, gang? What is too high of a debt as a percentage of GDP?
I would just look at historical norms for that, I guess, for the United States and try to keep it within there. I don't know if there's an actual agreed upon number for.
I don't know.
It's a good researchable question.
Yeah. $5 from William Judd. Saying that we need to cut USAID to address the U.S. debt while supporting Trump's tax cuts is hypocritical. Saying that it's whataboutism is ludicrous. True. $5 from Sam Greenwood. A direct example of how cutting USAID hurts America is the current Ebola outbreak in Congo and Uganda, already in Europe, risking spreading to America. And then $5 from Night Night. Why is it when She's Right is wrecking these cats, they start addressing Tiny? You want to take a crack at that one? She's Right.
Cowardice usually. It's not uncommon for that to happen. Leftists do it too, as well. There's this weird phenomenon. Whenever anyone in this broader space wants to have an argument, they start imagining they're shadowboxing Stephen. It's weird. It's creepy. I don't know why that's the case. It shouldn't be. No offense, dude. You're not that important.
Wow.
Yeah.
Base, I guess. $5 from No Flame Please. If these clowns think USAID is going to our enemies and DEI makes the country weaker, then why would they be against pushing DEI under USAID? Big think.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Let's also just start selling fentanyl into China.
I mean, if you want to beat China, why not?
It was an effective trade policy in the 20th century. A little unethical, but
I mean, listen, I'm not worried about that. It's whatever.
Okay, $20 from It's Fishy. Chucklefuck in the Hat does not care about waste, fraud, and abuse. He should have called out the Trump administration's effort to fire the inspector generals while then allowing Doge to go after programs on an ideological basis. $5 from Lunatic Thinker. Bro with the Hat just had a moment of honesty where he just admitted that it's all about the transgender stuff and not about the debt. $10 from William Judd. The reason Destiny brought up conservatives destroying things is because that's what they did to USAID. That's directly relevant to the prompt. $5 from Hell's Pacifists. Honestly, this is an unfair 2v1 with a severe handicap. Joker versus these two while constantly bailing out a partner who can't cite his own evidence. Caller online for $5 says, I think it's fair to call them liars if they only parrot lies or unverified claims and then feign ignorance. And then $5 from Average Jake L. Does he know Kurt Cobain was a big LGBT advocate? Fake fan spotted. Okay. I don't know what that's about.
I love you. Am I allowed to leave?
Yeah, you're allowed. Well, yeah, you're always allowed to leave. Thanks for being here, man.
I love you. Stay safe. Yeah, be careful.
Gang, tomorrow, I guess I should just tell before you leave. Tomorrow we're going to do a show on the fall of counterpoints. We're going to have North is live here to kind of go over a lot of the details and why it was malicious for him to call CPS and the FBI. And we're going to go through the evidence. It should be fun. So thanks for being here. Destiny, you can leave whenever you want.
Like every day I leave, I come back and I just hear the craziest thing every day. Every day.
Yeah.
What did you just say?
It's a lot.
What did you wait? Oh, just make sure I heard this right. You just said. Did you just say that one more time for me?
Yeah, Counterpoints called. I believe it was the FBI. I think it was CPS on. I have it in my notes. I'd have to check. Right, I have different notes up right now, but it was he called CPS on Brit, right? Based on what I consider the flimsiest evidence possible. I consider that kind of act malicious, given that calling these agencies can really impact a family, especially if nothing's actually happening. I've heard a lot of horror stories about the CPS taking people's kids and them not being able to get back with them for weeks while these things get sorted out. And again, if there was actual evidence of abuse, fair enough. But the evidence cited was from the most unreliable sources you can imagine. People going through a vicious divorce who were just basically saying anything and everything about each other to hurt the other people. Someone who was clearly mentally unwell and making shit up for attention is what it sounded like. And it's just, again, nothing substantial whatsoever, and to use that as a basis to call a federal agency to look into getting someone's kids taken away is crazy work. But we're
So
gonna go over it tomorrow.
here, I just want to say one thing, and this is what's his name specific, but I heard another story recently from a different circle where someone was like, "Oh, I called an FBI agent or alleged FBI agent about an active investigation." I just want to say, guys, listen, we should not be taking your streaming Twitch shit to fucking the FBI unless it's some crazy shit. This sounds like literal insanity. I'm gonna have to. I'm glad that I'm not a part of this. Dear God, bro.
It is what it is. She's right. Do you have any thoughts on the issue at hand? Otherwise, I'm just gonna move you guys out and read the rest of these super chats.
Sure.
Well, I won't move this out. I'll just read the rest of these super chats. You guys can stay, but you're under no obligation. Okay.
Yeah, I got another 20 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Connor. I think he's taking a very personal, emotional kind of crash out on a lot of other people and a lot of unrelated stuff.
Oh, I was talking about the USAID stuff.
But... Oh, on USAID stuff. Yeah, I think. I mean, it's a big W. Like, it's just a big W. Diplomatically, morally, just materially. Like, we get some stuff back for it. I'm all for a government that makes physical sense. There's just better places to look. By like a factor of 10 or 100. And we should just prioritize those. If anyone is unironically trying to start with this, like, I do question their motives because it's just not a rational way to do it.
One of the issues is if you want to find fraud, waste, and abuse and go through in an honest manner, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think it was clear from the jump that these people were doing it for ideological reasons and using the fraud, waste, and abuse as a cover story to go after their actual targets, which are just ideological enemies.
And there's like the videos of the Doge kids, like on Twitter, like being interrogated or interviewed or something. And a lot of them just had like shit-eating grins. And I'm sorry, I know this as someone who's like late millennial, early Gen Z, grown up on the internet. These are just kind of like kids on Twitter, And like they're not really fooling anyone. I don't know. I think we could have a really serious, productive conversation on fiscal responsibility and doing what makes sense. And this is not that. This is Elon Musk being a man-child and recruiting more man-children.
$10.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. $10 from FDR. FD Mech Suit. Did Gibbs dodge a question about boats?
What?
Did you dodge a question about boats? I forget the question about.
No, the boats. We're talking about the boats with the Argentina thing and the analyst. I read the analyst.
Fell for a little. Fell for a little misinfo, huh?
No, well, it wasn't misinformation. It was I misread, and what it said was, which would have the analyst said would have amounted to about 2 frigates. Right? Okay. So. My bad. I'll admit it. I'm not trying to pull a gotcha.
We're gonna drag you a little bit, though. We're gonna drag you a little bit.
That's okay. I don't trust anybody that's never wrong.
From $10 from Probolurix. Why do they keep focusing on that? We need to cut programs that are like $30,000 when the debt is over 40 trillion. Why not? I don't know. Focus on increasing our revenue and not spending billions on war.
I actually like this is I think a real problem with the difference between mine and Dragonfish stance, and like I gets lost in this a little bit because I understand the argument about the debt thing, but like I don't think that's our most critical issue, right? Like I think that the way the money is going to be spent anyway, right? I think it's more important to focus on how and where it's spent, right? Now I think Miss Alice over here, she disagrees. I disagree on how or what its effective it is. Like I'm not against all soft aid, right? Like I'm not against like programs that help like certain groups if I can see tangible benefits. I just don't think the current system of USAID was like efficient or like the way it was right now. Back to what they were just saying. I don't know.
Wrong, though.
Sure. Why do you say that?
Well, because we have reputable auditors who like take this as a profession to analyze. Trump was in office 4 years prior. They didn't turn up anything. In fact, what the independent analysis shows is that by cutting this funding, 14 million people are expected to die by 2030.
Right.
And just one thing, because earlier this was stated, and I feel like this gets lost in this conversation. We started this program in the 60s during the Cold War as a way to earn global influence to combat Russia. Mind you, 2025, we have Russian members coming out saying, I can't remember specifically who, but came out and said that they are looking forward to filling that vacuum.
Okay.
So that Cold War has not ended.
Well, I'll grant you a lot of that, right? But it's been what? Let's just say it's a 60. Like I don't know exact date it was founded, but let's say it's been about 60 years, right? You would say a lot of things have happened in that time period, correct? And so when I look at it, like land lease back in during the World War II, and then afterwards, to some extent, even when we land leased to Russia as we were going into the Cold War, I think was still an effective strategy. It helped us the long term. You know, it helped build our economy up quite a bit. Now, do we think it would have been good to continue land leasing to Russia in the middle of the Cold War? No, because priorities change, alliances shift, right? We were allies of convenience with Russia, and then they became our enemy after Germany. You know, Patton's famous for saying we should have fought the commies first, right? Like there's all sorts of examples. So when I sit here and look at USAID, I think it's just evolved past the need for it in the way that it's set up. I think we need to reevaluate how it's used. I think the State Department needs to re-administrate. I want to see more evidence. Like if you could prove that like giving LGBTQ funding to, I don't know, Serbia actually somehow significantly helped their interest in pro-America, I'd say, fuck yeah, baby, make them gay. I don't care. Like as long as they want to help America, whatever. But like the point is, I don't see the results coming out that way. Like I mean, you say 14 million people are going to die. Like okay,
I think
it seems like throwing money into a problem. It's like not our
thing,
problem.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is we are going to see those results, and we're going to see them very quickly. But it's going to be too late to do much about it. One of the best things about USAID is that it fulfills a need that just private charity and things just cannot do. USAID and funding from the government and organization from the government can push through periods of low donations, and it just has access to resources that private charities simply do not. I will say that if I wanted to convince someone to be on my side or to be more charitable towards me and to maybe, do me some favors in the future, one of the ways I do that is by being nice to them and by giving them stuff. Like she's right. If I wanted her to come and I don't know, help me out with shows more, like I'd be like, yo, hey, you need something? You need a burger? You need some Coke or something? Like I got you. I will help you out. Coca-Cola, to be clear, not the nose candy. I just want to make that distinction, right?
Damn.
Like that's one of the ways you influence people is by giving them stuff. And hey, this person gives me stuff. They must be nice. And I think that's just a clear win, and it's worked for decades.
Yeah. One of the best examples of that is the Middle East. We have seen huge progress made in the Middle East, and as far as relationships with the West, and we actually kind of see that now more than ever in the whole Hormuz situation. Regardless of how you feel about it, obviously, most on the left we think it's a complete failure. I don't know how the right spins it, but even if you're on the right, you have to acknowledge that having allies in the region pays off. And if we had not had USAID, you would not see this. USAID is responsible for an English program in the Middle East that literally taught English to these countries so that they could become more focused on Western markets. Because you can imagine it's kind of hard to build a UAE or a Dubai when you're don't even know the language.
Okay, so let me read some more of these super chats before I forget. $10 from Nevins. What level of evidence is sufficient? If I have personally deployed to multiple countries and worked alongside USAID projects that helped locals and made U.S. military safer and more effective, is it worth? And then he cuts off. So I'm assuming he means, is that sufficient evidence if he says it's worth?
Sure. I mean, once again, this is the problem, right? And this is really the issue. I think that there are several, just like the Democrats, there's several factions in the Republicans, right? When you get to there are the people that are going to like, oh, I don't want XYZ program for partisan, right? Like then there's going to be more of the people that are like me, where I want like imperialism. I want us to see. I'm looking at it as like this. Sure, if you could point to me an effective program and we can see actual results, and you can point to it, we have testimony. I'm willing to consider all sorts of levels of evidence. But it's like if we have like this, I don't know. I don't even think this is a USAID program, but the butchers one I mentioned, I think that's a grant that we offered. Why isn't France paying for that? They're in France. France isn't poor. Like, how does this benefit us in long term? Now, maybe it's a CIA program.
It makes. Well, I can tell you, right?
Sure.
At least the theory behind it.
I know what the theory is behind it. I disagree with
countries like France and our allies in order to relieve some of their financial burden, that they will see us more favorably in the future.
Okay.
and help us out in the future in various ways. That's the theory behind
Sure.
it. You can argue that
No,
sometimes
I
it's not
understand the theory.
effective,
No, well,
and it's
okay,
never going to be. I just want to make this clear: it's never going to work 100% of the time.
Well, okay, let
But
me
if it
just
works most of the time, I'm for the
I think it was a small amount, like 216K, right? Not a very big amount. But let me just throw this at you, right? Okay, so we do this with France, and we can do butcher's language. All right, that helps us, like, I don't know, 0.00001% in happiness meter, maybe a deal meter. Okay, what if we gave that money instead, like I said, to, I don't know, Argentinian, or I don't know, Peruvian, like, I don't know, farmers to switch off like growing cocaine, right? Like, that would be something maybe we should do instead.
I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to choose between.
Yeah, but we exactly, but we do need to choose because there's only a certain amount of
know.
money because there's only 1% of the budget or whatever is going towards this, right? Like, and it's not growing even under the dims. It's not growing that much. Like, it's like I want to be effective.
Yeah,
with
but
this.
even I think we were doing like there was 50. Like, people don't understand. USAID covered like 5,600 programs. There were a lot of programs,
and so
that it was doing.
And some of them are going to be overbloat. Some of them are going to be corruption. Some of them are going to be good.
Again,
like
again, if you could point to one that's fair. But the problem is that the way that Doge did it was simply control effing for things like DEI or trans.
Well, okay, let me give you an example. I know
it was a horrible way to do it. It did not work, and they ended up gutting the whole thing. And now it's going to cause a lot of human suffering. And even more important, I guess, for our interests, is it's going to turn countries away from us and open up a vacuum that China can fill. And they are happily doing so.
Let me give you an example
and I think
of what
that's a threat to our nation.
But let me give you an example of like a thing that was a good thing, but ended up being a bad thing, right? So like, or not a bad thing or wasteful, right? So in Nigeria, while we were fighting Boko Haram, I don't know if it was USAID, one of the programs was to help build fisheries for locals to build goodwill and support the local economy. On paper, good work. And it actually did end up doing good work. And these people had fisheries and they did well, and it started stimulating the economy and it had good feedback. People started liking Americans more, and they didn't like the Boko Haram. Well, then what Boko Haram did is they went in there and just destroyed it all and killed all the people, right? And destroyed these fisheries. That is wasteful in the long run. Like, paper, it's good, but whenever they keep throwing money at the problem, even though it's already been destroyed, just like this Darien Gap thing I keep bringing up,
it's not going to work.
Right, and that's my point. Is we need to reevaluate because and I don't think anybody answered this question. Let's go back to the Darien Gap. Right, we could have allocated funds after it was broke at the Darien Gap. Why wasn't that done? Instead, I've been told multiple times, Trump cut funding to USDA things at the Darien Gap and USAID things at the Darien Gap. Well, but what was already past it? What's the point of funding something that's already failed? Let's focus on the new solution that we need to deal with. Right, like, and the argument is, oh well, we're going to close a science center there. Like, okay, but y'all failed at your job, so it's time to you're fired. Like, wait, if you're in the military and you're an artillery guy and you don't ever hit your target, do you think you're going to be being the guy shooting the gun very often?
No, but if I miss my target once but hit it 9 times, I'm not going to get fired.
Okay, and then they completely overrun your position.
I don't know. Like, to be clear, I wasn't an artillery guy, so I don't know
whatever.
the ratio.
I mean, I'm just using an example. I don't know what you did.
Okay, let me read some more of these. $10 from Tip to say Proverbs 19:17. Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they have done. USAID is good because God will reward America. Don't you want God to reward America?
I don't think that's how it works. My biblical degrees.
It actually is, at least if you believe in biblical scripture. But fair enough.
I mean, wait, hold on, wait. It is. So you're saying by doing good deeds, that's how God's going to judge America. That's
God rewards those who do good. Yes.
Does it?
That is
really
scriptural.
Man,
Yes.
That's interesting. What happened to Job?
That's literally scripture.
What
I
happened?
mean, that's verbatim.
Yeah. Hold on. That is the prosperity gospel, which is something that Joel Osteen preaches, and I'm vehemently against. Listen, you will go through trials and tribulations as reward, and you will not necessarily going to be rewarded on this earth. So the idea that you're going to just do these good deeds, like for helpless, does not necessarily mean the U.S. is going to be rewarded in the manner they're implying. But I reject this idea of what you just said as a Christian.
That's just what the scriptures say. Now you can take issue with it, and
that's what they say. They say a lot of things
at play, but again, nations, when they cleave to the Lord, when they do good deeds, God rewards them.
So what's a good deed?
When they
like stoning the gays be a good deed?
And they refuse to do righteous acts, God punishes.
Yeah,
them.
but this is the problem.
That is
You'll do this.
That
like,
is the scriptural
what,
record.
Well, okay, but also, what does Deuteronomy and Leviticus say about homosexuality? It says to stone them. That would be a good deed
Again,
under the
I'm
Bible.
just-
like you are advocating
I'm
for
not
this kind of a
here to
deed.
say that they're correct. I'm saying that that's what the scriptures say.
Wick is discussing Christianity, so you have to understand that through the new covenant, right? So, for example, Leviticus.
Okay. I'm going to read the rest of my super chats because we're not going to get into.
No, because he just said, "Oh, we have to bring up the Leviticus," and it's like, well, hold on, in Leviticus, you're not supposed to eat shellfish, but Christ was. He said, "Quote." It's what comes out of your mouth, not what goes into it.
This is your fault, Wick.
It's a whole like no, it's a super chat. Like
I blame
$10 for the super chat. We can do. Okay, $20 from Red Deaded Lol. You should delete because you unironically asked Destiny to prove a negative multiple times. Do it tonight so I can sleep. Okay, gang, do not super chat me these things. But it's naughty of you to do so. But I will absolve your sins for a larger super chat. If you give me $30, I will wave away and you will be absolved of your cringe. Okay, but no, don't say that in super chats. It's bad. Naughty. Okay. $5 from Paradox Frequency. Failed martial arts creator worried about waste votes for the most wasteful president in history. Wants to see how it goes before passing judgment. Okay. $10 from Bangarang. These people call themselves Christians and pro-life, but kids dying of AIDS aren't worth helping, while a new ballroom in the White House is. Absolute ghouls. $5 from Travisor. These bozos cry about self-deleting and then ask, why should we care about others unaliving in other countries? Hypocrites. $10 from Bass Guitar. When was the last independent audit released annually of USAID that anyone on the panel has read? Well, that's a good question.
What was the question?
When is the last independent audit released annually of the USAID that anyone on this panel has read? They do. To be clear, they release an annual audit where they go through of their spending and all these things. It's a lot.
I mean, I read one. I could tell you, I read one right before I did the Tim Pool show. That was the last one I read.
That was like 2 years ago.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm not reading. Are you reading audits regularly? Like,
no, I'm not reading audits.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
So I don't normally read the audit, but I'll read the conclusion. But before, you said
I'll
something
read the
earlier.
summary.
Sure. That's what Politico.
You said something earlier. Gibbs, you referenced that it'd be cool if USAID was doing something about the Contras and the cocaine production. It actually was. There are studies that show that the USAID was responsible for a 72% reduction in cocaine production in countries like Peru. This is why I was actually trying to get to that, because USAID, again, if you remember, it's fighting communist Russian influence, which was very prominent in South America prior to the success of USAID.
That's right.
A great example is what it was helping fund was the construction of courthouses and the funding of judges so that they could actually hold trial and convict these criminal producers of the illicit drugs.
This is all true. But that's my point right there.
Hold on, just real quick. I say this to say that, like, whenever I hear criticism of USAID, I'm like, let's keep it in perspective. It's sub 1% of the budget. It's fighting global Chinese and Russian communist influence. It's fighting drug production that feeds cartels that distribute those drugs into our country and disrupt our society. What is the argument? Oh, wait, but I read on this line item 512, some trans person is something, yada, yada. Meanwhile, the Pentagon, which has a 20x budget, can't account for 60% of the money. Oh, where'd it go? We don't know. We don't. Oh, oops, oopsie poopsie. Yeah, but I don't hear a peep. From any of these conservatives about, hey, let's audit the Pentagon, and I'll tell you why.
We talk about that all the time.
5 years ago.
I gotta get through these last. I gotta get through these last four.
I got 2 minutes, so I gotta.
Let me get through these last four super chats, and then you guys can say whatever, and then we're gonna let the last callers have their say, and then we're gonna end because it's almost 10. $5 from Caramel Cold Brew. Stay on the prompt. Meanwhile, this moron is all over the place when it suits him. $5 from Mantis Praise. How does this dragon regard keep making statements and providing no evidence and expect anyone to treat him like an adult? Go take a nap, you moron. $2 from Mythos. I think it's Musk dog-walked Trump pattern. And then finally, $5 from Bangarang. Conservatives have destroyed all of our institutions and norms under Trump, and Bozo with the hat thinks it's the liberals' fault. LOL. Okay.
But yeah, just to finish my point there, I never hear anyone talk about auditing the Pentagon when we know for a fact that there's multiple documented examples of the fraud. And so when I hear waste, fraud, and abuse, my mind goes straight to the Pentagon and military contracts. But yeah, we haven't heard.
I don't want to say.
Last sentence. I don't remember hearing anyone say anything about USA maybe 5-7 years ago. This is whole cloth, a made up issue. This is whole cloth, a made up issue just to garner support, to frame the Democrats and all of their endeavors as some type of like a corruption, the deep state, whatever. Mind you, ignore him benefiting, making billions, pushing meme coins, enriching his family, getting planes from Qatar, getting money from ignore all of that.
Well,
but okay, let's pay attention to 1% of the budget.
Real quick, Truth. Just a couple of things. I brought the Peru thing up because I thought that was an effective use of a program by the USA. That was where I was trying to lead you, and I wanted to see point examples that were wasteful and I thought should be cut, etc. Secondly, this is actually a real problem, I think, in the space. And I'm going to say echo chambers, right? Like the things you just mentioned about us not talking about audits. Republicans are bitch about the audits and talk about how the Marine Corps is the only one to audit in the military correctly, like in years, right? And so this is a talking point in Republican circles heavy, right? And then I think you said another one, but I forget what it was because I'm trying to do it quickly because there's too many people I want to leave. But they basically those things. Like I think this is actually like a big issue is where y'all like have these ideas that Republicans don't talk about this, but in certain we do talk about this shit all the time. We're like audit this shit, audit this, that, And so I think this is actually a bridge cross, like what is it, ships passing in the night kind of issue, and that's why we need to go on shows like Wix to talk about it.
This is the typical trend for USAID. It spikes in 2025, comically so.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Sure.
It was pushed by media.
What is this? Was this right here? Sorry.
Oh, this is Google Trends. It shows you how much things are coming up on the internet. This is just for USAID. Like this is a clear response to that news story.
I'm not disagreeing.
This is a bigger thing. That's something general. Yeah.
But it is like Republican talking point for a while, though. It's like
this is great. Thank you.
Do you think? I'm not arguing that it doesn't come up in the mainstream, but like at least the Republican debate circles and talk circles.
Just real quick, she's right. Show. Don't let them say slurs. I gotta use the restroom. The rest of you can talk. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, something like deficit is a bit more common over time, but it does wiggle a little bit. Oh, I want to.
We got to describe this for the chatters because they can't see it. This is beautiful. Alice just put up a Google trend that literally shows USAID spiking in 2025, and prior to that, there's like no mention of it. Nobody cares. It's not being looked at.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that people in like Republican circles talk about getting rid of three-letter agencies like ATF often?
Yeah, sometimes
ATF definitely. Definitely because the Second Amendment. Yeah.
So when I say this, like, do I think this is? I'm not saying this is ever a mainstream Republican thing, but like this has been a like talking point in the Republican debate sphere for a long time, and this is actually like I think a good example of like where there's missing. Like, I'm not saying the like mainstream Republican was talking about it, no, but the extremes and the people that are into politics are gonna be the ones pushing policy. I think we can all agree, right? And so like whenever you see like people like commentators like myself and others, this is something we talk about regularly, right? Like on our stuff, and maybe it's not like something Google search, but I think that this is one of those examples where like it's just we're missing each other, and we both are concerned about a problem, but we're not talking about it.
Look, I hear you. If we can get Republicans on board with auditing the Pentagon, reducing the military budget, reducing funding to warring nations that are belligerent, whose prime ministers have arrest warrants for them, instead of buddying up with them and holding the seat for them and being cucked, that would be fantastic. I would love that. And we need to get on board with the fact that USAID was amazing. We need to bring it back because China and Russia are jumping up, announcing it gleefully that they're going to fill our vacuum. And that was just bad business.
A good way to kind of tell what you should do is like what your enemies let you do and what your enemies get really upset about you doing. And the way that Russia and China are like, yeah, go ahead, defund USAID, even with like the Iran war, have them been moving in to make trade deals in our stead is kind of embarrassing. Yeah. There's some things that just shouldn't be political, and it just be an easy bipartisan W to like fund USAID and fund Social Security. I think are two just, I don't know. I don't see a lot of point in fighting about this of all things. Like, I want to win. I want America to win. I want Americans to be healthy and safe. And why the fuck not if we can make everyone else healthy and safe too?
Okay, gang. It's almost 10 and I'm struggling. I will say this. What do we got coming up? Let me give you guys the big thing that I got, okay? And if I miss callers, call in Friday. We are having call-in show Friday. Tomorrow's a counterpoint thing. I already mentioned that. The big announcement I want to make tonight, and I probably should have done it while Destiny was here, but whatever. I have, thanks to Erudite for securing a streaming room at LibCon for me to use. I will be at LibCon the 16th to the 17th. And on Friday, I will be doing live interviews, live debates, live discussions. Tune in for that. It's exciting. I'm excited. Yeah. And she's going to help me get some she's going to give me a list of guests to choose from, and I am excited for that. So check it out.
Very excited. Woo!
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That sounds lit.
Beautiful.
I'm excited to be
Okay.
at LibCon.
Okay. I gotta go. I'm sorry, callers, that I
Get
may
some
have missed you.
rest. Eat a big plate.
I should probably go too.
Thanks for coming, gang. I love you all. Thanks for being here. Link to all the main guests in my YouTube description. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, for some Drama Slop. Bye.
Thanks for having me later, bro.
Yeah, see you.
Thank you, Wick. Always good.
Yep.
All right, guys. I gotta go. We're gonna go jump on grids real quick.